The story begins at a deserted construction site under the cover of night. The young boy finds himself cornered by a group of malevolent figures, each brandishing deadly weapons. Suspended above him is a cage packed with zombies, their hunger palpable as they wait for the boy to fall into their midst. We soon learn that the boy's name is Jiushio. A woman in the group taunts him, questioning whether life seems meaningless to him now that all his friends have been killed. As she speaks, sweat trickles down Ju's face and memories of happier times with his friends flood his mind. He silently blames himself, thinking, "It's my fault that they met such a fate." Filled with deep regret, Xiao, seething with anger, shouts at the cruel woman, declaring that she deserves a painful death. The woman, grinning with satisfaction, clings to a well-built man and remarks that Jiu is upset with her yet again. The man, amused, looks on. A woman's chilling voice suggests torturing Jiu slowly, to prolong his suffering as punishment for an insult. Her companion sarcastically thanks Jiu for the supplies that will ensure their comfort for months to come. With a sudden press of a button, he sends Jiu plummeting into a cage of zombies. The starved creatures, sensing his presence, stir with hunger and charge at him with terrifying speed. They tear him apart, eating him alive. As blood pours from his mouth, Jiu endures excruciating pain, his mind filled with bitter regret. He vows that with a second chance at life, he would use it wisely and make those responsible for his suffering pay dearly, never to be caught in such a horrific situation again. Suddenly, Jiu regains consciousness to a familiar, unsettling scene. The same cruel woman who betrayed him is shouting at him, furious that he had not added her name to the house deed. Confused and convinced he had just died, he struggles to understand what is happening. A wild thought crosses his mind. Has he been reborn before the apocalypse began? Has fate given him a second chance? He reflects on his past life and his deception by a woman named Xiaoqing. It is revealed that Xiaoqing had stolen the inheritance his parents left him, leaving him destitute and forced to sleep on the cold streets. Soon after, a global disaster struck, turning most of humanity into zombies and plunging the world into chaos. With the help of his friends, Yu managed to survive and even build a secure zone. However, he could not have foreseen Xiaoqing's betrayal. Posing as a helpless refugee, she infiltrated his safe zone only to betray him, and led enemies inside to destroy everything he had built. The scene shifts to Jiu's home where Jing is shouting again, demanding 400,000 yuan and apparently scentless. Jiu remains calm, his face expressionless as he stares at her in silence. Frustrated, she angrily asks if he's even listening. Jiu, thinking strategically, decides he cannot act rashly yet. He needs to be patient, waiting for the perfect moment. The woman gives him a week to set things right, but Jiu cuts her off mid-sentence, saying, "Fine, I understand. Now leave." As he firmly escorts her to the door, Jing is taken aback by Jiu's newfound assertiveness, wondering when he stopped being her obedient servant. Jiu closes the door behind her and, turning to the clock, realizes he must start preparing for the upcoming apocalypse, which will hit in just a month. The memory of his past life jolts him. He knows that if he doesn't prepare now, history will repeat itself. Suddenly, a system notification appears in front of him. Apocalypse system activated. Alongside this, several missions pop up, including one that promises 10 points if he acquires a piece of land. Curious, Jiu wonders aloud what these points can be used for and how to spend them once he completes the missions. A system store appears before him, displaying various items that can be purchased using the points earned from mission rewards. Jiu reflects on his past life once again. Back then, he had saved every bit of money he had to pay for the bride price demanded by the cruel Jing, leaving him weak and malnourished. Now determined to take a different path, Jiu picks up his phone and sees a message asking, "Are you full?" He thinks to himself that with zombies taking over the world in just a month, he should enjoy good food while he still can. The scene shifts to a luxurious building where Jiu sits. Before a table of fine food, Jiu marvels at the legendary Michelin 3-star takeaway as he tastes the meal, wondering what 301 braised pork might taste like. His face lights up in delight as he tries the food, exclaiming in joy at how incredibly delicious it is. Just as he's savoring the moment, a message pops up on his phone, interrupting his meal. The call is from the friend of the manipulative woman, Xiaoqing. Jiu sighs as he sees the name on the screen, suspecting that Xiaoqing has run crying to her friend. When he answers, the friend is angry, chastising him for how he treated Xiaoqing, saying all she ever wanted was for him to prove his love by putting her name on the property. She goes on to claim that Xiaoqing was merely testing his loyalty, and that he failed miserably. She suggests that if Jiu can bring them 1,000,000 yuan by the end of the day, she might help him win Xiaoqing back. Furious, Jiu snaps, asking who she thinks she is to put him through such ridiculous tests, and tells her to get lost before hanging up the call. Jiu leans back on the couch, thinking to himself that this time he will build the strongest fortress imaginable, one where no one can breach his defenses. Not only will it be impenetrable, but it will also be located near a water source and a forest. The scene shifts once more to a bustling hall, where people are moving about. There, he is greeted by a woman who asks what he is looking for. Before he can answer, a man steps in, revealing himself as the real estate manager of the building. He directs the woman to help with moving boxes, as there's an abundance of toilet paper that needs to be dealt with. The woman tries to respond to her boss, but gets cut off. The real estate manager asks if she has forgotten who taught her everything in this field of work and, with an angry tone, sends her to the back to help. The manager turns around and says to Jiu that a broke loser in cheap clothes can't even afford a toilet, let alone a house. His facial expression darkens with anger. He asks the real estate manager if he is looking down on people. The manager replies that he looks down on dogs like him, and further says that if Jiu can afford a toilet, he will live stream himself eating manure. Jiu, with a smirk, casually tells the real estate manager, "Don't worry, I'll find you some fresh, hot, steaming ones to eat later on stream," before confidently informing the female employee that he's not there to buy a house, but to purchase land for himself. His bold statement, paired with the express card he pulls out, leaves the real estate manager and the female employee in shock, cold sweat beginning to form on their faces. Every customer in the building is equally stunned. Unable to believe what they're witnessing, they begin whispering among themselves, questioning what Jiu means by buying land. Does he even realize how much money it takes to purchase land? One customer asks in disbelief. Another, shaking their head, remarks, "I've never seen someone buy land this easily. He must be incredibly wealthy." The female employee, still trying to process the situation, asks Jiu to follow her, saying she'll give him the most detailed introduction to the available properties. As they walk, the real estate manager, visibly irritated, mutters to himself that anyone can boast, but paying for such expensive land is another matter entirely. Jiu takes a seat in the office, and the female employee starts showing him the various land options they have available. However, Jiu interrupts her, saying, "There's no need to look through everything. Just listen to my requirements." He explains that the land he's looking for must be near mountains, have access to a water source, convenient transportation, and large buildings already on site. The lady worker pauses, thinking carefully. But before she can answer, the real estate manager butts in, suggesting there's a plot in the East District that matches Jiu's description. The lady worker, surprised, turns to him and asks why he would recommend the East District, noting that the factories there are incomplete and they can't sell such land to clients. The real estate manager, clearly frustrated, snaps back, accusing Jiu of making impossible demands just to waste their time. Jiu, intrigued by the mention of the East District, asks the lady worker to confirm if the land truly meets his criteria. She hesitates, but eventually admits that while the land fits his requirements, the factories are unfinished because the construction crew abandoned the project. Jiu lights up with excitement. He thinks to himself that the location is perfect. It not only fits his criteria, but the incomplete factories would actually save him a lot of money. "I'll take it," Jiu declares confidently. "Let's draw up the contract so I can pay right away." The lady worker, still unsure, hesitates for a moment before apologizing for offering land with unfinished projects. However, her shock deepens when Jiu insists that he's serious about buying it. With a playful smirk, he adds, "Someone's waiting to eat some fresh poop later, so let's not waste time." A little while later, the manager holds the receipt, his face filled with disbelief, as he mutters, "It's impossible. He really paid the 300,000 yuan down payment." Still in shock, the manager struggles to comprehend how Jiu could buy such expensive land. As Jiu walks out, several customers tease the real estate manager, reminding him that the live stream is up and he needs to keep his end of the bet. Meanwhile, Jiu reflects on the fact that he spent all of the bride money to secure this land, but now he needs to figure out how to gather the funds to stockpile supplies. As he contemplates his next steps, a fat man passes by, recognizing Jiu and wondering if it really was him. As the fat man heads to his destination, he's shocked to see the real estate manager being forced to eat poop on a live stream after losing a bet to Jiu. The story shifts to Jing, who is calmly doing her nails when she receives a call from the fat man. She answers sweetly, greeting him and asking if he remembers her. The fat man cuts her off, informing her that Jiu went to the real estate company and bought an expensive piece of land. Jing is taken aback, angrily asking how a broke loser like Jiu could afford such a thing. The fat man explains that Zhu Xuo paid a 300,000 yuan down payment, and he likely used the bride money to do it. Furious, Jane fumes about how Zhu Xuo could dare use her money behind her back. The fat man, trying to calm her down, advises her to figure out what's going on with Zhu Xuo. Seething, Jane vows to expose him. Back with Zhu Xuo, he ponders how to secure the necessary supplies to build his base, knowing it will require a large amount of money. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door startles him. To his surprise, it's Xiao King and her friend, both storming in before Zhu Xuo can even react. Xiao King wastes no time, accusing Zhu Xuo of using her money without permission. Dumbfounded, Zhu Xuo asks what she's talking about. The woman, livid, reveals that she knows he used the bride money to buy land and therefore the land rightfully belongs to her. Zhu Xuo, now visibly angry, asks her if she's lost her mind. In a bold move, he slaps her with a stack of cash, declaring that he doesn't need her money at all. Xiao King stares at him in shock as Zhu Xuo calmly tells her that she'll never get a cent from him. He also reveals that he knows about her long-running affair with the fat man. Much to her horror, Xiao King begins to sweat. Realizing that Zhu Xuo is aware of her betrayal, her friend jumps in, trying to defuse the situation by saying it's just a misunderstanding between them. But Zhu Xuo interrupts, stating firmly that there's no misunderstanding. She can go back to the fat man for all I care. With that, Zhu Xuo slams the door in their faces, leaving Xiao King outside in shock, wondering how he discovered the affair. Xiao King and her friend, embarrassed and confused, start to leave. The friend hesitates though, turning to Xiao King and asking if Zhu Xuo's accusations were true. Xiao King, caught off guard, tries to dismiss it, saying they only booked rooms a few times. But the friend, seeing how things have spiraled out of control, suggests they need to come up with a plan to deal with Zhu Xuo before it's too late. The woman agrees, saying it's their only option for now. However, her friend secretly thinks that since Xiao King has ruined things with Zhu Xuo, this is her chance to take him for herself. Though they are close like sisters, she's not planning to hold back this time. The scene then shifts back to the construction site where Zhu Xuo has purchased the land. He asks a middle-aged man how long it will take to finish the renovations. The man, clearly puzzled, questions what kind of trouble Zhu Xuo has gotten into to need such extensive work. Zhu Xuo brushes off the question, saying the details aren't important, and it's better not to ask too many questions. Zhu Xuo then inquires about the cost to complete the project within a month. The man tries to explain that finishing in such a short time is unrealistic, but Zhu Xuo cuts him off, stating that if he can't handle it, he'll find someone who can. The man reluctantly agrees, but clarifies that his concern is the cost, not the timeline. Zhu Xuo asks how much it would be, and the man explains that the rush and added pressure will increase the price significantly. Zhu Xuo, a bit taken aback, asks if $20 million would cover the costs. The middle-aged man confirms it will, but notes that Zhu Xuo will need to provide a $5 million deposit before any work can start. Zhu Xuo agrees, saying he'll transfer the money within a week, and urges the man to get moving with the construction. The man tries to add something, but Zhu Xuo interrupts again, assuring him that the land will remain his if the payment isn't made. So there's no reason to worry. The man nods and agrees to the terms. At that moment, the woman's friend suddenly calls out to Zhu Xuo. He turns around, confused by her presence. She clings to his arm, asking sweetly what he's doing there. Zhu Xuo glared down at her, remembering that she was the one who convinced his ex, Jing, to cut him out of his family's property in his previous life. He had vowed to make her suffer twice as much as he had. His face remained furious while the friend, pretending innocence, continued asking what he was doing there. She complimented the land, calling it a nice place, and asked if this was where he planned to build. All the while she pressed herself against him. Zhu Xuo shoved her away coldly, telling her that whatever he was planning had nothing to do with her. Shocked, the woman couldn't believe it. She hadn't expected a man like Zhu Xuo, whom she always thought of as a pathetic loser, to push her away so easily. Normally, just brushing her hand would make him blush. But now, he looked completely annoyed by her presence. Despite her attempts to caress his hands, he remained indifferent, further frustrating her. While she fumed, Zhu Xuo turned his attention to the construction workers, instructing them to expand the gates. The friend of the woman called out to him again, but he ignored her like she wasn't even there. Ever since his breakup with Jing, she had seen her chance to make Zhu Xuo hers, but now she was gritting her teeth, thinking of a way to make it work. Back at Zhu Xuo's home, he sat down on his couch with the documents from the newly purchased land spread out in front of him. He reflected on how he'd mortgaged the house, but the loan only brought in $3 million. Nowhere near enough for the first phase of construction. With a serious expression, Zhu Xuo thought that with the apocalypse approaching, Selling the house multiple times didn't seem like such a bad idea. He resolved to do just that. Suddenly, loud banging at his door interrupted his thoughts. The familiar voice of his downstairs neighbor, Grandpa Lai, could be heard. As he approached, Yu Xiu reflected on the old man's constant nuisances. Lai owned the first 2 floors of the building, and had been trying to buy Yu Xiu's 3rd floor for ages. But the house had been intended as Yu Xiu's matrimonial home, which was why he hadn't sold it. Yet, Lai never gave up. Always causing a ruckus, from splashing paint to placing funeral wreaths at Yu Xiu's door. As soon as Yu Xiu opened the door, Grandpa Li accused him of going clubbing the night before. Yu Xiu yelled back that he'd gone to bed early and wasn't in the mood for the old man's nonsense. Li persisted, claiming he'd heard something. Fed up, Yu Xiu told him to stop rambling. Tired of Li's antics, Yu Xiu abruptly offered to sell the house. Stunned, Li asked if he was serious. Yu Xiu looked down at the old man and said he'd sell, but on one condition: the house wouldn't be ready for 6 months, and Li would have to pay the full 5 million upfront. Li hesitated, but Yu Xiu began closing the door, telling him to forget it if he couldn't agree. Desperate, Li stopped the door with his hand and nervously said they should sign a contract to avoid any regrets. Yu Xiu, annoyed, agreed. Though he knew with the apocalypse looming, the old man wouldn't enjoy the house for long. Once the deal was sealed, Yu Xiu slammed the door, cursing the old man under his breath. He began calculating the money, the 5 million from Lai, and the 3 million loan, giving him 8 million total. Just then, the system chimed in, confirming he had completed the task of acquiring land and granting him his reward. The next day, Yu Xiu headed into the city to fulfill the next task, gathering a year's worth of supplies. He swiftly moved through the shopping mall, filling carts with items that would last him through the coming chaos. Onlookers stared at him in disbelief, some mocking him for preparing for what they assumed were wild doomsday rumors. They called him foolish, but Yu Xiu didn't care. He knew what was coming. Once his carts were filled, the system awarded him 10 points for completing the task. As Yu Xiu browsed the system store, he considered enhancing his attributes for the apocalypse, but he was too broke to afford that. Instead, he settled on the protagonist supply box, confident it would give him the edge he needed. With a smile, he purchased the box, and his 10 points were deducted. The box appeared with an infinity symbol on it, and question marks scattered across its surface. When it unlocked, the system notified him that he had received a level 1 space ring with a 500 cubic meter capacity. The ring would allow him to store fresh food without it spoiling, which excited Yu Xiu, especially since he wasn't much of a cook. The system then displayed his next task: gather 10 years' worth of supplies with 20 points as the reward. Just then, the store manager walked out with some guards, demanding to know who was causing a disturbance. Yu Xiu recognized him immediately. It was Yang Tao, a lackey from his middle school days who always hung around the school bully. Young Tao had always bullied weaker students, but cowered before those stronger than him. Yu Xiu recalled how Yang and his group once demanded a protection fee from him, but he had told them to buzz off. Yang, in disbelief that Yu Xiu was buying so much, ordered him to return all the items in his carts. Yu Xiu cut him off, mocking his continued habit of picking on the weak, and calling him out for being a coward. An hour later, Yu Xiu's items had been scanned, and the cashier announced the total. With confidence, Yu Xiu swiped his card, successfully completing the purchase. As Yang walked away, Yu Xiu called him back, demanding an apology for his rudeness. Insulted, Yang refused, but the other customers began recording, telling him to apologize. Under pressure, Yang reluctantly bowed and apologized. Yu Xiu patted him on the head, telling him to be more careful in the future. Yang, visibly humiliated, asked Yu Xiu what he planned to do with all the supplies. Yu Xiu explained that he was preparing for something big and needed a wholesaler. Yang, realizing Yu Xiu was serious, mentioned that he knew a wholesaler, none other than Zhang Long, the school bully who had once tormented Yu Xiu. Despite being disappointed that Yang was still under Zhang Long's thumb, Yu Xiu followed him to a warehouse where a luxury car nearly ran him over. Out stepped Zhang Long, puffing on a cigarette, looking as arrogant as ever. Yang nervously introduced Yu Xiu, but Zhang Long barely acknowledged him, blowing smoke in his face and calling him the kid who had a bit of a backbone. Zhang Long yanked at Yu Xiu's hoodie string, scoffing as he called it a cheap knockoff designer brand. He expressed his disdain for people like Yu Xiu, who pretended to be wealthy when they clearly weren't. Yu Xiu responded casually, saying he didn't know if it was a designer label and had just bought it at some random store. Zhang Long, now furious, grabbed Yang by the head and shouted at him for wasting his time by bringing such an unworthy client. He kicked Yang hard, telling him that he couldn't believe he had been dragged into this. Young tried to defend himself, explaining that Zhu Shuo was actually a valuable customer, but Zhang Long wasn't having any of it. He claimed he had been in the business long enough to know who had money and who didn't, and in his eyes, Zhu Shuo was clearly not one of a wealthy person. Zhu Shuo, realizing his usual approach wasn't working, calmly remarked that it was difficult to reason with someone like Zhang Long. Enraged, Zhang Long grabbed Zhu Shuo by the collar and demanded that he repeat what he had just said. Unfazed, Zhu Shuo repeated his statement, calling Zhang Long out for looking down on others. But Zhang Long only latched onto the part where Zhu Shuo had called him illiterate, his face twisting with anger. Yang, trying to ease the situation, stepped in and nervously explained that Zhang Long hated being called illiterate, as it was a sore spot for him, considering it was true. Without warning, Zhang Long kicked Yang aside, silencing him as he continued to focus his anger on Zhu Shuo. He threatened Zhu Shuo, saying that if he didn't buy a truckload of goods, he wouldn't be leaving the warehouse in one piece. Zhu Shuo, not backing down, pulled out his phone and told Zhang Long to stop pulling on his collar, asking him for the account details so he could make the payment. Moments later, Zhu Shuo transferred $1 million to Zhang Long's account, leaving the bully stunned as he stared at the transaction details. Zhang Long was baffled, not expecting to see such a large sum of money come through. Zhu Shuo then calmly informed him that he was there to purchase $5 million worth of goods and instructed Zhang Long to load the trucks with what he needed, promising to pay the remaining balance when the goods were ready. When Zhang Long asked what kinds of goods he was looking for, Zhu Shuo replied that he wanted rice, salt, and any other food or drinkable supplies. He wasn't picky, he wanted it all. A sly grin spread across Zhang Long's face as he told Zhu Shuo to follow him into the warehouse. Unknown to Zhu Shuo, Shan had a plan to sell him a batch of nearly expired goods. Inside, the warehouse was filled with barrels and crates of various supplies, and Shan offered to give Zhu Shuo a 10% discount if he bought the entire batch, hoping to offload the soon-to-expire items. Zhu Shuo, however, wasn't easily fooled. He inspected one of the crates, picking up a bag and examining it closely. He quickly realized that most of the goods were close to expiration, except for the outermost layers. Yong Tao, impressed, called Zhu Shuo sharp for catching on to Shang's scheme. Shang, surprised that Zhu Shuo had figured it out, tried to save face by offering him a 50% discount. Zhu Shuo, uninterested in bargaining further, told him that he was only using the $5 million to purchase the best quality goods. He added that he had other plans for the nearly expired goods, which left Shang confused. Zhu Shuo agreed to take the expiring goods at the 50% discount, but with the condition that the payment would be made a month later. Shang, curious, asked what would happen if the goods expired before he was paid. But Zhu Shuo assured him that if that happened, he would mortgage his house to cover it. Yong Tao, sensing Shang's confusion, leaned in and told him that even the nearly expired goods would be worth a fortune in a few days, which made Shang break into a cold sweat. Visibly shaken, Shang nervously asked what Zhu Shuo meant, but Zhu Shuo brushed off the question, telling him to just deliver the goods and that he would send the delivery address later. As Zhu Shuo left to take a phone call about selling his house, he told Shang he had other business to handle and exited the warehouse. After Zhu Shuo left, Yong Tao, still rattled, asked Shang if they had been scammed. Shang, however, was more bewildered by how well Zhu Shuo seemed to be doing, despite his unremarkable family background. Back at home, Zhu Shuo was greeted by Grandpa Li, who handed him a bag of cash as a deposit for the house. The old man agreed to Zhu Shuo's terms of leaving within 3 months and asked to sign the contract right away. Zhu Shuo, somewhat amused, commented on how Li hadn't even inspected the house before making the deposit. Curious, Zhu Shuo asked why Li was so desperate to buy the house. The old man, with a sad expression, explained that his granddaughter needed to transfer schools and they urgently required the house for residency. He had been searching the area, but Zhu Shuo's house was the only one for sale, and he pleaded with him not to back out of the deal. Zhu Shuo teased Li, asking if he wasn't afraid that he might raise the price after hearing his story. Li's face turned pale. He explained that buying the house would drain his family's entire savings, but Zhu Shuo reassured him that he wouldn't back out of the deal. After they signed the contract, Li was visibly relieved, knowing his granddaughter wouldn't end up homeless. As Li left, bowing in gratitude, Zhu Shuo thought to himself that the old man's kindness and honesty would be his downfall during the apocalypse. Before he left, Zhu Shuo stopped him and asked for his current address. The following day, Zhu Shuo returned to the construction site to check on the progress. The construction manager immediately asked for the next batch of funds, but Zhu Shuo told him the transfer would happen soon. The manager showed him around, explaining that the building was 70 to 80% complete. He pointed out the reinforced walls and doors, assuring Zhu Xiu that they would be impenetrable. Zhu Xiu inquired about the warehouse, and the manager confirmed it had been cleaned and was ready for use. Pleased, Zhu Xiu called Cheng, telling him to deliver the goods. Soon, workers began unloading the supplies into the warehouse. The workers were enthusiastic as they were being paid well for their labor despite their otherwise difficult lives. As they worked, they marveled at how the place seemed like a fortress, commenting on how rich people really valued their lives. Zhu Xiu directed them to store the perishable goods separately, ensuring everything was organized. After a long day, the workers left, and Zhu Xiu stood in front of his tower of supplies, satisfied with the work. The system informed him that he had completed the task of acquiring 10 years' worth of supplies and rewarded him with 20 points. As Zhu Xiu browsed the system store, he saw a new item, a box that would grant him an awakening ability. Excited, Zhu Xiu purchased the box, gaining the ability known as Mind's Eye, which allowed him to sense hostility or harmful intent from others. He smiled, knowing it was a vital skill during the early days of the apocalypse, allowing him to distinguish between friend and foe. The system then presented him with his next task, arming himself. With a grin, Zhu Xiu said that this was exactly what he had planned to do next. It was nighttime at the black market, and vendors and customers filled the streets, looking to get their hands on all sorts of shady items. Most of the crowd, unaware of the impending apocalypse, eagerly sought to grab something valuable. Zhu Xiu strolled through the market, overhearing snippets of conversations. Customers debated whether items were genuine or fake, while vendors, tired of constant haggling, had strained expressions, trying to maintain their composure amidst the chaos. As Zhu Xiu walked, his attention was drawn to a particularly annoying scene. A customer was aggressively haggling, trying to lower the price of an item from 2,000 to 300. When Zhu Xiu turned to see who it was, he wasn't surprised to find it was Lai Shooting, the obnoxious man he already despised. Shooting, true to form, was behaving like a cheapskate, even threatening to leave if he didn't get the item at his desired price. The vendor, trying to avoid further drama, reluctantly agreed to the absurd offer just to get Shooting to stop yelling. Zhu Xiu watched Shooting closely, irritated by his cheap and boastful behavior. Shifting his focus away from Shooting, Zhu Xiu's attention was drawn to a nearby display of swords and machetes. Each blade looked deadly sharp, capable of slicing through anything with ease. As he inspected the blades, Zhu Xiu realized he wasn't the only one captivated by the weapons. Several passers-by also admired the collection. Smiling, Zhu Xiu approached the vendor and began examining the blades up close, handling them with the confidence of someone who had experience. He asked the vendor if he had anything more formidable. The vendor, slightly annoyed, sarcastically pointed him to a knife sharpener, suggesting Zhu Xiu could make any blade harder by sharpening it himself. Still not satisfied, Zhu Xiu insisted that he needed something sturdier. The vendor, now clearly irritated, asked if Zhu Xiu was there to cause trouble. But just as the tension escalated, the vendor's phone buzzed with a credit alert. Zhu Xiu had transferred a large sum of money, catching the vendor by surprise and making him realize how serious Zhu Xiu was. The vendor's tone softened, and Zhu Xiu, with a smirk, told him to relax. He wasn't there to mess around. The vendor, now intrigued, asked his assistant to watch the stall and directed Zhu Xiu to a more private location, leading him to what looked like an ordinary house. The vendor told Zhu Xiu that they could talk business away from prying eyes. Once inside, the vendor revealed a collection of homemade guns. It was enough firepower to kill small animals, but still not what Zhu Xiu was looking for. The vendor, sensing his dissatisfaction, showed him a replica revolver, but Zhu Xiu was far from impressed, seeing right through the vendor's attempt to sell him cheap knockoffs. Frustrated, Zhu Xiu reminded the vendor that the 200,000 yuan he had transferred was just a down payment. He was serious about spending 2 million on quality weapons. The vendor, now realizing the gravity of Zhu Xiu's request, hesitated, asking what Zhu Xiu did for a living to need such an arsenal. Zhu Xiu brushed off the question, stating that his subordinates usually handled such details and the vendor didn't need to concern himself with specifics. Sensing the weight of the situation, the vendor locked the doors and windows, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard. In a hushed voice, he admitted that Zhu Xiu had come to the right person and promised to supply what he needed. He gave Zhu Xiu an address and instructions to come back 2 nights later with cash to finalize the deal. As Zhu Xiu left the building, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. It was none other than Shooting. Shooting, oblivious to the situation, commented on how Zhu Xiu must have come into some money recently, mocking him for ignoring He Jing and implying that Zhu Xiu was selling off family heirlooms. Zhu Xiu, unbothered by the insults, saw this as the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired mind's eye ability. Activating it, Huge Hue saw blue flames surround his vision, revealing icons above the heads of the vendor and shooting. The vendor's icon indicated neutrality, but shooting showed hostility, confirming he was indeed an enemy. Pleased with the ability's effectiveness, Huge Hue mocked shooting, suggesting he had probably bought fake goods to win over He-Jang. Infuriated, shooting didn't deny it but couldn't retaliate either. The vendor, now firmly on Jushuo's side after the hefty payment, offered to deal with shooting while Jushuo went about his business. Jushuo told him not to kill the man. He had plans for shooting later, but for now, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. As shooting's goons approached, he tried to act tough, but it was no use. The vendor swung a baton, and shooting's bravado vanished. Crumbled as he begged for mercy. The arms dealer and his men gave him a brutal beating, leaving him vowing revenge against Jushuo for the humiliation. 2 nights later, under the cover of darkness, Jushuo stood in his warehouse, unveiling the new guns delivered by the vendor. His system notified him that the task of acquiring weapons was complete, rewarding him with 10 points. As an additional bonus, Jushuo was given 2 physical enhancement potions, though they resembled syringes rather than traditional potions. Jushuo smirked, knowing the system was pushing him to enhance his body. Injecting the first potion, Jushuo felt a rush of pain, his eyes rolling back as the strength coursed through him. The average adult male has strength level of 5, but with the potion, Jushuo's strength increased by 40. Eager to test his newfound power, Jushuo grabbed a metal rod, kicked it, and sent it flying into the wall, cracking it on impact. Though impressed with his strength, Jushuo wanted more. He injected the second potion, wincing as the surge of power hit him again. His strength now stood 60 higher than the average person's, and Jushuo was eager to test it further. He stored his new weapons in the space ring, watching as the crate shrank and disappeared inside. With the apocalypse only days away, Jushuo knew there wasn't much time left to prepare. Flashing through his mind was the memory of Grandpa Li, who had mentioned needing the house for his granddaughter. Though Jushuo had been hardened by the cruelty of others, he couldn't completely ignore the old man's predicament. Deciding to help in his own way, Jushuo planned to send some essential supplies to Li, but ultimately, it would be up to the old man to survive or perish in the coming storm. This, Jushuo thought, would be his repayment to Li for funding his survival plans. The following day, a sleek black car pulled into what looked like an old, abandoned neighborhood. Jushuo stepped out of the vehicle and commented that anyone trying to find this dump would need a geekis to navigate. He made his way up to the top floor where Grandpa Li lived to deliver the supplies. Looking around, Jushuo thought to himself that the old man must be out of his mind for staying in such a run-down place. Before knocking, Jushuo remembered to take the supplies out of the space ring, avoiding any unnecessary explanations. After arranging the boxes outside, he knocked on the door, and soon Grandpa Li shuffled over to answer. As soon as the door opened, Li began talking about paying his rent by Monday, clearly unaware of who was standing in front of him. It was obvious the old man wasn't fully alert. A few moments later, Li's eyes lit up with recognition when he realized it was Jushuo at the door. In disbelief, Li asked what all the boxes were for. Jushuo brushed off the question and told him they needed to move the boxes inside quickly and quietly to avoid the nosy neighbors. Jushuo ended up doing most of the heavy lifting. The old man marveled at how young people like Jushuo had such stamina, but it was clear that just moving a single box merely exhausted him. When they finished moving the boxes inside, Jushuo inspected the room and door to make sure everything was secure. While checking the place, Jushuo told Li to pay attention to what he was about to say. He continued, explaining that the supplies should last him for about half a year. Li barely acknowledged his words, his eyes landing on a picture of himself with a beautiful, brown-haired young woman. Jushuo instantly recognized her as Main Shanshan, someone he had been with in his past life. Curious, Jushuo asked if the woman in the picture was Li's granddaughter. Li, surprised that Jushuo knew her name, asked how he had found out, as he had never mentioned her before. Jushuo's expression darkened as he asked where Shanshan was. Li explained that Shanshan was still in their hometown studying, but she would come around once they moved into Jushuo's house. Jushuo's mind flashed back to memories of his past life. He recalled how Shanshan had cried about feeling like a burden to her grandfather. He also remembered how Grandpa Li had risked his life to rescue Shanshan from a captured high school, only to lose his life afterward. Determined to change the outcome this time, Jushuo vowed to protect both of them. He was resolved to survive and be with Shanshan, making sure those tragic events didn't repeat. Without hesitation, Jushuo told Li that they wouldn't be moving to a new house anymore. Li looked shocked, as if Zhu Zhu had gone mad, and pleaded with him to reconsider, but Zhu Zhu cut him off, explaining that the world would collapse the next day and humanity would soon be thrown into chaos. The house in Shanshan's school wouldn't matter when the apocalypse hit. Li looked at Zhu Zhu with utter confusion, wondering if the boy had completely lost his mind. Frustrated, Zhu Zhu realized that explaining the apocalypse to someone like Li was a losing battle. He decided to shift tactics, describing the hunger and desperation that would follow the collapse. He thought that if anyone could understand hunger, it would be a poor man like Li. Zhu Zhu spoke of how people would suffer during a famine. But Li, trapped in his peaceful worldview, couldn't believe such a tragedy could occur. Realizing words weren't enough, Zhu Zhu took out his space ring, and quickly sucked all the supplies back into it. Li was left speechless, watching as everything disappeared. The old man stammered, calling it dark magic. Zhu Zhu, now radiating power, declared that he had superpowers and could see the future. He made it clear that he wanted to survive, and that he wanted Shanshan to live as well, implying they would have a future together. He then commanded that from now on, everything would be done his way and Li would have no choice but to obey. With time running out, Zhu Zhu demanded that Li tell him where Shanshan's school was. They left the apartment, got into Zhu Zhu's car, and sped toward the school, though Li still looked at Zhu Zhu like he was completely insane. When they arrived, Zhu Zhu asked if Li knew which class and dormitory Shanshan was in. Thankfully, Li remembered, and they rushed inside, knowing time was of the essence. Meanwhile, Shanshan found herself cornered by a group of jealous girls. They were bullying her over a boy's attention, falsely accusing her of stealing him from them. Bruised and overwhelmed, Shanshan tried to explain that the boy's interest in her was one-sided, but the girls were too blinded by jealousy to listen. Instead of resolving the issue rationally, the girls resorted to pulling Shanshan's hair and kicking her, taking out their frustrations on her. She tried to plead with them, but they wouldn't stop. As one of the girls yanked on her hair, a voice called out, interrupting their bullying. The girls turned, unimpressed, until they saw Grandpa Li and Zhu Zhu standing there. One of the bullies recognized Li and mockingly called him useless. Shanshan, stunned to see her grandfather, asked why he was there. Instead of answering her, Li shouted for the bullies to release his granddaughter while Zhu Zhu stood behind him, ready to step in. The rest of the bullies, armed with knives and bats, approached, telling the old man to mind his own business. The leader stepped forward, but Li rushed at him, scolding him for being disrespectful. As the situation escalated, another bully aimed a bat at Li's neck, ready to strike. But before the blow landed, Zhu Zhu intervened, catching the bat and saving Li from serious harm. Zhu Zhu mocked the thugs for resorting to crime at such a young age, but the bullies dismissed him, thinking he was just another weakling. They had no idea what they were in for. With a powerful kick, Zhu Zhu sent one of the bullies flying, surprising the group. Realizing Zhu Zhu wasn't as weak as he seemed, they tried to gang up on him, but he remained unfazed. With his enhanced strength and reflexes, Zhu Zhu easily dodged their attacks and knocked them out one by one. The final thug lunged at him with a dagger, but Zhu Zhu effortlessly avoided the strike and brought the thug to the ground. The girls, now terrified, trembled as they asked Zhu Zhu what he planned to do with them. He slowly advanced towards the group of bullies and began smacking them around without hesitation. One of the girls, shocked by the slap she received, was in disbelief that he would dare raise his hand against a woman. Zhu Zhu, she wasn't a woman at all. Another girl had her hair yanked. She screamed in panic, begging Zhu Zhu to let her go. Without warning, he pulled out a knife and pressed it against her neck. Her eyes filled with tears as she shakily asked what he was planning to do. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhu brought the blade across her neck, leaving the others in stunned silence. For a moment, it seemed like he had taken her life, a devilish look crossing his face as he relished the fear he saw. Shanshan and the other girls were paralyzed with shock, unable to believe what had just happened. But then, the girl dropped to her knees in tears, because Zhu Zhu had only cut off her hair, leaving her humiliated but unharmed. To her, losing her long hair felt like the worst fate she could have imagined. She screamed at Zhu Zhu in a rage, cursing him for daring to cut it, saying she would never forgive him. Zhu Zhu looked down at her with an air of superiority, telling her that long hair would only weigh her down in the days ahead. She was too furious to process his words, but Zhu Zhu assured her that in a few days, she would understand. He added that her short hair might even save her life when things got bad. With the bullies dealt with, Zhu Zhu turned to Meng Shanshan and her grandfather, telling them it was time to leave. Shanshan, still confused, asked where they were going. A short while later, they all got into the car and headed off. As they drove, Shanshan was stunned to hear that she wouldn't be going back to school. Grandpa Li explained that a massive famine was coming and school would be irrelevant when survival was at stake. Shanshan tried to make sense of what her grandfather was saying while Zhu Xiu drove with a sly grin. On the other hand, Shanshan thought her grandfather had fallen for a scam, assuming the old man had been duped. She even asked him how much money he had lost in this so-called scam. Grandpa Li tried to convince her that it was real, but their argument continued as Zhu Xiu quietly revolted in having Shanshan with him again. Finally, Zhu Xiu interrupted, explaining that he was the one who had warned her grandfather about the famine and that it wasn't a scam. Shanshan, surprised that Zhu Xiu had spoken, nervously asked who he was. Zhu Xiu introduced himself, telling her she could call him Brother Yang. Grateful for his help, Shanshan thanked Zhu Xiu for putting Sunhee and her gang of bullies in their place. Zhu Xiu told her not to waste any energy worrying about those idiots because they didn't have long to live. Confused, Shanshan asked what he meant, and whether there really was a famine coming. Zhu Xiu clarified that the famine was just a simplified way to explain things to Grandpa Li's deteriorating mind. Shanshan was relieved to hear that, but was soon disappointed when Zhu Xiu revealed the truth. It wasn't a famine, but an apocalypse that was on the horizon. Shocked, Shanshan repeated the word apocalypse in disbelief. Zhu Xiu nodded, and told her to check her phone for news or short videos. He promised that if things were going as expected, signs of the apocalypse would already be showing. Nervously, Shanshan pulled out her phone, and found a news report about a rabies-infected person biting people like a crazed animal. The footage showed officers struggling to contain the infected person, who looked more like a rabid beast than a human. More reports followed, describing a strange, foul-smelling smog spreading across various regions. The sounds of chaos and screams filled her phone as Shanshan scrolled through more stories about people being attacked and bitten. Fear washed over her, and she couldn't believe what she was seeing. In disbelief, she looked at Zhu Xiu, who calmly explained that these were just the first signs of the apocalypse. Still in shock, Shanshan stupidly asked if it was really happening, even after all the evidence on her phone. Zhu Xiu continued, saying that by the next day, a toxic smog would cover several provinces, including Province B, and it would affect all living creatures. Slowly but surely, a significant number of humans would turn into zombies, and society would crumble into chaos. Those who tried to run would soon find their efforts futile, as the zombies would eventually catch up and turn them into one of their own. Zhu Xiu added that Shanshan should at least be familiar with what zombies were. Of course, she understood the concept, but the reality of it all was hard to swallow. The idea that her school life had been abruptly cut off only to be replaced by talk of an apocalypse was the last thing she had expected. As they sat in a traffic jam, Zhu Xiu reassured her that she would believe everything soon enough. While they were stuck in the stalled traffic, Grandpa Li grew worried and asked Zhu Xiu what they would do if the zombies reached them, while they were stuck in the car. Zhu Xiu replied that it wasn't that urgent yet, but began to think about the possibility of an outbreak happening right there. As he pondered this, a reckless driver tried to cut in front of Zhu Xiu's car. Annoyed, Zhu Xiu blocked him but then hit the brakes suddenly, nearly sending Shanshan and Grandpa Li flying into the windshield. Zhu Xiu was furious that the driver had tried to cut into the emergency lane without using a signal. He wasn't about to let the fool get away with such idiocy, so he started driving like a man possessed. The driver kept trying to push his way in, but Zhu Xiu wasn't having it. The man pulled up beside them, shouting and cursing at Zhu Xiu, but he ignored him. Grandpa Li, ever cautious, suggested that they let it go, as the man seemed like someone with wealth and power. But Zhu Xiu wasn't worried. He was prepared to handle whatever the reckless driver might try. After nearly an hour stuck in traffic, the cars began to move, but the driver from earlier still tried to get ahead of them. Shanshan warned Zhu Xiu to be careful, but he was already enraged, ready to teach the idiot a lesson. Despite Grandpa Li's pleas not to stoop to the level of the reckless driver, Zhu Xiu was determined to show him no mercy. Finally, Zhu Xiu managed to break free, causing the reckless driver to swerve and nearly crash by the side of the road. The man got out of his car, cursing and swearing that he waved Zhu Xiu's car's license plate reported to the police. He was clearly some spoiled rich brat who had never faced consequences for his actions. That night, Zhu Xiu returned to his newly acquired safe house. As he and his companion stepped out of the car, Grandpa Li and Shanshan were awestruck by the sheer size of the place. Shanshan even remarked that it felt a bit excessive. He told them both to get some rest, warning that the days ahead would be much tougher. The next morning, Zhu Xiu stood by a large window, sipping on a cup of hot coffee. Shanshan emerged from her room, yawning and stretching, commenting that it had been a long time since she had slept so well. For once, she didn't have to rush out of bed like she was in boot camp for early morning classes. Liu Xiu was pleased to see she had rested. Liu Xiu asked if she wanted to join him on a tour of the fortress. As they toured the grounds, Liu Xiu explained the fortress's features. The walls were made of reinforced concrete, and the gate, controlled remotely, was built from solid steel. It would take heavy artillery to break in, ensuring that neither zombies nor regular humans could easily gain access. Liu Xiu emphasized that no one else was allowed into the fortress without his permission. Aside from the three of them, Shanshan asked if they would let any survivors they encounter die rather than help them. Liu Xiu ignored the question, beckoning her to follow him, explaining that people's true intentions would be unpredictable during the apocalypse. He warned that being overly kind would lead to betrayal, as humanity's darker side would inevitably emerge. They continued to the back of the building, reaching what Liu Xiu called the buffer zone. The area was enormous, filled with crates and a small shelter-like building. Liu Xiu explained that if survivors showed up while he was away, they could stay in the buffer zone temporarily, but they would not be permitted into the main fortress until he returned. Next, he led them to the food storage area, stating that in an apocalypse, food was the most crucial resource. He explained how food supplies would be rationed to last as long as possible. As they entered the food warehouse, Liu Xiu paused and looked back at Lai and Shanshan. He activated his mind's eye ability, checking to see if they were genuinely loyal to him. The two of them stood there looking confused as they had no idea what Liu Xiu was doing. But Liu Xiu saw happy emojis hovering over their heads, a sign that both of them fully trusted him. It was his first time seeing this indicator, reassuring him that they had complete faith in him. Afterward, Liu Xiu retrieved a weapons crate from his space ring, and emphasized that while food was vital, weapons were even more important during the apocalypse. Lei and Shanshan were visibly shocked when they each picked up a shotgun and crossbow. The seriousness of the situation was slowly sinking in. Lei, with a clueless look on his face, vowed to keep the weapon secure. With this task complete, the system notified Liu Xiu that he had completed his mission to reunite with Shanshan. It then directed him to find and rescue his former companion, Jian Kai. Liu Xiu was surprised to learn that the system was bringing his old comrades back together. As he stared out the window, a giant arrow appeared, pointing in the direction of Kai's location. It was a helpful guide. As Liu Xiu had been worried about how to track down his friend without wasting any time, he rushed out, telling Lai and Shanshan to remember everything he had taught them and to stick to his instructions. Shanshan asked where he was going, and Liu Xiu simply said he was off to recruit more allies to strengthen their group. Meanwhile, across the city at a karaoke bar, a group of scruffy-looking men were enjoying a boozy night out. Their table was overflowing with drinks, as they belted out tunes. Two of the men excused themselves to head to the restroom, one fat guy helping his clearly inebriated gray-haired friend. The fat guy told his friend to take it easy, and not choke. The gray-haired guy, trying to keep his balance, told his friend he'd pack something to take home. After finishing up in the restroom, the two men headed back to their group. The gray-haired guy accidentally bumped into a girl walking with her boyfriend. He apologized, but the boyfriend, looking for a chance to show off, kicked him and told him to watch where he was going. The gray-haired man went flying across the floor, and his fat friend rushed to check if he was okay. That gray-haired man was Jian Kai, the very person Liu Xiu was searching for. Kai's friend angrily shouted at the bully for kicking his friend over a simple mistake. The bully, feeling insulted, grabbed the fat guy by the collar and hoisted him up, daring him to speak again. Jian Kai, trying to defuse the situation, begged the man not to hit his friend, apologizing for the misunderstanding. Just then, a sickly-looking waiter stumbled out of the restroom, still recovering from an upset stomach. He saw the commotion and tried to calm things down, but the bully only felt more disrespected. The man told the waiter that even his boss wouldn't dare grab his clothes, yet here he was, pulling a stunt. The underpaid waiter told Jian Kai and his friend to leave, assuring them he'd handle the situation. The bully, not satisfied, demanded the waiter call his boss, threatening to shut down the entire karaoke bar. Jian Kai and his friend hurried back to their table, where their companions asked if they had been chased by dog. Jian Kai explained that they had run into a drunk fool who was looking for trouble. But thankfully, the waiter had stepped in before things got worse. One of the guys, angry that the fat friend hadn't fought back, shouted that their mechanical engineering class had never backed down from a fight. He threatened to call in reinforcements to deal with the thug, but Jian Kai told him to stop showing off. They were close to graduating, and getting involved in a brawl was the last thing they needed. He urged everyone to just enjoy the music and forget about the incident. Unfortunately for them, the thug soon returned with more of his lackeys, and the battered waiter, who now looked barely conscious. Jiankai and his friends froze in shock as the thug ordered his goons to teach them a lesson. The group was rounded up and forced to kneel with their hands behind their heads. The waiter was trembling from the pain while the hot-headed friend tried to speak but was silenced with a bottle smashed over his head. Blood began to pour from his scalp as Jiankai screamed his friend's name, Chun Chong. Meanwhile, Yu Hu arrived at the karaoke bar, unaware of the chaos inside. The staff at the entrance welcomed him in, and Yu Hu muttered to himself that it was ridiculous his friends were wasting time singing when the world was about to end. While the music blared and the club lights spun wildly, Chun Chong lay bleeding heavily from his head after one of the thugs smashed a bottle over him. The thug still held the shattered glass, ready for another strike as Jiankai desperately called out to his injured friend. Meanwhile, the thug who had started the whole ordeal turned to his female companion with a grin, hoping she'd be pleased by his show of bravado. But instead of gratitude, the girl seemed more annoyed than anything, focusing on her nails and asking him what there was to feel good about. He shifted his focus to Jiankai, gripping the broken bottle as he slowly approached him. In the background, Chun Chong, who was still reeling from his injury, grabbed an ashtray, intending to use it against the thug. But before he could strike, the other goons restrained him. One of them sneered, mocking Chun Chong for his pitiful attempt to fight back. With rage boiling inside him, the thug raised another bottle and smashed it over Chun Chong's already bleeding head. Wine splattered across the room, and shards of glass flew everywhere. Chun Chong slumped to the ground, unconscious, as his friends looked on in shock and horror. Jiankai and the fat guy charged at the leader, determined to knock him out, while another friend stood back, gripping a baseball bat, ready to strike. Meanwhile, one of the waiters, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, began to shake uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his body, and purple veins began to bulge from his skin, particularly on his back and forehead. It was as if something monstrous was stirring inside him. As the brawl continued, Jiankai threw punches, managing to dodge some attacks while keeping others at bay. But the waiter's transformation was nearing its peak. His eyes turned completely white, and blood dripped from them, as he drooled uncontrollably like a starving beast. The newly turned zombie let out a feral roar, and charged at the group with inhuman speed. He grabbed one of the thugs and effortlessly pinned him down, showing a terrifying display of strength. Without hesitation, the zombie bit into the thug's flesh, causing him to scream in agony. The girl, who had been indifferent to the chaos moments before, shrieked in horror as she watched the zombie tear into the thug's flesh. One by one, the thugs tried to pull the zombie off, but his strength was overwhelming. They hadn't yet realized that they were no longer dealing with a human. After finishing his first victim, the zombie turned to another thug and lunged at him. The second thug cursed at the zombie, calling him a rabid dog, but his insults did nothing to stop the onslaught. The zombie knocked him to the ground, sinking his teeth deep into the thug's arm. As the thug screamed in pain, trying to escape, a hand suddenly appeared behind the zombie's neck. Yu Huo had arrived, and with his enhanced strength, he lifted the zombie off the thug as if it weighed nothing. The rest of the room fell silent. Stunned by Yu Huo's superhuman display, with cold fury in his eyes, Yu Huo smashed the zombie's face into the glass wall, pressing its head against the shards, which slowly cut into its flesh. He turned to the others, and ordered them to stop, his voice carrying an unmistakable authority. The thug who had been bitten looked up at Yu Huo in disbelief. He muttered that the zombie was as strong as a monster, and couldn't comprehend how Yu Huo had subdued it so easily. Despite his amazement, the thug leader, still in denial about the danger they were in, demanded to know who Yu Huo was. Yu Huo ignored the thug leader's question and turned his attention to Jiankai, asking if he had been bitten. Jian reassured him that he hadn't, though he was puzzled by Yu Huo's sudden concern. Yu Huo didn't waste time explaining. With a serious expression, he told Jiang that they needed to leave immediately. They didn't have the luxury to waste any more time. Just as Jiankai was about to follow, the thug leader grabbed him, insisting that their fight wasn't over. Meanwhile, the thug who had been bitten on the shoulder began to cough and complain of dizziness. His boss, thinking it was just a cold, asked what was wrong. But Yu Huo, knowing better, had already figured out what was happening. He could see the purple veins spreading across the thug's skin and knew it was too late for him. Yu Huo asked if the thug had been bitten, still holding the now subdued zombie by the neck. The thug, confused, admitted that he had been bitten but didn't understand why it mattered. As he struggled with the pain, Yu Huo calmly pointed out that the bite was responsible for his current state. As the thug leader demanded answers, Yu Huo turned and dragged the zombie toward the door. Without a word, he tossed the infected creature outside and quickly shut the door behind it. The zombie pounded on the door, desperate to get back in, but Juju was relieved to know that zombies were too dumb to figure out how to open doors. For now, they were safe. Dusting off his hands, Juju faced the group, who were still staring at him in bewilderment. They were clearly waiting for him to explain what had just happened. He turned to Jian Kai and asked which of the thugs he should take out first. Jiang, still trying to process everything, asked Juju if they knew each other. The thug leader, seeing himself being ignored, charged at Juju, furious. But before the thug could land a punch, Juju swiftly grabbed him by the head and slammed him to the ground, knocking him out cold. Another thug, the one who had been bitten on the shoulder, rushed at Juju, shouting curses. But Juju, unfazed, delivered a powerful punch to the thug's face, breaking his nose and sending him crashing to the floor. As the thug lay there convulsing, the infection rapidly overtook his body, causing him to shake violently. One thug knelt beside his convulsing friend, completely unaware that the mutation had already begun. Meanwhile, feeling like he just chugged 10 cans of Red Bull, Juju taunted the remaining thugs, daring anyone else to challenge him. After everything calmed down, Juju turned to Jian Kai and told him to take his friend and wait for him outside the private room. He and the fat friend slowly lifted Jian Kai, who was still out cold, and carried him out of the room. Meanwhile, the thug leader and his crew tried to make their exit as well, carrying their injured friend to the door. But as they reached the doorway, Juju stepped in front of them, blocking their way. The leader looked confused and annoyed, asking Juju what he thought he was doing. Juju gave the thug a hard stare, remarking that he must have had too much to drink if he had forgotten his place. He reminded the leader that he had almost gotten his friend killed, but the leader only grew more irritated. The thug ordered Juju to get out of his way, his tone growing more hostile by the second. Juju had reached his limit. Without saying another word, he pushed the thug back, his eyes going blank as if he had flipped a switch. The leader cursed him out, threatening to kill him for what he'd just done. Before the thug could get back up, Juju stepped out of the room, locking the door behind him. Inside, the thug screamed at the top of his lungs, demanding the door be opened, promising he would tear Juju apart. Little did he know, his real enemy was now inside the room with him. The goon who had been bitten on the shoulder had finally succumbed to the mutation. His eyes were bloodshot, and whatever humanity he once had was now completely gone. The other thugs, still oblivious to what was happening, tried to restrain him, confused by his sudden aggression. Outside, Juju stood still, listening to the chaos erupting behind the door. The sounds of panic, screaming, and thumping filled the room as the newly turned zombie began his rampage. One of the staff members approached Juju cautiously, asking if everything was all right and if any help was needed. Juju calmly told the man to lock the door and not let anyone inside, no matter what. He also instructed him to call the police and the hospital, explaining that there was a patient with rabid flu in the room. The worker froze, fear written across his face at the mention of the flu. Juju's tone grew harsher as he yelled at the worker to get on with it, snapping him back to reality. The worker fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking as he tried to secure the lock. Meanwhile, Juju walked away, joining Jian Kai and the others who were carrying the unconscious Chun Chong. As they made their way out, the worker hesitated, hearing the terrifying sounds from inside the room. Another staff member approached, curious about the commotion, and the first worker told him about Juju's mention of the rabid flu. The second worker didn't fully believe him, but they both knew something was very wrong. They rushed to the security room to check the surveillance cameras, hoping to see what was happening inside. When they finally arrived, they were met with horror on the screens. The security guard monitoring the footage couldn't believe his eyes. The once human thugs had all transformed into mindless zombies, feasting on each other like animals. The workers quickly called the police, though it seemed pointless given what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Juju and the group finally reached his car. He told them to get in quickly, warning that the club wasn't safe anymore, and that things were about to escalate. As they drove off into the night, Jian Kai broke the silence, thanking Juju for saving them. He also asked who Juju really was, clearly still shaken by everything that had happened. Juju introduced himself simply, telling them he had been hired to protect them. He added that they didn't need to know who had hired him. One of the guys in the back nervously asked if the rabid flu was real, mentioning how online rumors had dismissed it. Juju, still driving, glanced back and asked if what they had just witnessed seemed fake to him. The guy quickly realized his question was foolish and nervously asked if there was any cure for the flu. Juju sighed and told him that the disaster wasn't going to end anytime soon. Things were only going to get worse, and if they wanted to survive, they needed to follow his lead. Suddenly, they heard a scream outside, causing them to look out the window. They saw a zombie attacking a civilian who was crying for help. The civilian, clearly terrified, kept shouting about the rabid flu, convinced it was the cause of the attack. Xiu explained to the group that what they were seeing was just a small outbreak, still in its early stages. Most of the infected were still in the incubation phase, but it wouldn't take long before the situation spiraled out of control. If they wanted to live, they had to do exactly as Xiu said. No questions asked. Everyone in the car nodded in agreement, except for Chun Chom, who remained blissfully unaware in his unconscious state. As they drove further away from the chaos, Xiu's system notified him that his task had been completed, awarding him an additional 20 points. He eagerly anticipated checking the system store for new items. While driving, he opened the store and scanned the available items, noticing that the post-apocalyptic cultivator box was still there. Deciding it would be useful, he planned to buy all the boxes once they returned to his fortress. Despite the tense atmosphere in the car, Xiu's thoughts were focused on the future and how to further enhance his abilities. He glanced at his new companions, knowing it would be a challenge to gain their complete trust. Flashbacks from his past life played in his mind. He remembered how Jian Kai's entire dorm had been wiped out by zombies, all because of a traitor. Only Jian Kai had survived. And now, Xiu was determined to find the traitor before it was too late. Elsewhere in the city, Xiao King was on the phone, speaking sweetly to someone. She asked when the supplies she was promised would arrive, complaining about how chaotic things had gotten. The person on the other end assured her they would deliver soon. But before the conversation could continue, there was a loud knock at her door. Startled, she quickly ended the call and looked through the peephole. It was her friend, the same one who had tried to cozy up to Xiu earlier. Relieved, Xiao King opened the door and scolded her friend for scaring her with such a loud knock. Her friend, however, didn't care about the complaint and got straight to the point. She told Hijing that Old Lu from the first floor had been taken away by the police that morning. Shocked, Hijing asked how it happened, and her friend explained that the police and an ambulance had arrived earlier. Hijing realized this must have been the reason for the chaos she had noticed earlier. Her friend believed the rabid flu rumors were real, and warned that the situation was getting serious. She then asked Hijing if Lai Shooting had delivered the supplies he had promised. But Hijing seemed annoyed, doubting that he had been any help, so her friend suggested calling him to convince him that Xiu had a large stockpile of supplies. She told Hijing that with Xiu's resources, they could be in for a big payday. Confused, Hijing asked how her friend knew about this. Her friend revealed that she had one of her lackeys keep tabs on Xiu after she had been kicked out of his place. She had discovered that trucks were delivering supplies to Xiu's fortress regularly. Hijing was furious, suspecting that Xiu had known about the pandemic in advance. Her friend encouraged her to make the most of the situation by calling Lai Shooting and striking a deal. The car sped into the fortress, and Xiu along with his companions climbed out. Jian Kai couldn't hide his amazement at the sheer size of the fortress. Xiu chuckled, saying that was the usual reaction people had when seeing it for the first time. At the same time, Shanshan and Grandpa Lai came outside to greet them. Li looked relieved that Xiu was back safely, and Shanshan asked if he was doing okay. Xiu reassured them not to worry, saying he was fine, and introduced the newcomers. He explained that Jian Kai and his classmates would now be part of their group. Shanshan warmly welcomed them, trusting Xiu's judgment that they would make good companions. Xiu then asked Grandpa Lai to show their new allies around the fortress and go over the rules. Li agreed and began leading them on a tour. One of Jian Kai's friends, the fat guy with glasses, nervously commented that the fortress felt like something out of northern Myanmar, making the place feel intense. Another guy wearing a white jacket called for everyone's attention. He boldly asked Xiu if they could have weapons so they could help defend the fortress. Xiu, suspicious of the request, hesitated to respond. Another classmate, Heming, then stepped in, urging the guy not to be so eager for weapons, reminding him they had only just arrived and needed to gain trust first. Xiu nodded, saying they would get weapons soon but needed to settle in first. He noticed Jian Kai was still unconscious and instructed them to take him to the medical room for treatment, as his injuries looked serious. Jian Kai and the rest headed inside to clean up and rest. Yiming, still suspicious, pulled the fat friend, Fourth, aside and asked why he stopped him from pushing harder to get weapons earlier. Yiming believed that if not for the interruption, they could already be armed. Fourth was confused by Yiming's impatience. Yiming complained about their situation, saying it felt like they were under house arrest. Fourth reminded him that Xiu had saved them, so they owed him their trust. But Yiming, still dissatisfied, questioned Xiu's motives, wondering if they were being told the whole story. He pointed out that Jiankai was in a secure medical room and suggested Zhu might have darker plans, like harvesting Jiankai's organs. Yiming suggested they strike first, saying it was better than being betrayed. Fourth tried to reason with him, warning that betraying Zhu would mean turning against their savior. But Yiming, with a cold gleam in his eyes, declared that he would rather betray the world than let it betray him. He hinted at seizing control of the fortress. Yiming even made crude comments about capturing Chanshan and Grandpa, suggesting they could have some fun with the girl if given the chance. Diankai and Fourth stood frozen, shocked by Yiming's words, unsure how to react. Yiming quickly backtracked, claiming he was only joking, though his tone suggested otherwise. Jiankai, relieved it was just a joke, told Yiming not to scare him like that. Fourth agreed, saying that if Yushu had wanted to harm them, he would have done so already. As they left the room, Yiming muttered to himself, calling them fools who were too weak to plot with. He believed that in times of chaos, only the ruthless could survive, and once he took over, they would be his lackeys. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Grandpa Lai approached Zhu to give him an update. He informed Zhu that Jiankai and his group had settled in and Jiankai was resting in the medical room. Li also mentioned that all the doors and windows had been secured as Zhu instructed. Zhu thanked him and told both Lai and Shanshan to get some rest, warning that no one knew what might happen tomorrow. Before they left, Zhu called them back, remembering something important. He told them to keep a close eye on Jiankai's group, as he suspected there might be a traitor among them. Later that night, Zhu returned to the warehouse to access the system's item shop. One by one, he redeemed supply boxes, each filled with useful items that would aid him in the apocalypse. From food supplies to ammunition, the rewards were plentiful. Zhu stood before the mountain of supplies, remarking that while it wasn't as satisfying as freely spending money, these items would be invaluable in the upcoming resource-scarce world. The next morning, the quiet of the fortress was shattered by the sound of approaching cars. A convoy of flashy vehicles pulled up to the gate, and a man in a suit accompanied by armed thugs stepped out. The man was on the phone, confirming he was at the correct location. After hanging up, the man, revealed to be the same driver from Zhu's earlier road rage incident, ordered his goons to break down the gate. They banged on it repeatedly, but their efforts were futile. One of the lackeys mentioned that the gate seemed to be an inch thick, far too solid to break with their current weapons. Frustrated, the man cursed, questioning why anyone would have such a heavy-duty gate for a regular home. He ordered them to bring out heavier firepower. The thugs began unloading crates from their cars filled with Molotov cocktails. They ignited the bottles and hurled them over the gate, setting the fortress on fire. Flames spread quickly, filling the area with smoke. In a matter of minutes, the entire fortress was engulfed in fire as the thugs continued throwing Molotovs, determined to destroy everything inside. Shanshan, along with Jiankai and his crew, rushed out of the fortress to extinguish the flames, desperate to stop the fire from consuming everything. As they worked to put out the blaze, Shanshan commented that Zhu had been right about everything. Though the full disaster hadn't hit yet, chaos had already begun. Meanwhile, Zhu and Grandpa Lai grabbed their guns and climbed the tower to get a better view of the attackers. From the top, Lai squinted at the group below, saying that one of the men, as well as one of the cars, seemed familiar to him. After a moment, Grandpa Lai's memory clicked. He recognized the man as the crazy driver from the road rage incident they had experienced earlier. One of the goons on the ground spotted movement in the tower and alerted their boss. The crazy driver immediately recognized Zhu and yelled out, calling him a little punk. He demanded Zhu come down and face him, threatening to burn the fortress to ashes. Zhu, however, calmly warned the driver that he had 5 minutes to leave with his men or suffer the consequences. The driver's lackey sneered, calling Zhu a brat and asking if he even knew who their boss was. Undeterred, they were ordered to bring out 2 more crates of Molotov cocktails. Just then, Zhu received a notification from the system. It recognized the crazy driver and his men as a direct threat to the fortress and assigned Zhu the task of eliminating them quickly. Grandpa Lai asked Zhu if they should fire a warning shot to scare them off, but Zhu scoffed at the idea. He explained that these men were true gangsters, committing heinous acts even before society had fully collapsed. Warning shots would be pointless. With determination in his voice, Zhu told Lai that leaving such people alive would only spell more danger for innocents. Without hesitation, Zhu fired his rifle. The first shot hit the crazy driver, severing his arm cleanly, causing him to scream in pain as he clutched the wound. Zhu cursed under his breath, disappointed that he had missed the kill shot, blaming his rustiness after living in relative peace. The goons, realizing Jiu Shuo's group had the advantage with firearms, started panicking and retreated toward their truck. Jiu Shuo prepared to fire again, determined to finish what he started. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, taking down several lackeys before they could escape. The driver and a few of his men managed to get inside the truck, with the driver frantically yelling at them to start the engine before it was too late. Grandpa watched nervously as they attempted to flee, but Jiu Shuo reassured him not to worry. That's why he had chosen the automatic rifle. With precision, Jiu Shuo reloaded and fired relentlessly at the vehicle, shredding it with bullets. Grandpa, standing next to Jiu Shuo, was awestruck by his skill. The smooth way Jiu Shuo reloaded and fired reminded Lai of his own time in the military. But Jiu Shuo was even more proficient. The screams of the goons echoed through the air as the bullets tore through them. No one was left to save them. By the time Jiu Shuo was done, the front of the fortress was littered with bodies, and the cars were up in flames. After securing the area, Jiu Shuo told Grandpa Li to call Jian Kai and the others to clean up the mess. However, a sudden thought crossed Jiu Shuo's mind. Since the full apocalypse hadn't hit yet, he considered using the dead bodies as training material. He figured the corpses could turn into zombies, giving Mang Shanshun and the others some practice. He turned to Grandpa Li and said there was no need to rush the cleanup, telling him he had other plans for them. Later, 2 cars sped down the road toward the fortress. Inside one of the cars was Su Cheng, and he impatiently asked if they were close to their destination. In the back seat were Xiao King and her friend, Xiao Yu, who confirmed they were almost there, and should arrive at the next intersection. Xiao King was irritated by her friend's behavior, especially since she always put on an act when Su Chen was around. Though she knew her friend's intentions, she chose not to confront her just yet. When they reached the fortress, Su Chen decided to park outside, telling Xiao King to message him once she was inside. Xiao King stepped out and told Xiao Yu to come along, which surprised her friend. Xiao Yu complained that her feet were killing her from the high heels and said she couldn't walk much farther. Xiao King adored her excuses, dragging her friend along. Xiao Yu tried to protest, saying her phone was in the car, but Xiao King brushed her off, saying she already had her phone. As the 2 girls walked toward the fortress, Su Chen watched them until they were out of sight. He then made a call, instructing his men to get ready. He ordered them to follow his lead once he gave the signal. In the car behind him, a group of thugs sat waiting for the right moment to strike. Their leader confirmed Su Chen's orders and prepared to unleash chaos. Xiao King and Xiao Yu approached the fortress. Xiao Yu asked why she had been dragged into this mess. Xiao King coldly replied, calling Xiao Yu out on her attempts to cozy up to Jiu Shuo behind her back. Xiao Yu, trying to play an innocent, claimed she was just helping, but Xiao King wasn't buying it. As they got closer to the fortress, Xiao King noticed something strange up ahead. There were wrecked cars and bodies strewn across the entrance. Both girls froze in shock. Xiao Yu, in particular, was terrified, asking if there had been some sort of shootout. She urged Xiao King to turn back, fearing for their safety. However, analyzing the situation, judging by the blood and damage, Xiao King deduced the man had been dead for a while. She began to wonder if rival groups had been fighting over Jiu Shuo's supplies. Xiao King assumed Jiu Shuo must have been killed in the battle but wasn't concerned about his fate. Her focus was on whether the supplies were still intact. Unbeknownst to them, the trunk of the nearby car creaked open, and the reckless driver from before, now in the process of mutating into a zombie, began crawling out. The zombie slowly made its way toward them, ready to strike. Xiao King and Xiao Yu walked up to the massive gates of the fortress, both feeling uneasy about how they were going to get inside. They stood out in the open, exposed, and Xiao Yu mentioned how they couldn't see anything because the gate was sealed tight. With the security looking so intense, Xiao King wondered if Jiu Shuo was still okay. As they fiddled nervously with the gate, a voice suddenly rang out, making them jump in fear. Looking up, they saw Mang Shanshun perched on the top of the fortress, crossbow in hand. She asked who they were and how they knew about the fortress. Xiao Yu quickly claimed they were friends with Jiu Shuo, while Xiao King boldly announced herself as Jiu Shuo's girlfriend. Mang Shanshun, not buying it, called out to Jiu Shuo, saying there were 2 witches outside claiming to know him, and one was even claiming to be his girlfriend. Hearing that, Xiao King got furious, convinced that Jiu Shuo must have moved on to Mang Shanshun. Xiao Yu, trying to keep her cool, told Xiao King to calm down, especially with Shanshun armed with a crossbow. Xiao King confidently replied that Su Cheng had brought pistols, so he'd be able to take down Jiu Shuo once the gates opened. Jiu Shuo finally appeared at the top of the tower, glaring down at them. He addressed them by name, clearly irritated, and demanded to know why they were there. Without hesitation, he used his mind's eye ability to check if they were lying. Xiao Yu tried to play it cool, saying they were just checking in on him given how chaotic things were. Despite her friendly tone, Xiao Yu already knew their true intentions. Laughing sarcastically, he called them out, asking how many people Su Cheng had brought and what weapons they had. The girls froze, completely speechless, wondering how he knew their plan. Before they could even respond, Zhu Xiu fired a warning shot, making it clear he wasn't playing around. Both girls were in shock, unable to believe he actually shot at them. Xiao Yu, trying to keep things calm, urged Xiao King to stay cool, but Xiao King, stubborn as ever, asked why they should be afraid. She wanted to know if Zhu Xiu would really go as far as to shoot them. Zhu Xiu smirked, saying that shooting them would be too easy. There were worse ways to deal with traitors. Things took a turn for the worse when they heard strange noises behind them. Turning around, they saw the mutated zombie emerging from the car trunk. Doubting asked if it was a Renovating. Xiao Du nervously wondered if the flu could bring the dead back to life. Mu Xua watched calmly from above, deciding to let the zombie handle the girls. The zombie roared and rushed toward them. Panicking, Xiao King and Xiao Yu took off running for their lives, getting back to Su Cheng's car and screaming his name. Xiao Bing desperately called for Su Cheng to save her, but it looked like they were out of luck. The tables had turned on them, and fast. Su Cheng, seeing the chaos, was panicked as well. He couldn't believe there were zombies outside the fortress already. Speaking into his walkie-talkie, he ordered his men to turn the cars around and get out of there before the infection spread. His drivers didn't waste any time, quickly speeding away. Xiao King cursed Su Cheng for abandoning her, and Xiao Yu to the zombies. The zombies were closing in fast, and the girls had no chance of reaching the cars. Just when it seemed like it was over for them, Xiao Bing, in a last-ditch move, tossed her hand at Xiao Yu's legs. The strap tangled around her feet, causing her to trip and fall hard onto the pavement. Xiao Yu screamed as she hit the ground. The zombies pounced on her, tearing into her before she could even stand. In her final moments, Xiao Yu saw Xiao King running away and cursed her with her last breath, swearing that Xiao King would never have a peaceful death. But Xiao King, showing no remorse, kept running, her face drenched in sweat, muttering to herself that Xiao Yu had deserved it. From the tower, Zhu Xiu and Main Shanshan watched the whole thing. Zhu Xiu seemed unfazed, but Shanshan was horrified by what she had just seen. The system awarded Zhu Xiu 10 points for neutralizing the threats to his fortress, then gave him a new task: clear out the remaining zombies around the area. Shanshan, still shaken, turned to Zhu Xiu, shocked at how quickly people had turned into zombies. She was overwhelmed by how bad things had already gotten and wondered what the future would look like. Zhu Xiu stayed calm, explaining that the apocalypse had started, alien infections were spreading through the air, and the dead were turning into zombies fast. He also mentioned that even the living, especially those with weaker immune systems, were at risk. Shanshan struggled to take it all in. Zhu Xiu then instructed her to gather everyone for a meeting. She stared at him, amazed at how calm he was in such chaos. A short while later, everyone in the fortress gathered in a room for the meeting. Mang Shanshan locked the door as people took their seats, except for Yiming, who refused to sit and stood with an attitude. Zhu Xiu told everyone that they had to stay inside for the next 2 days, only stepping out if absolutely necessary. He explained that by keeping the windows and doors tightly shut, their bodies could gradually adapt to the infection in the air, reducing the risk of mutation. Jian Kai looked worried, especially for his friend Shun Chong, whose condition was getting worse. Later that night, Shun Chong was lying in bed in the infirmary, clearly in pain. His body had started turning purple in several places, showing early signs of infection. Outside, a chaotic scene unfolded in front of a towering skyscraper with dark smoke swirling around its surface. Business people ran frantically. One man yelled in panic as others rushed toward a yellow taxi. Shan looked out of the window, worry etched on his face, shouting, "It's complete chaos out there." He was observing the danger unfolding. In a tense moment, Shan told a woman and child urgently, "We need to head to the warehouse tonight and bring back what's left of the supplies." He added, "You and our son must stay here, and no matter what, don't open the door for anyone but me." This revealed the urgency and danger of the situation. Determined and tense, Jian Long prepared to leave while his wife held their child protectively. His posture showed the gravity of the moment. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jian Long's face became serious, his expression tense as he turned toward the sound. In the silence, he signaled with a finger to his lips for them to be quiet. His anxious wife held their child close, who covered his mouth. There was a clear threat nearby. Jian Long opened the door slowly, holding a golf club, ready for danger. A voice called out, "Brother Long, are you there?" Jian Long let out a breath of relief, saying, "Oh, it's you." Though he still clutched the golf club, his expression softened. However, as soon as the door was fully opened, a swift kick hit John Long in the chest, sending him stumbling back. Shocked and angry, he shouted, "What the hell?" Several attackers pinned John Long down, restraining him as he struggled against their numbers. More people rushed toward him, suggesting a planned assault. One of the attackers forcefully held him down while the others stood over him, stern and in control. John Long, stunned and feeling betrayed, shouted, "Yong Tao, what's going on? I treated you well." His voice was filled with disbelief and pain. With a smirk, Yong Tao responded, "Treated me well. To you I've always been just a lackey." John Long retorted, "Don't you have any conscience? Without me you wouldn't have saved for your house." Yong Tao stood tall, replying indignantly, "Yeah, you helped a bit, but you've earned more than enough for several homes." He then demanded the keys to John Long's warehouse. Still on the ground, John Long focused on what was most important, gritting his teeth in anger. Yong Tao, smug, still acting stubborn. Confident, he turned away, sure of his victory. Meanwhile, the woman clung to the child, both looking scared and vulnerable. Yong Tao suddenly grabbed the woman by her hair, forcing her to look at John Long. "Look at this, you bastard," he snarled. The woman winced in pain while the child, wide-eyed, watched in horror. Desperate, the child yelled, "Let go of my mom," reaching out in an attempt to protect her. In a brave but futile act, the child bit Yong Tao's arm, tears streaming down as he tried to defend his mother. Furious, Yong Tao shouted, "You crazy brat." He threw the child back forcefully. The child cried out in pain as his mother watched, horrified. John Long, still on the floor, stared up at Yong Tao with anger and defiance. "If you've got guts, fight me. Leave my family out of this," he yelled. Yong Tao, arms crossed and smirking, replied confidently, "Relax. As long as you cooperate, they'll be fine. Now take us to the warehouse," Yong Tao demanded, asserting his control. Meanwhile, Yong Tao and his group stood confidently in the doorway, outlined by the light outside. They struck imposing poses with Yong Tao in the center, radiating dominance and control as they assessed the scene. Yong Tao inspected the remaining boxes, asking, "This is all that's left?" John Long, beside him, and looking away, answered defensively, "Weren't you the one who brought in those big clients? Everything sold out, even the nearly expired and expired goods." Yong Tao, deep in thought, touched his chin thoughtfully. With a shrewd and ambitious look, he revealed a bold plan to take advantage of Zhu Shuo's resources. John Long had warned others to stay away from Zhu Shuo. During a delivery, he accidentally saw him with a gun. The person beside him listened carefully as John Long continued. That guy must have known about this disaster beforehand. Yong Tao, brushing it off, said, "That's his problem to deal with." His confident stance, arms crossed, and smug expression made it clear he had no interest in dealing with the complications or risks. Yong Tao cold-facedly glanced downward as John Long, surprised, asked, "What do you mean?" Yong Tao replied with a manipulative offer, "Take Zhu Shu's supplies, and in exchange, your wife and child will be safe." His words left John Long in a tough spot, his tense face filled with conflict and frustration, his brows knit in a grim line. At Zhu Shu's fortress, a large industrial facility perched on a hillside, the stage was set for a tense confrontation. Zhu Shuo and his group, led by Jian Kai, faced an off-screen figure. Their serious and determined looks suggested they were standing against a significant threat. The restrained man, Shen Chong, veins bulging, sat strapped to a chair, screaming in distress or rage. His body strained as though he were in pain or resisting fiercely. The friends in front looked serious and tense, crying, while others in the background appeared worried. Dian and Kai's friend, sweating with a serious, determined expression, commanded, "Kill him." His intense gaze and cold tone showed the gravity of the moment. Zhu Shu looked serious, glancing to the side while another man watched closely. Jian Kai, surprised and slightly angry, asked, "What did he say?" His face showed disbelief at the statement. As another friend coldly stated, "He's already dead. If you don't finish him now, and he breaks free, everyone's life is at risk." In contrast, Fourth argued passionately, "He's our brother. You're giving up without trying." Jian Kai replied, "He's right. Once someone turns, there's almost no chance of recovery," referring to the restrained figure in visible distress. Fourth hesitated, troubled, while Jian Kai tightly gripped the hilt of a sheathed knife, poised for action. Zhu Shuo handed the knife to someone else, calmly but firmly saying, "Use this." The recipient, wide-eyed and nervous, replied, "What do you mean?" Zhu Shuo, still serious, commanded, "Fish him off." His unwavering gaze showed he had made up his mind. In the background, the restrained man writhed, escalating the tension. The young man, tense and conflicted, held the knife close, hesitant to act. Sweat dripped down his face. Juju sternly addressed him, saying, "You always wanted a weapon, didn't you? Now take this, and end his misery." His intense eyes and commanding tone pushed the man, Yiming, to act decisively. Juju handed him the knife with urgency. Jiankai gripped a sword at the hilt, appearing serious and resolute, while others nearby looked conflicted. Yiming held the knife tightly, declaring, "I'll do it." His determined expression and stance showed he was ready for the difficult task. Yiming gripped the knife tightly, his confidence from earlier wavering as he stared at the blade in his hand. He had accepted the grim task, but now standing over his friend, hesitation gnawed at him. Juju, noticing Yiming's inner turmoil, calmly grabbed the sharp edge of the knife with his hand. His gaze was intense as he looked Yiming directly in the eyes. "Are you sure about this?" Noju asked quietly. "Do you trust me when I say your friend is too far gone? Because once you make this move, there's no turning back. You'll become a killer." Yiming took a deep breath, his heart heavy, but determination filled his voice as he responded, "I trust you, Jiu. Behind them, the brown-haired guy, nervous and sweating, watched the scene unfold, unsure of what was about to happen. Jiu's lips curled into a small smile, satisfied with Yiming's resolve. He gave Yiming a nod, signaling him to proceed. Yiming, with a face now hardened by the grim reality of his decision, approached the bed. He raised the knife high, his eyes welling up with tears as he prepared to strike. The zombie, once his friend, Chen Chong, stared at him with lifeless, ravenous eyes. Just as Yiming was about to plunge the knife into Chen Chong's throat. Ding. A sudden noise echoed in the room. Jiu acted swiftly, grabbing Yiming's wrist before he could complete the motion. Startled, Yiming turned to Jiu in confusion. "Why did you stop me?" Jiu's focus shifted to the blue screen that had appeared before him, invisible to everyone else. His expression darkened. "Everyone, get out of the room," Jiu ordered, his voice calm but firm. "I'll handle this." As the door clicked shut, Jiu approached Chen Chong. "Shen," he murmured, his voice low as he leaned over the zombie's head, pressing his hands against the wall for support. The zombie continued to thrash violently, but Jiu's voice was calm. "I need you to do something for me." Outside, the sky was eerily calm. Use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. In contrast to the horrors unfolding below, the distant sound of a car skidding out of control shattered the stillness. The vehicle swerved wildly before crashing into a street pole. Smoke rose from the wreckage as Shang, disoriented and cursing his luck, stumbled out of the broken car. He was so close to the fortress, clutching his itching head. Shang barely noticed the zombie approaching him from behind until it was too late. The creature lunged, its grotesque mouth gaping wide, its teeth bare for the kill. Shang spun around just in time to see the monster, but he was too slow to avoid it. The zombie's jaws clamped down on Shang's arm, eliciting a scream of agony. Fueled by adrenaline, he shoved the zombie away with all his strength, sending it sprawling. He scrambled back to the car, grabbing a crowbar from the passenger seat. The zombie came at him again, but this time, Shang was ready. With a wild swing, he smashed the crowbar into the zombie's skull, the impact echoing like a crack of thunder. The zombie crumpled to the ground, but Shen wasn't finished. Rage and survival instinct overtook him as he repeatedly brought the crowbar down, turning the creature's head into a bloody pulp. Panting and exhausted, Shen looked up to see more zombies drawn to the noise. Knowing he couldn't stay, he hurried toward the fortress, his arm throbbing with pain from the bite. As he neared the fortress, he passed the aftermath of a brutal battle. Abandoned cars and lifeless bodies littered the area, both human and zombie alike. In the distance, Jiu stood at the side entrance, cautiously scanning the surroundings before signaling the others to follow. Armed with various weapons, the group moved with purpose. But Meng Shanshan complained loudly about the heavy gear she was carrying. "I can't even walk properly with all this stuff on," she whined, clearly irritated. Jiu turned to her, his expression serious. "You're inexperienced in combat. Zombies are stronger than humans, because they don't hold back. There's nothing in their heads stopping them. The protective gear stays on." As they reached the edge of a corner, Jiu raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. "We're in the zombies' perception zone now," he whispered. The air grew tense as the group braced themselves. A lone zombie picked up their scent and turned, its milky eyes locking onto them. "Stay close." Watch each other's backs, and keep your distance. The zombie lunged at Zhu Shuo, but he deftly sidestepped the attack. Using the moment as a teaching opportunity, Zhu Shuo called out to the group, aim for the temple or the back of the neck when they miss. That's their weak point. Jian Kai, the guy with glasses, rushed forward, eager to put Zhu Shuo's advice into action. He swung his baton hard, aiming for the zombie's head. But his blow glanced off the zombie's skull, doing little damage and leaving his hand numb. The skull is the hardest part of the head, Zhu Shuo yelled, making Jian Kai an example for the others. It'll do nothing but hurt you. Just then, the zombie lunged at the heavier, set guy in the group, who screamed for help. Zhu Shuo, sitting back calmly, complimented the guy's defensive stance and called for Jiangqi to take action. Jiangqi didn't hesitate. He darted behind the zombie and with a powerful swing, slammed his baseball bat into the back of its neck. The zombie crumbled to the ground, lifeless. Don't suck, Doju ordered. The group moved in, ganging up on the zombie and beating it until it was completely still. Once the fight was over, Jiangqi turned to Zhu Shuo, excited. How did we do? Zhu Shuo gave them a wry smile, as if they were mere beginners. But before he could say more, Jiangqi noticed another zombie creeping up behind Zhu Shuo. He shouted a warning, but Zhu Shuo, unfazed, simply reached out and grabbed the zombie by the head. Always stay on guard, he instructed calmly, twisting the zombie's neck with ease. And always observe your surroundings. Meanwhile, Shun continued his approach toward the fortress, surveying the scene with amazement. He marveled at how Zhu Shuo and his group were still alive, fighting so skillfully in the midst of the chaos. Hiding behind a nearby car, Shun watched closely, trying to figure out if Zhu Shuo's crew was hunting down the mutated zombies he had heard about. But as he observed, he failed to notice the danger creeping up from below. Under the car, a pair of glowing eyes watched him intently. A zombie, once a friend of his ex-girlfriend, crawled toward him, its face now twisted with infection, veins bulging and skin peeling. As the zombie reached out, its bloodied hand grabbed Shang's leg. Startled, he stumbled backward, falling to the ground, his eyes wide with terror. The zombie lunged at him, its mouth open wide, ready to tear into his flesh. He screamed, face to face with death as the infected woman prepared for a tasty little snack. He lay on the ground, terrified, as the woman sat on top of him, about to gnaw his face off. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard as blood splattered everywhere. Snapping out of the sudden shock, Shun looked up to see Zhu Shuo standing behind the woman with an AK-47, the zombie's head having been blasted away by the last shot. Covered in bits and pieces of the zombie, disgusted, Shang swiftly pushed the body off him as he struggled to stand up. Zhu Shuo, lowering the gun, asked Shang what he was doing here. Stammering to his feet, Shang slowly approached Zhu Shuo, telling him how glad he was to see him. Looking at the bloody Shen walking toward him, Zhu Shuo's attention quickly shifted to the zombie bite on his left hand. The bitten part was bloodied, and the collar of the skin around the bite was slowly turning a deathly purple. Wasting no time, Zhu Shuo pointed the gun at his head, telling him not to come any closer. Startled, Shun pleaded with Zhu Shuo to give him a chance and hear him out. Zhu Shuo told him to speak, while standing where he was. With tears welling up in his eyes, Shang looked down and admitted that he was bitten and would turn into a zombie within half a day. Letting out all his frustration, Shen cried out, telling Zhu Shuo how his family was kidnapped by Yong Tao and how he was being used to manipulate him into betraying Zhu Shuo for everything he had. As Zhu Shuo listened to his arguments with a cold look, Shen continued and admitted his past mistakes but said he never did something this evil. Talking about his family, he pleaded with Zhu Shuo, telling him that they were innocent people. With concern in his eyes, he lamented how his family's fate would be worse than death. As he pleaded with Zhu Shuo to save them for all the resources he had helped him gather, Zhu Shuo, understanding that the sale was all done to make a profit, couldn't deny the fact that the supplies really did help him survive. Looking back at his crew, it was clear that the gender ratio in the fortress was a bit off, and that it had the capacity to accommodate more people as well. Just like reading his mind, a system notification popped up, giving Zhu Shuo a new task. He smiled without even looking at the taskbar, knowing what the challenge was going to be. The new task was to rescue Cheyenne's wife and child and bring them to safety, with a reward of 25 points. While the other task of cleaning up the zombies in the area stood at 70 completion, Zhu Shuo shifted his attention and assured Cheyenne of his family safety. Shun stood there, unable to believe that Zhu Shuo had agreed, dropping to the floor instantly. He bowed down in front of Zhu Shuo, regretting that he would not be able to repay him in this life but promising to be his servant in the next. Now satisfied, Shun sat upright on the floor as he asked Zhu Shuo to do it. When Zhu Shuo asked him to clarify, Shine asked him to end his life before he could turn into a zombie and put his family's life in danger. Jiu, with a serious expression, listened, then turned to Mang Shanshan and asked her to bring out the bike from the storeroom. Looking back at Shine, Jiu asked him to take the bike and leave the place, to go somewhere isolated. As Shine remained confused, Jiu told him not to question his decision, and to do as he said, as he didn't have much time left. Giving up, with a slight smile, Shine agreed to Jiu's offer. Grabbing the bike, he rushed through the abandoned street, pedaling as fast as he could. The infection slowly crept through his whole body as his eyes started to get bloodshot, and veins bulged in his face. But in his mind, all Zhang Long was thinking about was his wife and son while his body slowly succumbed to the disease. Back at the fortress, the crew rounded up and cleared all the zombies in the area. As everyone stood there tired except for Jiu, who was emptying a can of gasoline onto the corpses, they lit it on fire, watching the zombies burn. Jiu, turning to the others, commented on their skill, telling them that they were ready to take on a zombie and kill it without problems if they faced it 3-on-1. A system notification popped up on the side, informing the completion of the training task, but when it came to small hordes of zombies, they were still lacking. The others, eager to learn, looked at Jiu and listened to him carefully. Walking towards the entrance, Jiu asked everyone to follow him. Reaching the front of the giant door, Jiu called out to Grandpa Lai, who answered, asking what was wrong. Extending his hands, Jiu handed over the fortress key to Grandpa Lai, telling him that he would be going to the city that night and was leaving him in charge. Receiving the key with a concerned tone, Grandpa Lai asked if Jiu was sure about his decision now that the city was swarming with zombies. Jin Kite and the glasses guy eagerly stepped forward, offering to go with Jiu, while the brown-haired guy in the background stood there, hesitant. Brushing them off, Jiu told them that they were just noobs, and if they went with him, he would just have to carry them. Turning back to Grandpa Lai, Jiu again asked him to take care of the whole place while he was gone. Grandpa Lai assured him with a smile. Sometime later, we see Jiu driving a car with an ache and a machete casually kept on the other seat. The system was open before him, displaying the system store. It was empty, and to do a manual refresh, you had to spend 2 points. Man, the inflation is taking its toll. Deciding to suck it out, Jiu pressed the refresh button, as the mission he was about to do was on veteran difficulty. As the system store refreshed, new items appeared, but the cost of another refresh went from 2 to 4. Surprised by the daylight robbery the system was doing, Jiu decided to be careful with it in the future. But the good thing was that the items were not complete trash. And luckily enough, Jiu had the points to buy them. Pressing the most expensive item on the list, Jiu bought one black tech supply box for 20 points, and his balance was reduced to just 6. The supply box opened up to reveal 5 units of strength, enhancing serum. A weird way to say steroids. Seeing the item, Jiu was sent back to the good old times when he first came across one of these. We see Jiu in his previous life holding one syringe with this serum. Excited for his first steroid rage, Jiu quickly injected the whole thing into his body without a second thought. As the serum coursed through his body, Jiu winced in extreme pain. A system notification popped up, enhancing his strength, which now stood a whopping 260 higher than that of a normal human. That is some strong stuff. Back to the present. At John Long's home, in a room in the apartment, John Long's wife was comforting her son, assuring him that daddy would be back soon. Suddenly, the door burst open as Yong Tao entered the room with one of his goons. The mother, turning around in surprise, asked what they were doing in the room. Yong Tao, grabbing her hands with a perverted gaze, told her they were there to spend some time together. The woman, understanding what the sickest wanted, cried in pain as her clothes were torn off. Both guys, forcing themselves on the woman, tried to assault her. While the woman screamed for help, the little man was doing all he could to push the weirdos away from his mom. Hearing all the ruckus going on, another man walked into the room. The brown-haired man, his hair tucked into a ponytail, held his neck and, with an annoying tone, asked what was going on there. One of the guys rose up to face him. Addressing the new guy as Brother Lee, he invited him to join them. Lee, taken aback by what he saw, scolded them for doing this when the job was not even done, asking them to leave the woman alone and return to the other room. The guy, slightly annoyed, confronted Lee, telling him that it was not their first rodeo and asking him what he was so hesitant about. Reasoning with them, Lee asked what their plan was if the woman decided to commit suicide afterward. If she had nothing to lose, she would fight them with all she's got, and they wouldn't get out of that scot-free. Hands in his pockets and with a perverted grin, Lee asked them to wait until the job was done before they had their way. Disappointed but listening to Lee, the two of them stopped and agreed, walking out of the room annoyed. As they moved away, young Tao turned back, sticking his tongue out at the woman and telling her to wait for them. The woman and child sat in the corner, trembling in fear, as the door closed in front of them. It is nighttime outside, with driverless cars lining the streets and zombies, who were probably the drivers, roaming the roads. Dujuo, driving the car, thought about the insane boost in physical strength the steroid gave him, which even improved his reaction time and control. Deciding to test it, Juju drifted through the traffic with ease and stopped in the middle of the road right before the city, as we saw utter chaos on the streets. Getting out of the car, now parked with the lights on, Juju decided that driving further into the city would be too conspicuous and chose to continue on foot. But suddenly his attention shifted as two zombies came charging at him from nowhere. Might as well be the traffic police after that horrible parking. Dodging the strike with a swift slide, Juju locked the zombie's arm with his own and with a throw, sent the zombie flying as it crashed into the other, and both fell down. Juju extended his hand, manifesting a sheet from his system as he readied himself to face the oncoming horde. Those level 1 mobs didn't stand a chance against our boy. Charging in with the weapon, Juju easily disposed of them by chopping their heads off. Standing with the sword, striking a cool pose, Juju was impressed by the effect of the drug. Being twice as strong as an average person was no joke. It didn't end there. His perception of sound also improved greatly as he heard someone struggling, surrounded by zombies 800 away. Suddenly, a system task emerged. Random encounter. 800 away, we see multiple zombies trying to bust down the doors of a convenience store. Inside were people frantically trying to keep the zombies out by blockading the door with random items. Inside, a child cried to his father, asking if they were going to survive. The dad, nervous himself, reassured his son that they would definitely make it out of there and reunite with his mother, putting faith in the barricade to stop the zombies. But the child wasn't falling for it, and started to cry out loud. A security guard holding a gun approached the father, asking him if he even knew how to talk to someone. The security guard, with a nervous look, questioned if they were really going to make it out of there alive. Through the window, suddenly loud noises were heard, and the very next second, blood splattered onto the glass, scaring the people inside. To make matters worse, a half-cop zombie had smashed onto the window, scaring the life out of the father and child as it slowly slid downward. As the commotion outside slowly subsided, the security guard, asking everyone to remain calm, told two people to lift parts of the barricade so they could check what happened outside. The father and son quickly got to work as the security guard stood ready to shoot anything that came through the door. As the obstacle cleared, the guards slowly peeked outside to see dead zombies covering the floor. Confused, but gathering their courage, they slowly came out of the store, still unsure of what had happened. The kid, panicking, speculated that it was the work of a mutant. The father, confused, asked what mutant was, to which the kid replied that it was a stronger variant. At least that's how it is in movies and TV shows. But the father, instead of appreciating his son for his pop culture knowledge, scolded him for his low grades, blaming comics and D. The guard, turning around, asked the father to stop arguing and be on the lookout for anything suspicious. They couldn't let a mutant sneak up on them, or they were done for. As they walked along the sidewalk, the guard instructed them to be on guard until they reached the gathering point. As they reached a corner, the guard stopped everyone and peeked through. Everyone else eagerly asked what it was. Duxiu stood looking into the system window, which informed him of the completion of the encounter task, rewarding him with 5 points. The kid, sweating and terrified, called Duxiu a mutant, but the guard corrected him, saying Duxiu looked like a survivor. Tilting his head back with a smile, Duxiu commented on the kid's imagination, telling him it wasn't yet time for mutants to be roaming the streets freely. Hearing him speak, the guard was relieved. Stepping in front of Duxiu to cover for him, the guard asked him to be careful, telling him that it wasn't safe to be roaming around like that. During times like these, you've got to stick together, he said. The guard asked Duxiu to follow them. Duxiu asked the guard who they were, and how many of them there were. The guard, looking around for zombies, explained that they were there for some supplies and that there were more people in Rain Garden. Remembering the place from his past life, Duxiu asked if that was the place with a Jinyu mansion nearby. The father replied, confirming it was just around the corner. Putting his hand on Duxiu's shoulder, the father urged him to go with them, pointing out their experience dealing with zombies and the gun the guard had. He noted that the best strategy was strength in numbers. Hearing this, Duxiu nervously agreed to the proposal. Duxiu and the new group moved through the city as a unit. The father, turning around to Duxiu, asked if he was asking about the Jing mansion to meet somebody there, to which Yushuo replied with a yes. Curious to know more, he asked if it was a girlfriend or a relative, advising Yushuo that in this apocalypse, where the majority of people are already dead, he should mentally prepare for anything when he reaches the mansion. The guard seconded the father, adding with a dreaded look that even if they weren't caught by the zombies, there were still the others, whom he called the animals. This caught Yushuo's curiosity. They are a gang of thugs holed up in the Beihu Mountain Villa area, in the east of the city. The guard explained. They would kill other survivors without hesitation to ensure their own survival. The guard reminisced about their previous encounter where they lost the majority of their comrades. Brushing it off to lighten the situation, he told Yushuo to be on his guard when meeting any strangers. While the guard was speaking, a zombie from afar noticed them and started moving towards them. The kid saw it and screamed to get the guard's attention. Just as the zombie was about to jump on the guard, he turned around and, with a stroke of luck, pulled the trigger, putting 2 bullets into its head and taking it down for good. But not all was good, as the gunfire had now attracted all the zombies in the area. As the zombies beelined towards the group, the guard frantically looked around, trying to cover their positions while telling the others to stay calm. Noticing a bus in the distance, the guard shouted for everyone to run towards it for cover. As they bolted towards the bus, Yushuo thought about how this frantic running might attract more zombies. But the bus was a sealed shelter, good for defense. However, it also meant that once they got in, it would be difficult to get out. Thinking of the possibilities, Yushuo gave the decision a score of 70. The guard, now at the entrance, shouted to Yushuo to stop mumbling to himself and to put those legs into overdrive if he wanted to live. Without wasting any time, Yushuo bolted inside the bus as the guard closed the door behind him, telling everyone to check every seat to make sure no zombies were hiding on the bus. The kid, looking out the window, informed everyone that more zombies were gathering around the bus, trying to trap them in. The guard cursed at how slow they were. As the zombies kept piling up, trying to force open the door, the guard was doing his best to hold it shut but was reaching his limit. As more and more zombies came, the door slowly started to give way. But Yushuo, lifting his hand to the door, slammed it shut with little effort, leaving the guard stunned. Looking at the guard, Yushuo asked him to lead the others in fighting back, assuring him that the door would remain locked. The guard agreed. The windows on one side of the bus broke open, with glass shattering everywhere. Seeing an opening, the zombies tried to climb onto the bus when an iron rod pierced through the forehead of one of them. It was the father who held the rod as he leaned out through the broken window, yelling at the zombies to die. Inside the bus, the kid and another woman held the father, preventing him from falling. But the situation was getting tense, as they didn't have enough ammo to deal with all the zombies. Yushuo, coming in clutch, called out to the guard, offering him some aid. He pulled out a crossbow from his space ring and offered it to him. The guard, surprised by the sudden appearance of a crossbow, asked where it came from, but Yushuo simply handed him the weapon, saying this was not the time for questions. Not wasting any time, the guard made use of the crossbow, sending arrows flying into the zombies' foreheads. They slowly started to fall one by one while the father covered close-range combat with his metal pole. After finally defeating all the zombies, they got some breathing room and exited the bus to continue their journey. The boy, seeing how they escaped certain death, started imagining that they were the main characters with indestructible plot armor protecting them. But Yushuo quickly jolted him back to reality, warning him about making stupid assumptions again. Back at the fortress, surrounded by mountains and forests, the group walked through a corridor. Yiming stepped up, offering to take the night shift himself. The fat guy, curious, asked why he was suddenly interested in working, which annoyed Yiming. Shouting back, he told the fat guy to mind his own business, insisting he was never lazy. Taken aback by the sudden aggression, the fat guy just walked off, telling him to chill. Grandpa Ali chimed in, breaking up the fight, and gave Yiming the guard duty since he was so eager for the job, telling him to wake everyone up if there was any trouble. Time passed, and Yiming, sitting on top of the tower, wondered whether everyone was asleep. Standing up from his post, he mumbled to himself about getting something done before Yushuo returned. The scene shifts to Grandpa Ali sleeping in his bed with a key beside him. The door creaked open as Yiming quietly entered the room. He slowly crept in, approaching the sleeping Grandpa Ali, shivering with nervousness. He extended his hand carefully, reaching for the key beside the old man. Just as he was about to lift it, Grandpa Ali suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at Yiming. Swiftly getting up, he demanded to know what Yiming was doing there, shouting in anger as Yiming stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. In a quick, panicked reaction, Yiming punched Grandpa Ali in the face and grabbed the key from the bed. Without wasting a second, he bolted out of the room and down the corridor, as Grandpa Lee, still in the room, screamed for him to return the stolen key. The commotion woke everyone else, and they rushed out of their rooms to see what was happening. Grandpa Lee, clutching his swelling face from the punch, informed everyone that Yiming had stolen the armory key and was heading there. He urged them to stop him. Confused by Yiming's sudden behavior, Jianqi and Junkai called out to him, asking him to stop and explain what he was doing. But Yiming didn't listen. He kept running. As he fled, Yiming knocked over ladders and chairs that had been placed along the corridor, creating obstacles to block the others from following him. The rest of the group cursed in frustration as they struggled to clear the way and pursue him. Yiming reached the infirmary. Glancing back at the door and realizing there was no turning back, he decided to go all the way. Inside the room lay Chun Chong, chained to the bed, now fully transformed into a zombie. Yiming stretched out his hand, attempting to touch the creature. Suddenly, the zombie broke free from one of its restraints and swiped at Yiming, trying to grab him. Yiming jumped back in surprise, wondering why one of the bindings was loose. Was it a mistake from when they first tied him up? A sinister grin spread across Yiming's face. He considered it a bonus. He wouldn't have to waste time untying both hands now. Minutes later, the others finally managed to clear the obstacles and made their way toward the infirmary. They froze when they saw the zombie of Chun Chong standing motionless in the corridor outside the infirmary. Junqi cursed Yiming, furious at his sinister plan. He wondered if Yiming intended to kill them all and take control of the place. Grandpa Li, disappointed by Yiming's actions, regretted misjudging him. Nang Shanshan, concerned, asked Grandpa Li what their next move should be. This was a serious problem, given that all their weapons were locked in the armory. Taking charge, Grandpa Li instructed them to work together to get the zombie back into the infirmary. Calling it their top priority, he ordered everyone to remember what Ju Shuo had taught them and to be on guard, making sure the zombie didn't bite anyone. Nervously, the group approached the zombie, closing in on it. Seeing an opening, they lunged. Xian Kai grabbed the zombie in a chokehold while the fat guy and Shanshan restrained its arms. Grandpa Lai urged them not to waste any time and to push the zombie back into the infirmary. They struggled but managed to shove the creature through the door, locking it tightly behind them. The old man peered through the infirmary window, noticing something odd. Jian Kai remarked on how suspiciously easy it had been to subdue the zombie, and Shanshan agreed. Grandpa Lai interrupted, telling them to stop wasting time. Yiming might already have secured some weapons. At that moment, Yiming appeared from around the corner with a sinister expression. He sneered, asking who the old man had been calling a brass. The scene then cut back to when Yiming had reached the armory. Frustrated, he cursed Ju Shuo, having found only one weapon inside. Now, Yiming pointed the gun at the others, threatening to shoot if they didn't go back to their rooms and obey his commands. Jian Kai, angry at Yiming's betrayal, questioned his motives and reminded him that it was Ju Shuo who had saved them. But Yiming rejected this, insisting that they were now Ju Shuo's slaves just because he had saved them once. Grandpa Lai scoffed at Yiming's ungrateful attitude, while the fat guy urged him to reconsider what he was doing, but Yiming didn't want to hear any of it. He demanded they follow his orders while the zombie in the infirmary stared through the window, its eyes locked on Yiming, filled with rage. As Yiming continued barking orders, the zombie slowly approached the door, a key in its hand. The story then shifts back to the city, where the night sky was dotted with stars. A guard gave Ju Shuo instructions to reach the Jingyu mansion, warning him to be careful since the terrain made it a perfect hiding spot for powerful mutants. The guard reminded Ju Shuo to come to Building 8 through the side gate, not the main one. Once he found his friend at Rain Garden, Ju Shuo gave a thumbs up, smiling as he walked away. The father who had stayed behind asked if they should help Ju Shuo, but the guard shook his head. He explained that the mansion was dangerous, and if they encountered a horde of zombies, they wouldn't stand a chance. The father sighed, disappointed in Ju Shuo's decision to go there, calling it a shame to lose such talent. Elsewhere in the city, where zombies filled the streets, Yontao complained about the lack of power or phone signals, which left them unable to contact anyone to find out if he had succeeded. A guy with a buzz cut angrily suggested they blow off some steam, saying he didn't care whether their target returned or not. Another thug agreed, speculating that the man was probably already dead, and they had no way of knowing. A fourth thug suggested they tie up the wife so she couldn't kill herself. The goons continued talking outside the room where the terrified mother and child listened. Shivering in fear, the ponytail guy, who had previously stopped the assault, finally gave in and warned everyone to be careful not to let the captives die. Someone asked if he planned to join in when suddenly something outside caught his eye. All the zombies that had been walking the streets were now lying dead, their blood covering the pavement. Concerned about what could have caused the incident, the brown-haired man decided to step outside and check. As he reached the stairs, he wondered if it could be a rescue team searching for survivors. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of terror. Before he could even process what was happening, a slash came out of nowhere, severing his throat cleanly. Blood gushed from his still standing body as his head rolled to the ground, his face frozen in shock. Inside the apartment, the woman and her child huddled together, trembling in fear as the men barged into the room, their heads filled with vile intentions. The man with a buzz cut stepped forward, unzipping his pants and mockingly asking the woman to stop pretending. He grabbed the child by the collar, dragging him roughly as the mother cried out. Her cries earned her a brutal slap across the face, silencing her as the thug threw the child against the wall, and the group started to circle the woman. The young boy, bruised and battered, struggled to his feet, ready to fight off the attackers. But reality hit him hard as he was thrown out of the room, his face smacking against the ground. The door slammed shut behind him as he stood outside, helpless, shouting at the men inside to let the woman go. He threatened them, claiming his dad would return and feed them to the zombies. Suddenly, the door burst open and one of the thugs was flung out, his face covered in blood. The terrified boy looked into the dark room as a shadowy figure approached, calling his name. Hu Xiu emerged from the darkness. Looking at the boy with a serious expression, he asked if Zhang Lan was the boy's father. Still frightened, the boy stuttered in response. Inside the room, the woman trembled, using her hands to cover herself. Yong Tao, furious, slapped her again and demanded that she scream, telling her to forget her son and obey them. The buzzcut man lifted her face, announcing that he would go first, while the woman cried helplessly. The door to the room swung open and one of the thugs threatened the boy with death. But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp slash appeared across his throat. The thug stood frozen, silent as his body crumpled to the ground, his head rolling away in a pool of blood. Yong Tao, startled, turned around and ordered the remaining thugs to deal with the kid. Before anyone could react, Yu Xiu's hand landed on Yong Tao's face. In the next moment, he was thrown against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. The buzzcut man turned to face Yu Xiu. But before he could say a word, Yu Xiu silenced him with a powerful kick to the face. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, Yiming was holding the others at gunpoint, and they stood there, tense and silent. Old Man Lai, whispering to the group, urged everyone to obey Yiming for now. Shanshan, however, was concerned for Yu Xiu's safety when he returned. Grandpa Lai tried to calm her down, assuring her that he would figure something out and asked her to play along for the time being. Still drunk on power, Yiming mocked Grandpa Lai, saying that he would handle things by making an example out of him. Pointing the gun at Grandpa Lai, Yiming slowly started to pull the trigger as the others begged him to stop the madness. Suddenly, a rattling noise came from the infirmary, catching everyone by surprise as they stood wondering what was happening inside. The lock on the infirmary door clicked open and the door swung wide, revealing the zombie standing in the entrance. To everyone's shock, the door lock had been opened with a key, something they didn't believe possible for Chen Chong since he was a mutant. Yiming glanced at the zombie, stunned to see it staring directly at him, saliva dripping from its mouth at the sight of a potential meal. Panic set in, and Yiming aimed his gun at the creature, deciding that such an intelligent zombie was too dangerous to leave alive. He pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Before Yiming could react, the zombie lunged at him. Sheer terror filled Yiming's face as the creature pounced on him, ripping him apart while he screamed in excruciating pain. When it was done, the zombie stood up, ignoring the others completely, and began dragging Yiming's lifeless body down the corridor. The group stood frozen, unable to process the horror they had just witnessed. After some time, Shen Chong, now back to his zombie state, returned and, just like before, ignored everyone. He quietly unlocked the infirmary door, tossed the key outside, and shut himself inside, leaving the others standing there, shaken from the craziest day of their lives. After Chen Chong locked himself back in the infirmary, the scene returns to the apartment where Yu Xiu stands at the center of the room, surrounded by thugs tied up on the floor with some lying dead. A mother and child, still traumatized, sit to the side, holding each other tightly. Yu Xiu approached the child and asked him to come closer. The mother, clutching him even tighter, refused to trust Yu Xiu, demanding to know what he intended to do. Ignoring her protests, Yu Xiu called the boy again in a cold voice. Sensing Yu Xiu's intentions weren't harmful, the child reassured his mother and approached him. Yu Xiu pulled a knife from his pocket and offered it to the boy, telling him to take it and kill the thugs who had made his mother suffer. Terror filled the boy's eyes as he held the knife, processing Yu Xiu's words. Meanwhile, the thugs, feeling the weight of the situation, began to cry and beg for mercy. The mother also pleaded with Jiu Xiu not to force her son to commit such an act. But knowing how brutal the world had become, Jiu Xiu told the boy that he was now the only one who could protect his mother, and to do that, he needed to grow a backbone and send the thugs on a one-way trip to hell. Memories of the incident flooded the boy's mind as he remembered the twisted faces of the thugs. His grip on the knife tightened, his mind set on the task. With anger in his eyes, he lunged forward. Standing before the lifeless bodies of the thugs, he understood that there was no going back. His mother called out to him, shocked. Turning to Jiu Xiu, he asked if the thugs had already killed his father, and Jiu Xiu, not hiding the truth, said yes. The knife dropped from the boy's hand as he ran to his mother, finally releasing the emotions he'd been bottling up. The mother, desperate, asked Jiu Xiu to take her son to safety, but the boy resolutely refused to leave her side. Jiu Xiu interrupted, insisting that both of them should come with him as he'd promised Shang. They left the apartment armed with sheets for protection, with Jiu Xiu walking ahead wielding an AK-47. Seeing the carnage Jiu Xiu had created outside, the boy asked aloud who could possibly be strong enough to take down so many zombies. Jiu Xiu casually replied that it was his own work, impressing the boy. But suddenly sensing something, Jiu Xiu had told them to stay quiet as he scanned the area. Turning to the woman, he asked if she knew the approximate location of Building 8 in the Rain Garden complex. Concerned, she confirmed it was in the direction he was looking, and asked if there was an issue. Meanwhile, at Building 8, a group of armed men stood outside, promising the people inside that they'd redistribute the supplies they'd taken, but demanded that all women under 40 come out. Inside, the situation was tense. The security guard, along with others holding weapons, was torn between surrendering and resisting. Though afraid, the guard knew that surrendering would likely mean death for everyone except the women, who would suffer even worse fates. The thugs outside continued their threats, giving a 10-minute ultimatum. One of the women suggested they go out and beg for mercy. Shocked by the stupid idea, another woman refused, unwilling to become a plaything for the thugs. The guard calmed them, insisting they wouldn't surrender, and urged everyone to hold the hallway so the intruders couldn't get inside. Outside, one of the thugs voiced concern about the gun the guard had, doubting their ability to get in if the residents kept turtling inside. Another thug, holding a pistol and chewing a toothpick, dismissed the need for force. Grinning, he suggested they simply cut off the water supply to Building 8, believing the residents would eventually have to come out. Unbeknownst to them, Jiu Xiu was watching from a distance, his expression grim as he observed everything unfold. In the morning, Jiu Xiu emerged from his hiding spot, aiming his gun directly at the thugs. Inside the building, the guard took the lead, asking the others to hold the stairs while he checked on what the thugs were planning. As the rest of them bid him farewell, the guard slowly moved closer to the window. Crouching beside it, he peeked outside, spotting 7 armed men, 3 of whom had guns. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone inside. A bullet pierced through one of the thugs, sending him flying forward. Shocked, the remaining thugs scattered. Some took out their machetes while the others pointed their guns, trying to figure out where the attack came from. Inside, the guard looked out and saw Jiu Xiu advancing alone, rifle in hand, toward the remaining thugs. Recognizing him as the young man he met before, Jiu Xiu advanced, unloading his magazine on the thugs as they struggled to fight back. One by one, they started to fall, and the leader was now feeling the pressure. With desperation in his eyes, he continued to fire at Jiu Xiu, but every single bullet missed. Laughing at the terrible aim, Jiu Xiu continued to advance while the leader, now crouching behind a small wall, wondered where this new lunatic had appeared from. The leader, trembling with fear, shouted to the other thugs to shoot Jiu Xiu while he was distracted. Another thug raised his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Jiu Xiu spotted him and, within seconds, turned him into a human pincushion. As the thug fell to the ground, the gunshots ceased. The leader, still behind cover, smiled, thinking that Jiu Xiu had run out of bullets. Confident he had him, the leader came out from behind cover, pointing his gun at Jiu Xiu and screaming for him to die. The thug pulled the trigger, but Jiu Xiu tilted his head at the last moment, dodging the bullet at point-blank range. With a swift move, Jiu Xiu twisted the thug's arm, putting the pistol to the man's own throat, and fired. Blood gushed from the thug's head as he slumped to the ground, lifeless. Jiu Xiu crouched down, pocketed the gun, and moved towards the building. He entered through the main entrance while the rest of the thugs waited to ambush him, hiding inside with weapons. The moment Jiu Xiu came through, all of them charged forward, but they were nothing in front of him as he took care of every one of them in a flash. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, Jiu Xiu called out for the others to come down, telling them that the threat was gone. Everyone came down to the lobby, where the boy was complimenting Zhu Shu on how cool he looked while fighting. As they were speaking, a system window appeared, giving him a new task: recruit 5 people from the survivors, with a reward of 25 points. Turning his attention, Zhu Shu asked the guard about the identities of the thugs. The guard explained that they were trash from Bichu Mountain Villa, which was located south of the city. He called over 2 men who had escaped from there, asking them to tell Zhu Shu everything. The 2 men explained that the thugs were part of a gang in the mountains with enough weapons and resources to take over the whole area, absorbing any survivors. Hearing this, Zhu Shu thought about his past life and how some of his enemies were based in the south. He asked if the Bichu Mountain gang was the only settlement there. The men explained it was likely the case, as no smaller group could stand against them. They also described the gang's cruel practices. After an attack, they would kill half the people and take the beautiful women and willing volunteers. Hearing this, Zhu Shu was more or less certain of the gang's identity. He asked the guard to check the bodies for any extra magazines and handed over his AK-47, telling him to take it. Confused, the guard took the weapon and asked what Zhu Shu was up to. Turning around, Zhu Shu asked the people to hold out in the building for a couple more days, assuring them the new weapons would help ward off any more attacks. He promised to come back with reinforcements in a few days to get rid of the gang for good. Hearing that he was going to take on the gang alone, one man discouraged him, citing the sheer manpower the gang possessed. The guard also urged him not to fight, suggesting they could all relocate. Calming their concerns, Zhu Shu told him that it was a personal problem that he had to sort out, and asked them to stay put until he brought a bigger vehicle to take everyone there to the east side, telling them about the fortress Zhu Shu had made and ensuring their safety within the facility. Putting the guards' concerns to rest, Zhu Shu, along with the mother and the child, continued their journey as the guard and the men sent them off. Somewhere far away, we see a zombie head on a fence as an armed man guards the entrance. This was the Bichu Mountain entrance, where several zombies were hung up at the front. Inside, we see 4 men sitting around a table discussing something. The ginger-haired man with glasses asked the others whether the revenue from Jinyu City had risen or not. Another man sitting on the side reassured him, saying that he had already sent some men to take care of the problem. Meanwhile, another man commented on the high-end women who were living in the Jinyu mansion, and asked him to focus on the supplies at the entertainment city. Addressing the third guy as Brother Kai, the fat guy agreed to his proposal, telling him that the order to bring any living people in was already issued. But cutting in, the ginger-haired man questioned the fat guy's reliability, since he had not been able to complete even a single task correctly since then. Feeling the heat, the fat guy assured him that this time it was different. The conversation went on. After a while, the fat man exited the mansion, his face filled with anger. He asked another man about the whereabouts of the 7 men he had sent out. Trembling with fear, the man told him they were all dead. Shocking the fat man, he shouted, asking how a group of ordinary people in Rain Garden had managed to take out his armed thugs. His face contorted in frustration and fear. The fat man ordered the man to round up all available forces, saying he would go assess the situation himself. A car pulled up to the fortress gate entrance. Inside, Shanshan leaped up in excitement at the sound, thinking it was Zhu Shu returning. As she and the others rushed outside to greet him, a system notification appeared before Zhu Shu, confirming the task of saving the mother and child was complete, awarding him 25 points. Stepping out of the car, Zhu Shu saw Shanshan and Grandpa Lai waiting eagerly. Surveying the crowd before him, Zhu Shu smiled, addressing Yiming, the man who had betrayed him. Taken aback that Zhu Shu had figured out the betrayal without them saying anything, Shanshan asked if Zhu Shu had known about Yiming's actions all along. Ignoring her question, Zhu Shu turned to Jian Kai, instructing him to escort the mother and child inside and then meet him at the infirmary for a discussion. Jian Kai quickly agreed and got to work. Outside the infirmary, Shanshan repeated her question, clearly curious about Yiming's betrayal. Finally responding, Zhu Shu picked up the weapon dropped by Yiming, explaining that while he hadn't been certain, he knew one of Jian Kai's friends was the imposter. He handed the gun to Jian Kai, who examined it closely, and found that it contained rubber bullets instead of real ones. Grandpa Lai, listening nearby, then asked about the role of the zombie in the infirmary. Recalling the zombie's name, Zhu Shu walked towards the infirmary door, explaining that Chen Chom was no ordinary zombie, but a rare mutant, one of the few infected individuals to evolve this way. Flashing back to when Zhu Shu first encountered the mutated Chen Chom, we see Zhu Shu testing Chen's awareness. Zhu Shu asked him to blink 3 times if he understood, which Chen Chom did. Zhu Shu then posed a simple question, what is 2-3? And Chen Chom responded with the correct number of blinks. Zhu Xiuo had discovered that after the apocalypse, those infected by otherworldly sources had a slim chance of becoming rare mutants with heightened intelligence and fragments of their past memories. Chen Chong was an even rarer case among them, a true anomaly in the world of the infected. As Zhu Xiuo opened the infirmary door, Shen Chong stood inside with Yiming lying motionless at his feet. Hearing Zhu Xiuo approach, Shen Chong turned, waved at them, and gave a zombie smile, leaving everyone speechless. Zhu Xiuo called out to Chen Chong, instructing him to finish Yiming off. As Chen Chong dragged Yiming's body out of the infirmary, Jian Kai, watching from the side, asked if Chen Chong remembered him from before. Pausing, Chen Chong turned, gave Jian Kai a low growl, then lunged suddenly, causing Jian Kai to jump back in shock. Chen Chong's sly smile afterward confirmed that his memories were still intact, along with a sense of humor. Time passed, and later that evening, Zhu Xiuo lay in bed when the system notified him of completing a hidden task, gaining a zombie as a companion. Curious, Zhu Xiuo checked the store to see if there were any useful items. A level 2 box caught his eye, exciting him as it was the first he'd ever seen. But it came with a hefty price tag of 50 points. Deciding to start smaller, he bought 2 level 1 supply boxes. One contained a sniper rifle, and the other an infection blocker, which could prevent otherworldly infections but was unable to reverse complete mutations. Impressed by the powerful items from the level 1 boxes, Zhu Xiuo eagerly wondered about the rewards higher levels could offer. Driven by this, he accepted a new mission to recruit people from Rain Garden. Meanwhile, Shen Chong was seen throwing Yiming's lifeless body over the fortress wall. At dawn, everyone gathered outside for target practice with crossbows. Zhu Xiuo instructed the groups spend at least 1 hour each day practicing their shooting skills. Following his orders, they took aim at soda cans placed at a distance, firing with concentration. As practice continued, Zhu Xiuo paired Grandpa Lai with Jian Kai, asking them to clear out more rooms in preparation for the new recruits arriving the next day. Zhu Xiuo then turned to Chen Chong, who wore a gas mask, and asked him to come along for the journey. On the street, a bus stood surrounded by zombies. As Zhu Xiuo approached, he threw a knife directly at one of the zombies, hitting it squarely in the head. Inside the bus, Shen Chong entered and threw the zombified driver out onto the street. Zhu Xiuo handed Chen Chong the bus keys, surprising him with the gesture. To put him at ease, Zhu Xiuo suggested he remove his mask since it was just the two of them on the bus, but told him to put it back on when they reached Rain Garden to avoid alarming the people there. Meanwhile, outside Bichu Mountain, a group of thugs hurriedly boarded a truck. Inside the vehicle sat a heavy-set man who ordered his men not to waste any time dealing with the people of Rain Garden. Dropping his cigarette onto the ground, he signaled the driver, and the truck sped off past the gates, charging forward, ready for a brutal showdown. A couple of zombies lay on the ground, gnawing away at a poor victim, while some others stood on the road, blocking the path of the bus. Suddenly, a loud noise attracted one of the zombies' attention as it looked back toward the bus. The very next second, zombies were flying in the air like bowling pins as Chen Chong burst through them with the bus. He zoomed down the road, drifting through all the now abandoned cars littering the street. We moved back to building number 8, where the guard and the crew waited for Zhu Xiuo to return. They were sitting on the balcony eating snacks when the kid noticed the sound of a car engine. His face changed into sudden happiness, thinking it was Zhu Xiuo who came to rescue them. But the guard knew that it was not the only possibility. Telling everyone to lay low, the guard moved forward to check out the situation. He reached the balcony and peeked outside nervously. Sure enough, his concerns were true. It was the thugs from the Bichu Mountain gang. They were gearing up to go on an all-out assault on Building 8 for revenge. The fat guy, climbing out of the car with a gun, instructed everyone to move forward. The guard, seeing the thugs from above, broke into a nervous sweat. He shouted to the others about the thugs. The father, holding a pistol, questioned the thug's audacity to come here again after what happened to them last time, while the yellow-clad man motivated everyone to stand against the thugs now that they had weapons. But being able to read the situation better than the others, the guard asked them to calm down and stick to the ambush plan, explaining that this time there were way more thugs, and every single one of them was armed. The thugs closed in on the building and stopped at a distance. Together, they lifted their guns, aiming them toward the building, ready to rain bullets onto it. Seeing the thugs about to shoot, the father shouted to everyone to take cover as the bullets started raining down, cracking the apartment glass and sending shards flying toward the crew inside. The fat guy asked another thug to hand him the loudspeaker, ordering the others to keep shooting at the windows and to blow to bits any faces that poked out. Picking up the loudspeaker, the man started to make an announcement. But before he could start, a bullet flew from nowhere, hitting one of the thugs clean in the head as the man fell to the ground. The gunfire stopped, and everyone burst into a panic. Another bullet came zooming in, hitting a guy in the leg, and stunning the leader. The thugs scrambled to find cover. On the building, the guard held his position with the AK-47 shooting down at the thugs. Even Anakin knew that the high ground mattered, but apparently, these guys didn't. Hiding behind cover, the fat thug nervously questioned how these people could get their hands on an assault rifle, since all they should have were some pistols from the thugs they killed last time. Another thug hiding behind a tree turned to his leader, looking for orders. But his boss now had no option but to order a retreat. Hearing the word retreat, the thugs started to make a beeline for the car, while Lin stood behind them, screaming at them to run together and not bolt away alone. Wasting no time, another gunshot was heard, blasting a bullet into the head of a thug, and sending him splashing to the ground. Lin shouted to everyone, his face panicked, telling them to run away at his signal. The moment he said the words, all the thugs started running together toward the exit, while he held his position, watching the scene. But this was just a field day for the guard. He emptied his magazine onto the fleeing thugs, and one by one, they started to fall. As the gunfire stopped for a moment, Lin came out of his hiding spot, running for the exit, thinking that the guard was out of ammo. And, of course, that was the case, as the guard was busy reloading. Taking this opportunity, Lin and the other thugs got in the car as Lin frantically asked the driver to drive off. As the car turned around, another thug who was left behind ran for his life, asking the others to stop the car, but it was too late. The guard, now reloaded, fired a bullet that flew toward him, piercing through his skull. The thugs zoomed away, not batting an eye for their fallen comrade. The scene shifts to the bus, which was still speeding down the road. Yu-Shiu, now behind the wheel, noticed something. As the bus reached a junction, he saw a pickup truck zooming through the streets with people standing in the back. Seeing this, Chun-Chom screamed out, wanting to chase the men. But Yu-Shiu told him to focus on the mission first, since the points were more important. The bus pulled up to the apartment complex. Getting out, Yu-Shiu saw the corpse of a gang member lying on the floor. That rifle really did come in handy. Seeing this, Yu-Shiu assumed that the pickup from before must have been the fleeing thugs. Standing next to Yu-Shiu, Chun-Chom was facing another problem. He was locked onto the dead body, drooling from his mouth. Noticing this, Yu-Shiu asked if he was hungry. Seeing his reaction, Yu-Shiu told him to help himself, since this was better than the body becoming food for some other zombie. Hearing this, Chun-Chom's face twisted into a smile, saliva still pouring down. He lunged onto the body to chomp down. Yu-Shiu, walking past him, pulled Chun-Chom to meet him in front of Building 8 after he was done. Chun-Chom, meanwhile, was completely immersed in the culinary experience, savoring every bite. He chomped down on the meat as he looked up into the sky, his eyes turning black as his pupils glowed a sinister red. Yu-Shiu leisurely skimmed past the corpses scattered on the ground, and admired. Brother Henki killed quite a few. A boy at this time peeked his head out of the window, and was overjoyed when their hero had really arrived. Brother Jushuo, this time, it's really Brother Jushuo. Although Jushuo hadn't even stepped up the stairs yet, everyone was standing above and waving down at him. Brother Jushuo. When Henkai and everyone saw him arrive, they were relieved. Jushuo, did you repel all these people? He pointed to the gun and proudly boasted, what else? Luckily, I have the rifle from Brother Jushuo. Before I was discharged from the army, I was a great rifleman. But while everything was peaceful, a strange sound attracted their attention. It was Chun-Chom. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he slowly walked towards them. Because he was still a zombie, he looked very scary. Honkai mistakenly thought he was a threat, and immediately raised his rifle. Careful, there's a zombie. But the next second, Jushuo had put his hand on the gun and reassured him. Don't get excited, he's one of us. Honkai was very surprised that such a zombie could be his ally. One of us? It seemed that Chun-Chom still hadn't had enough to eat, so Jushuo pointed in another direction for him to find a new meal. There's still some over there. Go eat. Honkai, witnessing this magical scene for the first time, asked for an explanation. What's going on? Brother Jushuo, can you talk to zombies? Seeing that everyone was tired, Jushuo suggested, he's not an ordinary zombie. I can't explain it clearly right now. Get in the car. I'll explain it to everyone on the way. Before leaving, Jushuo urged the greedy Chun-Chom, fearing he would be left behind. Take the opportunity to eat. After you're done, get on the bus and find us. Chun-Chom was very self-aware and put on his mask so as not to be a threat to everyone. At this time, everyone saw this strange sight for the first time, so all eyes were focused on him. The boy, although still a child, also found this to be very unbelievable. Does he even know how to wear a muzzle? Gyoshu knew very well that Chun Chong wouldn't hurt everyone, but still scared the boy for fun. Muscle. If he hears that, be careful. He'll hit you. After preparing his safety equipment, Chun Chong stepped onto the bus. Although only he stepped up, it was enough to make the whole vehicle sway. Han Kai, who was also the driver, felt that something was wrong. Did the bus tilt a little just now? Chun Chong had always kept a key very carefully and now gave it back to Zhu Shuo. But what caught Zhu Shuo's attention was not the key, but the fact that he could stammer out words. He can talk. It seemed that Zhu Shuo also realized that Chun Chong was starting to change. After eating 6 corpses in a row, as a zombie, he must have begun to evolve. I have to quickly go back and convert my points into strength, Zhu Shuo thought. They didn't stay any longer and drove forward at full speed. Hold on tight. Let's go home. When Su Cheng had failed and returned to the base, he was scolded by Guanjin so badly that he couldn't even wipe his face. What did he say? You can't do anything right. Although this was entirely his fault, he still tried to justify himself. Boss Lin, this can't be blamed on me. Those people have automatic rifles. But without seeing it with his own eyes, Guanjin didn't believe a word of what he said. What are you talking about? A small security guard. Where would he get an automatic rifle? Do you think we're stupid? Su Chen continued to explain with helplessness. It's not like that. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to see. It seemed that Guanjin didn't want to listen to him nagging any longer, and used his fists on him. Get out. Although Su Cheng was extremely frustrated, he could do nothing but endure it. When he had stepped out of the room, Guanjin was still not satisfied. I've been annoyed with this useless guy for a long time. His face then became treacherous with a surge of murderous aura. Why not take advantage of his subordinates suffering heavy losses? But what Guanjin intended to do had already been seen through by someone else. He still craved the woman beside him, Boss Su. The men burst out laughing. Share together. Of course, share together. But with Guanjin's cunning, he still had many good shows to perform. Don't rush, Akai. Wait for me to find an opportunity. They didn't know that every joke and scheme of theirs had been heard by Su Cheng hiding behind. He didn't expect to be ostracized and stabbed in the back like that. So he gritted his teeth in anger. Su Cheng had no place to vent his anger, so he took it back to his private home to vent on others. He threw all the objects in the room down very violently, causing Shujing to be startled. What's wrong, Oni? She only said a few words, but it soothed Su Cheng somewhat. Don't be angry. Quickly, back up. Let's go. He was afraid that he and his wife would be hunted down, so he didn't want to stay here for another second. Where are we going? I'm afraid we can't stay here. We have to be careful. Boss Lim, what are your instructions? Su Cheng didn't want to leave anything behind. All the remaining brothers. Follow me early in the morning. Shujing seemed unwilling to leave, showing an uncomfortable expression. Back with Zhu Shuo's group. After a long journey, they had arrived at a safe place. Everyone then slowly got out of the car and couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the scene. This is really a new world. A fortress. The system notified Zhu Shuo, member increase mission has been completed beyond the mark, with 8 out of 5 people accepted. Reward, 25 points. He received an extra 5 points, bringing his current total to 66. He noted that completing missions beyond the requirements yielded extra rewards. This trip wasn't over yet. Zhu Shuo had another place to go. Shen Chong, follow me to the south of the city tomorrow night, he commanded. Hearing the plan, one of his companions asked curiously, go to the south of the city. What are you going to do? Zhu Shuo didn't hide anything, sharing the truth with them. I have some ancestral feuds with the people in the villa area on Bichu Mountain that must be dealt with. He checked the system store and saw level 2 black technology supply crate for 50 points. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Shuo reached out and touched the screen. Level 2 black technology supply crate successfully exchanged, deducting 50 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 16. Because Zhu Shuo had high expectations, he hoped the reward would not be unsatisfactory. Don't disappoint me, he thought. At that moment, the system sounded, and a stream of light appeared in the air, revealing a syringe. Opening the level 2 black technology supply crate. Reward received, physique enhancer. Seeing this, Zhu Shuo reached out to take it. With the reward in his hand, he was happy. 20 doses of physique enhancer. Holy crap, it's worthy of being the level 2 crate. Suddenly, a piercing scream, and a beam of light came from Zhu Shuo's room. He had used a dues to increase his power. Looking at his status, he smiled. My physique score is now 33 points. A comprehensive improvement making me more than 6 times stronger than an ordinary person. This feeling. While enjoying the joy, a mosquito flew over, buzzing. Suddenly, Zhu Xiu reached out and caught the mosquito, bringing it close to his eyes to observe. The panicked mosquito could only buzz helplessly, but Zhu Xiu had no intention of harming it. He released it, and it hurriedly flew away. As the sun began to set, Zhu Xiu and Chen Chong prepared to leave. 2 of his allies, a man and a woman, stood guard, each holding a gun. Seeing Zhu Xiu coming, the man, team leader Li, spoke up. Brother Xiu, are you heading to the south of the city? Zhu Xiu immediately confirmed. That's right. Team leader Li replied. What are your instructions? Zhu Xiu stated his intention. Your shooting technique is probably the best here. Train everyone for me. The man gave a thumbs up and smiled in agreement. This is my fort. Don't worry. Zhu Xiu and Chen Chong moved towards the bus. Chen Chong, let's go. The engine roared, and the bus sped off. Night finally fell. Elsewhere, a conversation was taking place. Tano, how is it over there? The other side replied. Don't worry, Boss Lai. He must have entered the position by now. Right at that moment, the command rang out. Start. It turned out that Lai Shooting's men were acting according to a prearranged plan to ambush someone. Unexpectedly, the sound of a car horn and bright headlights shone straight on Lai Shooting's group, startling them and forcing them to cover their faces. Before they could recover, a group of tall men in black stepped out of the car. In front of them stood a man, hands on his hips, quietly observing Lai Shooting's group. Inside the car, 2 men and a woman smiled quietly, watching the situation unfold. Li Shooting's group reacted in shock. One of them asked, what's going on? The leader of the new group, Dong Su, held a gun and asked sternly, where are you planning to go? Li Shooting's face was covered in sweat as he frowned, struggling to see clearly. Then he recognized the man with bitterness, Dong Su. But he quickly changed his attitude, speaking humbly and cautiously. Boss Su, we were planning to take advantage of the night to go to Dong Hongyan to find some luck. That's all. How could these petty tricks escape Dong Su's eyes? He laughed disdainfully. Haha, but a Dong Hongyan. One of his subordinates pulled out an unconscious person and threw him in front of Lai Shooting's group, shocking them. The man had been beaten to death, his eyes still wide open. Seeing one of their own, a man in Lai Shooting's group shouted, Tano. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was punched by Lai Shooting, who angrily shouted, open your dog eyes and look clearly, this is not Tano. Right after punching his subordinate, Lai Shooting turned to smile at Dong Su. Boss Su, who is this person? I don't know him. Suddenly, Dong Su and his subordinates all raised their guns, pointing them straight at Lai Shooting's group and shouting, shoot. Continuous gunshots rang out, followed by painful cries. Li Shooting witnessed the scene, terrified, trembling, and hugging his head with both hands. When he no longer heard the gunshots, he cautiously opened his eyes. He was horrified to realize all his subordinates had been shot down. Panicked, Lai Shooting explained, I really don't know them. Boss Su, what are you doing? But how could Dong Su believe him? He only pointed his thumb towards the car, and laughed. Haha, you're really something else. Look carefully. Who was sitting in the car? Hearing this, Lai Shooting looked toward the car. Immediately, he gnashed his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. The person sitting in the car was none other than He Ding, along with Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guankai. Di Jing, leaning on Lin Guankai's shoulder, spoke up. Don't deny it. Your own man told us all about your plan of betrayal. Hearing that his plan had been exposed, Lai Shooting wanted to rush over, but was stopped by 2 subordinates. He roared angrily, He Ding, you bitch, you dare betray me. At this time, a subordinate asked, how should we handle him? Lin Guankai didn't reply, only signaling by drawing a finger across his neck. After that, Lai Shooting was strangled with a rope. The subordinate forcefully pulled, and he was hoisted high into the air, struggling in pain. Tears and snot gushed from his eyes as they began to turn white. He could only utter a few suffocating sounds. Finally, Lai Shooting took his last breath, dying in agony. His body was hung right in front of Jiu Xiu's old apartment. The surrounding space was quiet. The bus that Jiu Xiu drove away and had also stopped right in front of the building. Jiu Xiu led Chen Chong, moving quickly and silently. While moving, he spotted a leg dangling high in the air. He immediately realized the abnormality and signaled Chen Chong to stop. Witnessing the scene of Lai shooting being hanged to death, he sneered, "Serves you right. Still, I'm a little disappointed I couldn't handle you myself." Du Xiu flicked a stone, cutting the rope. The rope broke, and the body fell straight down, landing on its face. Du Xiu went to Lai shooting's body, grabbed his head, and spoke. "You beast. Considering your ending was so tragic, I'll avenge you." In another place, groaning sounds were heard. It turned out the sound came from Yijing's mouth. She was wearing lace lingerie, her hands and feet locked in handcuffs. "How annoying," she moaned. "I have made a great contribution, and you treat me like this. Why don't you hurry up and take these off me?" Zheng Qingwen gave a traitorous smile, moving towards Yijing and replying, "Isn't this reward great?" Suddenly a sound caused Lin Guankai, who was pulling up his pants, to pay attention. "What's that sound?" He vigilantly approached the window to observe the surroundings, ignoring the two on the bed. As soon as he looked down, he was horrified to discover the guards below had been ambushed and were lying in pools of blood. At that moment, there was a rapid knocking on the door, increasing the tension. The three people in the room looked towards the door and shouted, "What's the matter?" Taking advantage of their carelessness, Jiu Xiu successfully broke through the window, holding a knife and staring at them from behind. Observing the scene, he didn't make a sound. Suddenly, a blade was placed against Lin Guankai's neck. Only then did he react. But before he could say anything further, Jiu Xiu decisively acted, slashing across his neck. Lin Guankai was defeated, and collapsed to the floor. Jiu Xiu jumped into the room with his knife. Seeing Lin Guankai killed, Zhang Qingwen panicked and shouted, "AK, bastard, who are you?" Yijing, standing beside him, immediately recognized him. Jiu Xiu. But before he could say another word, she watched as he forcefully threw the knife in his hand. The knife pierced directly into Zheng Qingwen. He didn't have time to react, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened as he uttered a final curse before falling to the ground, naked and dead. Seeing them both dead, Xu Jing screamed in terror. At that moment, seeing Jiu Xiu approach, Xu Jing panicked and shouted, "Jiu Xiu, what are you doing here? What do you want?" But he brushed past her, laughing. "Ha ha, you guys are having too much fun." Jiu Xiu approached the door, and said, "I wonder how that beast Lin Xiu will react when he sees you like this." Xu Jing confusedly repeated the name, Lin Xiu. At that moment, he opened the door. The zombified Lin Xiu growled, and lunged forward. Seeing his hand almost touch her, Xu Jing was terrified, tears streaming down her face as the zombie lunged forward again and bit her neck. She screamed and begged, "Ah, Xiu Xiu, I was wrong, forgive me, get away." Only Xu Jing's painful and desperate screams remained in the room as Xu Xiu gently took the doorknob and closed the door. Afterwards, Yu Xiu went downstairs and ordered the zombie Chun Chun, "Go and eat these bodies." The zombie looked towards the people lying on the ground and replied with difficulty, "Eat. But one person. But most. But." Then he lunged and began to devour the corpses on the ground. While waiting for Chun Chun to enjoy his meal, Yu Xiu seemed to notice something. He used his sound, gathering ability to scout the situation. At the Bishu Villa, there were still normal, living people hiding together. Suddenly, a figure in a chef's white uniform came up from the stairs. He didn't say a word, quietly observing his surroundings with an unfriendly expression. In his hand, he held a large meat cleaver. Suddenly, a man holding a knife in one hand and pulling a little girl with the other said sinisterly, "This little girl, her skin is so tender. How wonderful." Seeing this, the little girl immediately struggled and cried loudly, "Mommy." The chef looked her over and frowned. "Now too skinny." Suddenly he pointed to a chubby boy in a blue shirt and said, "Choose him." The mother beside him heard this and hugged her son, shaking her head frantically. Without another word, the chef went forward and dragged the boy away, saying, "This one is fat." Witnessing her son being taken away, the mother could only helplessly shout, "Let him go, let him go." Feeling it was too noisy, the chef angrily pushed the mother away and shouted, "Get out of my face." The boy saw his mother being hit and cried, running after her, calling, "Mommy." The mother, tears streaming down her face, lay on the floor crying and begging, "Please spare my child. Please, I beg you." At this moment, the mother reached out to the others, begging, "Save my son, have some mercy." But she only received silence and helplessness from them. Suddenly, a sound came, drawing everyone's attention. They all looked towards the door. One of them asked, "Who is it?" Feeling a threat, some of them picked up weapons and pointed them at the door. The chef asked, "That's the sound of a shotgun. Who else has a gun like that?" One of them replied, "No one else. Only the boss has one." The boy, very scared, ran back to hug his crying mother. "Mommy." The mother comforted him. "Son, it's okay." Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Everyone inside held their weapons on alert. The chef grew impatient and ordered the man who had grabbed the little girl earlier, "Go over there and see what's going on." The man asked, "Me?" The chef impatiently replied, "Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly." The man cautiously walked to the door. Suddenly, a green hand reached out and grabbed his neck. Immediately, the man was dragged away with a piercing scream. Realizing what was happening, the people panicked. "It's a zombie. Shoot, shoot quickly." Bullets were fired continuously at the door. One of them yelled, "Be careful." A zombie was flickering in and out of sight, then broke through the wooden planks blocking the door, and rushed in. Its target was the chef. The zombie lunged, grabbed the chef's head, and decisively twisted it 360 degrees. As the body hit the ground, the zombie moved quickly in a zigzag pattern. Screams of terror rang out in the Bishu villa. "It's rushing towards me. Save me. Save me. Oh God." Quick as lightning, the zombie had defeated all the bad guys. Seeing this, the remaining people were shocked. "It's not killing us. What exactly is this zombie?" At this moment the zombie seemed to sense something, and looked towards the door. It was Joshua. He opened the door and entered, saying, "Not bad, Chun Chong. Even with the chains and mask, you can still move so fast." Recognizing him, Chun Chong raised his hand and replied, "Like this." The fooler. Seeing the scene before them, everyone was shocked. A zombie can talk. The zombie Chun Chong stood silently amidst the confused crowd. But they were still scared. A mother and daughter hugged each other anxiously. Seeing them so timid, Joshua went over to reassure them. "Don't be afraid. It's okay. He won't attack you." But the little girl in paint asked cautiously, "It's a high-level monster that kills without blinking." Hearing what the little girl said, Joshua didn't answer immediately, just observing. Then he knelt down on one knee and asked, "Have you two ever seen a similar variant like him before?" The mother immediately confirmed, "Yes, we have." He immediately asked, "Where did you see it?" She replied, "In Linshire City in Jadon." Having obtained an important clue, he began to analyze. "So early. I thought it would be at least 1 or 2 months later. Moreover, Linshire City is not far from here." Chun Chong heard this and asked, What it?" Joshua replied, "A variant just like you." He began to imagine that variant zombies like Chun Chong were quite terrifying. Their killing ability was just as strong. Based on each person's situation, you will retain reason and memory to varying degrees. So the hunting efficiency will be much higher than ordinary zombies. Joshua imagined the shapes they could mutate into, which could be like demons or monsters. But because the mutation is unstable, most of them are fierce and extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Chun Chong also felt worried and stammered, "Then. But Joshua immediately patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry. You're very lucky. Moreover, I am here. I won't let you lose your mind." At this time, Joshua turned to the people there and said, "In this Bishu Villa area there must be other survivors, right?" They replied, "There are still many people locked up in the real estate sales office. Also, maybe there are people living in the basement." Then the group went to the basement together. Joshua gently pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, everyone couldn't hide their shock. He said, "This is to." Witnessing the scene before them, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. One person explained, "Every day they capture survivors from the surrounding area, then slaughter them." The group gradually entered the room. Joshua looked around and asked, "Is this the reason why there are no other gathering places in Chang'an?" The more he observed, the more questions he had. But slaughtering so many people, can they eat it all? One of them replied, "They transfer the meat periodically. We don't know how many people they actually have." Joshua looked at the rotten meat on the ground and fell into contemplation. They certainly can't eat this much. Could they be raving zombies? Then he turned to the survivors. "Tell me this situation in the real estate office in detail." The person replied, "The real estate sales office is on the south side of the gate, 1 kilometer away from here. People who are captured are locked up there first. The eliminated, and the ones they are tired of playing with are brought here to wait for slaughter." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Utopia system beta version. Task activated. Task content, expand the community. Task requirement, do your best to increase the community's evaluation points. Current evaluation points, 2 ordinary accumulated points, 20 current total points, 36 at the real estate office. 2 guards were talking. Just now, I faintly heard gunshots from the north gate. The person next to him explained, they're probably using living people to practice shooting. While the 2 were not paying attention, the zombie ambushed them from behind. Screams erupted. Zombie. Inside a jail cell, 4 girls were sitting together. One had fallen asleep from exhaustion. While they were panicking, suddenly there was a loud noise from outside. One person asked curiously, "What's going on outside?" Hearing this, the sleeping girl was startled awake and shouted, "No, let them do whatever they want. Don't come in here. Don't come in here." At that moment, the door was unlocked and opened. Seeing this, she panicked even more. "Don't come in here. Don't come in here." At this time, Gyoshu walked in and looked at everyone. Then he said to the girls in the room, "Everyone, come out." They lined up one by one and followed Gyoshu outside. Suddenly, a girl spoke up and asked, "Are you really willing to give us shelter?" Gyoshu turned around and replied indifferently, "That's right." Then he added, "But everyone has to work." Seeing this, everyone happily agreed. No problem. We're all able-bodied." "That's right, me too." Hearing their answers, Gyoshu happily led everyone outside. "We can't delay. Let's go now." Then, everyone got in the car to leave that hellish place. After a long journey, they finally arrive. Shanshan and Jiankai, standing high up, saw Gyoshu returning and were very happy. They said to each other, "Brother Gyoshu is back. I'll go open the door." Jiankai quickly stopped her. "Wait a minute. Brother Gyoshu didn't drive straight in. Let's see what he wants to do first." Down below, Gyoshu introduced to everyone, "That place is our fortress, but it can't let everyone in yet." At this time, one person stepped forward and replied, "The world is treacherous. We understand." Then a voice asked, "Then where will we live?" Noticing everyone's concerns, Gyoshu reassured them. Next to the fortress, there are temporary housing and iron nets. Although it's not as safe as inside the fortress, the conditions are better than ordinary gathering places. Then he turned around, gesturing broadly and analyzing further. This city area still has a lot of farmland and abandoned buildings. Later, we will gradually renovate them, and the conditions will get better and better. Immediately after hearing the benefits, everyone bowed gratefully. "This is a great kindness. We have nothing to repay you, benefactor." The sun was high in the sky. The sun shone on the cars parked in front of the villa gate. Li Jingguri gritted her teeth and sighed deeply. Then she propped her chin up, legs crossed with an irritable expression, and said gruffly, "Why is no one answering the phone? What kind of mysterious tricks is you playing again?" Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and frowned. At this time, Li Jingguri and her companions found the room and pushed the door open. Still Li Jingguri, Lai Shut Lai Shooting, Lin Guankai, and Zhang Qingwen had all transformed into zombies. Suddenly, the zombie Lei Li Shooting turned his head sharply, and looked towards her, roaring. Immediately afterwards, the group all of Li Jingguri reacted instantly, and simply threw a punch at Lai Shooting's head with extremely strong impact. With the sound of a knife slicing through the air and splatters of blood, the group of zombies was defeated. Li Jingguri, holding the knife, calmly wiped away the blood stains on it with a claw. The bearded subordinate standing next to her finally opened. Zhang Qingwen is dead. After this batch of a mate. Li Jingguri then replied, "There's no other way. Let's do it ourselves. Before that, I want to kill," she said with a sharp and firm gait this time. Both of them stepped out of the villa and stood in front of the hall, observing the surroundings. It was mostly filled with corpses. The subordinate spoke up. Li Jingguri's subordinates gradually carried the supplies and loaded them into the car while she stood there quietly looking around. Li Jingguri bent down and looked closely at the tire tracks changing. Gyoshu was resting. The system's voice rang. Task content, expand the community. Gyoshu began to analyze. There is enough land to use. Then he and his teammates entered the temporary base. Seeing Gyoshu, everyone was delighted. That person then continued. In the Runfeng flower shop on the city side. Gyoshu repeated it to remember. Runfeng flower shop. Shanshan spoke up at this time. "Brother Gyoshu, we still have a lot of supplies. No need to go provoke that monster." Gai, next to her, also spoke up. "But after all, just sitting and eating will exhaust even a mountain of supplies. Of course, the more the better." At this time, Gyoshu replied, "The most important thing is that the city is less than 2 km away from our fortress. We can't just leave the monster in a nearby place to threaten our safety." Hearing that he wanted to take a risk to protect everyone, the little girl's mother excitedly dropped the basin of clothes on the ground. She panicked and advised. Then a factor. Don't go. That monster kills without blinking an eye. But how could he be afraid? He reassured her, don't worry. We have a plan. Then Yejuo or Jiankai, called Chinchum. We're going to meet that guy. At this time, in another place, a group of people were moving towards a large supermarket. Director Chu spoke up. I told you. I remember there is a big supermarket nearby. One of them replied, don't be too optimistic yet. Maybe the things inside have already been taken by people. Ingwan then continued, don't be too pessimistic either. We've been to quite a few large and small supermarkets, and haven't we still found a lot of things left behind? The group all agree with her opinion. Wan Yun is right. There probably aren't many people who have the courage and ability like us to move freely in the apocalypse. As soon as they stepped inside, everything was silent. Before them, everything was almost empty, with only some things scattered on the floor. A voice rang out. Although it was plundered, it wasn't completely cleaned out. Suddenly, Ningwan slammed the pan she was holding on the wall. Then she shouted, hey, is there anyone there? She cautiously observed. Because of her sound, several zombies appeared. Seeing this, they shouted. They appeared. It's the crazies. At this moment, the nearby zombies came to attack. The group clamored and shouted, enter combat. Be careful. With sounds of battle, the group of zombies was knocked down by Ningwan holding the pan. Then she laughed and said, easy as pie. The people inside said, there are zombies. But not many. Probably most of them have been lured away by the previous group that came here. Today, it's like we won the lottery. One person warned, stay vigilant. They continued to go deeper. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed nearby. It was the monster that Liu Xiu had mentioned. With a gaunt face and teeth exposing the gums, it looked at the group of people in front of it and said to itself, prey. Fresh prey. The group of people at this time still didn't know the danger was approaching. They were happy to find the remaining supplies here. Here, oh whoa, it's like New Year's. Enough for us to eat and drink for several years. Ingwan noticed something and excitedly pointed in that direction. Look over there, she exclaimed. Beds, it's beds. Immediately afterwards, she jumped onto the soft bed and said happily, I don't care. I want to stay here. The people also cheered happily. How about we settle down here? That's a good idea. Director Chu said, I'm going to have a smoke. Another person immediately responded. Let's go. Let's go together. The sound of a lighter rang out. The two people stood on the balcony smoking. One person said, what do you think? Are we really going to stay here? Director Chu then replied, this shopping mall has too many entrances and exits. It's not convenient to defend. Moreover, the supplies are abundant, so it's easy to be targeted by others. Then he continued, but when we came here, I saw a two-story house on the other side that was also quite good. Suddenly, his words were interrupted. A claw pierced through Director Chu's body, and blood splattered out. Witnessing the scene, the other person panicked. Before his eyes was a monster that had just impaled Director Chu, and was now lifting him up. Not only that, but it could also speak. Thin skin and tender meat, the monster rasped. The taste must be very good. Then, it smiled dangerously. The other man immediately reacted, shouting as he ran, help, save me, there's a monster. Hearing his cry, everyone turned to look with curious eyes. But before he could get far, the monster's claws had pierced multiple holes through his body. It lifted him high, and with a ripping sound, tore his body in half. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Ningwan trembled and shouted, what is that? Retreat, retreat quickly, get out of this place. Her footsteps were hurried as the group fled in disarray. But the monster's speed was unexpected. It chased after them, saying, you can't escape. No one can escape. A girl who ran too slowly was pierced through the body. Everyone ran for their lives. No, I don't want to die. Immediately afterward, the man running behind Ningwan also couldn't escape its clutches. She desperately ran without looking back, heading towards the entrance. While running, she told herself, the exit. It's here. It's almost here. Ironically, she sprained her foot and fell to the ground. Seeing the monster approaching, Ningwan felt death closing in. Panicking to the extreme, she let out a piercing scream. She thought the tragedy had befallen her, but at the crucial moment, Chun Chun appeared, saving her life. Seeing him, another towering, monstrous figure, she trembled and shouted, I don't want to die, mistaking him for the same creature that had just been on the attack. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, don't be afraid, drawing her attention. The people who had arrived were Zhu Xiu and Jian Che. Reflectively, she asked, "Who are you?" Zhu Xiu looked down at her and reached out his hand. Ningguan then remembered that he was the land buyer from before. He gently helped her up and replied, "Oh, you are the real estate salesgirl." Memories flashed back. He remembered her in a business suit, warmly welcoming him. "I think your name is Ningguan, right?" Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from the fight, causing her to cover her head and shout, "Monster, there's a monster in the mall. Run now." Seeing her actions, Zhu Xiu reassured her. "It's okay. The monster has been stopped." Hearing him say that, she slowly looked back. The image that met her eyes was unbelievable. The monster had been stopped by Chun Chong. The monster snarled, "You want to monopolize me." Seeing this, Zhu Xiu called out, "Chun Chong, can you handle it yourself?" He replied, "Try. And see." Immediately afterwards, he threw the monster far away, but it stabilized instantly and stuck out its long tongue excitedly. "First time meeting a fellow kind," it hissed. "Excellent." It pounced on Chun Chong as quick as lightning, launching an attack, but Chun Chong dodged it immediately. The monster continued to strike, saying, "I don't know if eating the flesh of my own kind will make me evolve faster." Before it could achieve its goal, Chun Chong was quicker, throwing a decisive punch straight into its face. Taking the punch, the monster face planted into the ground. It raised its head and muttered, "Damn it. You have some ability." Not letting the monster launch another attack, Chun Chong delivered a powerful kick from behind. The kick landed, shattering the ground, but he suddenly realized that the monster had successfully dodged the attack. With its incredible speed, it had jumped up and grabbed the ceiling. Roar, the strength I gained from hunting recently. "I finally have the opportunity to use it." Chun Chong couldn't hide his surprise. The monster smiled wickedly and turned around to attack him. The sound of punching and kicking rang out. Seeing that Chun Chong seemed to be falling into a difficult situation, Jian Qi was worried. "Brother Zhu Xiu, Chun Chong is in a weak position. How is this monster so strong?" Zhu Xiu replied, "This trip was the right call. If we had let it hunt for a while longer, I am afraid it really wouldn't have been easy to deal with." Suddenly, he took out a gun. Seeing this, Ningguan couldn't help but be surprised. A gun suddenly appeared in the air. Zhu Xiu aimed and signaled to Chun Chong, "If you can hold him for 1 second, I won't tease you later." Hearing this, Chun Chong seemed to be given more energy and tried his best to hold on to the monster's hands, causing it to shout, "Damn it, let go." The sound of gunfire rang out. Aimed straight at the monster's forehead, the bullet shot through its head. It was pushed back, and everyone thought it had been shot down, but it suddenly stabilized its feet. Blood flowed from its forehead, but the monster was not defeated. It shouted, "That hurt, you bastard. I didn't expect you to be able to hurt me." It coughed violently. "I want to kill you. I have to tear you apart." She stood there, his mouth agape, not believing his eyes. Its brain was shot, and it's still not dead. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xiu pulled the trigger continuously. Each bullet shot into its body, turning into deep holes, and it screamed in pain. After a series of shots, the monster fell, groaning. Seeing it like that, Jiangji still wasn't sure, and asked again, "Is it dead?" Zhu Xiu looked at Chun Chong and said, "Chun Chong, try eating this monster. Maybe you can increase your strength." At that moment, the system's voice rang out. "Fast progress, eliminate dangerous factors. Community evaluation points. 1 current evaluation, 3 good reward, 10 points current total, 46 points. Seeing this, Zhu Xiu was surprised. "Oh, this counts too." Then he said, "Since we've come, let's not leave empty-handed. Let's see if we can clean out the supermarket." Hearing him say that, Ningguan asked, "Move everything away." After that, Zhu Xiu used the space ring on his finger to collect all the usable supplies in the supermarket. Witnessing his ability, Jiangqi couldn't help but praise, "Whoa, so magical. What kind of magic is this?" When he had collected everything, Zhu Xiu spoke up. "Instead of just leaving these corpses here to turn into zombies." He then called out, "Chun Chong, you're not full yet, right?" The scene changes. A car brakes hard, sparks flying. A voice rang out, "Wait, stop here." Li Jingru saw the car stop and asked, "What's wrong?" Her subordinate was looking through binoculars. In his sight was Zhu Xiu's fortress. He excitedly reported, "The population is quite large, but their weapons are backward. The only advantage is that the factory building is quite sturdy." The driver heard this and was puzzled. Then how did they deal with the gangs of Guang Jin and Lin Xiu? Li Jingru explained, "It's obvious. They used sneak attacks, letting the zombies in. I told them taking the villa area, as a base wasn't safe at all. At this, she laughed smugly. Ha, this is God seeing how hard we live and giving us prey and a new base. The subordinate immediately agreed. That's right. I feel a little embarrassed taking it. The driver asked, are we going to rush it now? Lee Jingru replied, no. Wait until we go back and prepare. We'll bring more people and weapons. Hearing this, the driver immediately revved the engine and drove the car away. A blue bus was speeding down the road. This was Yoshua's group. They had also taken Ningguan back to the base. Sitting in the bus, she asked excitedly, really? Jianxi, sitting next to her, immediately confirmed, of course, it's true. Not only are there beds and mattresses, but there's also hot water for a shower. She then excitedly cheered, oh, yeah. Suddenly, everything became silent. Liu Xiu had noticed something. He signaled, be careful. There are people ahead. Prepare weapons. The two people in the back became silent and tense. Jiangxi had already prepared the gun in his hand and was observing silently. The car carrying Li Jingru's group was going in the opposite direction of Liu Xiu's bus. As they passed, their eyes met for a brief, tense moment. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. New task. Nemesis Bane Vol. 1 task requirement, resist invasion. Reward. 50 points. Liu Xiu couldn't help but wonder, resist invasion. Suddenly he remembered Li Jingru and vaguely realized, is it that group of people? The bus quickly stopped at the base. Reaching the place, he inquired about the situation from Meng Shanshan. Did any strangers come around here just now? Use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. She then pointed to the distance and reported, it seems like a car came from that direction but didn't head this way. At first, I thought you had returned. What's wrong, Brother Yon? Is there a problem? He turned serious and gave the order. Tell Uncle Fume and Lao Li to call everyone here. I have something important to tell them. At the same time, at the coal mine in the southern suburbs, a wave receiver flickered and squeaked. Survivors, please come to the coal mine in the southern suburbs. We are establishing a base here and are short on people. A group of young men followed the machine's instructions and gathered at the location. One of them looked around and judged, it must be around here. Suddenly, a hulking car appeared behind them. The group of young men cheered happily. A car, there are survivors, great. The car screeched to a halt beside them, kicking up dust everywhere. 3 people stepped out of the car. Li Jingru spoke up. You received the broadcast and came to join us, right? The group nodded hastily. Yes. But their eyes were all fixed on her full breasts. Having suffered for a long time, the sight of a beautiful woman like her was an alluring prospect. The young men exchanged sinister glances, ignoring her question. A representative said, it's not far. The car won't fit everyone, so let's walk back. Okay. Soon, they arrived at the location. Stepping inside, the group of young men couldn't help but exclaim, whoa, this place is so big, great, we finally have a place to stay. The man in yellow suddenly scratched his face awkwardly and said, I suddenly need to use the bathroom. I'll go out and be right back. Li Jingru enthusiastically invited, no need. There's a bathroom inside. Follow me. The man's eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. The man in yellow leisurely relieved himself, casting a sinister glance behind him. Yet, Li Jingru was standing right next to him, observing intently. The man slowly pulled up his pants and said invitingly, well, little sister, I know what you're thinking. Come here. Don't be shy. I'm very strong. But suddenly, a sharp pain struck him. He was in so much pain that his eyes widened as he caught. Li Jingru fiercely squeezed his neck. In a few seconds, he was lying flat on the floor in a pool of bright red blood. She looked down contemptuously. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just like the others. Seeing her come out, a companion turned around and reported. Sister Rui, everything is taken care of. Li Jingru coldly ordered. Drag the one in the bathroom out here. Looking at the group of young men lying on the ground, she said coldly, by the way, call Lauer and Lao San out here. At the same time, at Chen Yong's base, everyone was present for an important meeting. Li Honghe was puzzled after hearing his announcement. Who is targeting us? Taodong will also be. I don't have any information about the enemy. From now on, we may have to face an invasion at any time. Then Tianyong turned and announced the plan. Zhongjia, follow me out later to clean up the abandoned building in the southeast so the refugees out there can move in temporarily. Otherwise, when the enemy attacks, they will all become cannon fodder. Ming Shanshan and Xiaoya volunteered with enthusiasm. Brother Yuan, I'll go too. Me too. The two brothers, Lu Xiao and Qin Yu, also responded enthusiastically. Why brother and I will go too. Xiao Shuai also shouted, then I want to go too. Of course the young boy was stopped by his mother, who scolded him, what are you doing, you little brat? Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Ming Shanshan was also swept up in the atmosphere and reluctantly asked to go on. Or maybe I want to go too. Seeing this, Qianyong didn't stop her. He continued to present the plan. There probably won't be any danger on that side. Uncle Fu and Lao Li are enough to protect everyone. The rest of you can go. The group quickly arrived at the abandoned building in the southeast. Everyone was full of fighting spirit. The large building stood tall like a giant looking down at the tiny people at its feet. Sheng Yong used his firearm to clear out the ignorant zombies that came to cause trouble. A curly-haired man was no less capable, turning a zombie into a donut with his spear. After working hard for a while, everyone was exhausted and panting. Sheng Yong turned and asked, is anyone injured? That. Everyone said in unison, no. He turned and reminded them, in the next few days, people will be coming to attack us. Everyone should stay here temporarily. But the group enthusiastically replied, we can fight, yes. We can also contribute. Tian Yong had to agree. Okay. Then he continued to outline the battle plan. Everyone, clean up this area. Later, I will bring some guns and ammunition over. When the enemy attacks, we will communicate by radio. You must listen to my command. Everyone said in unison, okay, no problem. At the same time, Li Jingrui's group was collecting supplies. Suddenly, a voice called out in her ear. What's wrong, sister? The third in command frowned and asked, how is it? Is it still going smoothly? The evolved person next to him muttered again, human meat. Eat human meat. Li Jingrui complained irritably. What do you mean? Going smoothly. The Bayan Mountain group was wiped out. We have to rely on ourselves from now on. He was puzzled. Who did it? The evolved person still grunted. Human meat. No human meat to eat. Don't want to. Not happy. She snorted coldly. A group of people in the eastern suburbs. Quite a few of them. Tomorrow morning, Lao Er and I will lead people to attack and kill them. That night at Xiang Yong's house, he took out his points to exchange for items. 46 points. Let's see if the system has new chests. The system panel displayed the system shopping center. Level 2 awakened ability supply chest. 25 points. Level 2 end of world farmer supply chest. 15 points. Level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply chest. 5 points. Menu will refresh, 2 points. He was satisfied. Finally, there are new things. He excitedly made the exchange. Oh, this time there are 2 level 2 chests. A total of 40 points. Let's see if there are any good things. The system panel displayed an announcement. Level 1 overload potential characteristic drug. Potency, 25. After the effect ends, the user will enter a state of weakness. He calculated, even more happily. Wow, an increase of 25. I now have 33 points of physical energy. An increase of 25 means it will exceed 40 points, which is equivalent to being able to exert 8 times the strength of an ordinary person. Xian Yong felt the surging energy in his body, and said with interest, I'm a little eager to try out the new ability now. The convoy sped away at a terrifying speed, creating a cloud of smoke behind them. Motorcycles and battle-hardened pickup trucks fiercely rushed towards the base in the south. An underling handed a walkie-talkie to Li Jingrui. Sister Rui. You speak. She ordered, reiterate the attack plan to everyone. First, drive in and kill all the civilians outside. She continued to lay out her brutal plan. When Lauer starts breaking down the door, everyone use the modified vehicles to provide cover and suppress them with firepower. The evolved person was excited. Okay, I'm hungry. I'll kill. I'll eat. The convoy continued to speed away. At the same time, Zhang Yong's side was also busy preparing. Li Honghe stood observing from an ambush position for a while and then commented, this place is indeed very concealed, but the visibility is much worse than the guard posts. The blind spot under the wall is too large. Qian Yong comforted him, don't worry, we're not guarding this place because of the visibility. Captain Li couldn't help but wonder, then what is it for? He didn't answer but asked him, I remember you said you were a sniper for a few years, right? He scratched his head modestly. You remembered wrong. Not a few years, just a few months. That little bit of talent I have was just a temporary job to fill the numbers. Jiang Yong confirmed again, then at a distance of 100 or 200 meters, your shooting is accurate, right? Li Hongji said confidently. Then you're underestimating me a bit. As long as there's no strong wind within 500 meters, I can shoot wherever I aim. Zhang Yan was satisfied. That's enough. A voice rang out from behind him. Brother Yan, the stuff has been brought over. Qian Zhangja carried the box up while panting and complaining. Damn it, what is this? It's heavy. When he saw the box clearly, Li Hongji was surprised and stuttered. This is. When the box was opened, he shouted even louder, a beret. He shouted excitedly, damn it, Zhang Yan, this isn't something just anyone can get. Where did you get it? Zhang Yan didn't answer but said calmly, we only have 2 magazines. A total of 10 shots. Use it sparingly. Captain Li was moved. I understand, you understand. Damn it. Qian Yang continued, turning to Zhang Zhangja, have the others reached their positions? He reported, they're in position. He said firmly, good. Tell everyone to be vigilant. The enemy may appear at any time. Ming Shanshan stood on the observation platform, saw signs of the enemy, and reported over the radio, hello, I've found an anomaly. The signal on the other side was intermittent but still loud and clear. Understood. Li Hongji also reported, I've also found them. The enemy is attacking. Get ready. Li Jingrui's underling used binoculars to scout for a while and then reported worriedly, strange, the civilians outside the fence are all gone. They haven't been killed and eaten by them, have they? Should we stop and observe for a while? The driver asked hesitantly. But Li Jingrui was firm. Just rush it. We're close enough. If they discover us, attacking won't be easy. The driver had to obey. Their walkie-talkie crackled with the announcement, all units, attack, find cover under the fence. Mang Shanshan also quickly gave the order to her side. The enemy is within range. Fire. Our side simultaneously fired bullets at the enemy convoy. The bullets rained down, causing the enemy to suffer heavy damage. A driver took 2 bullets before he even understood what was happening, and his car lost control, crashing straight into the front of the convoy before exploding against the trees by the side of the road. The walkie-talkie rang out with a report from the lead car. It's bad, we've been discovered. Li Jingrui cursed angrily. Damn it. How could this be? An underling waited impatiently for orders. What should we do now? She insisted. Continue to rush forward. Get under the fence for cover. The convoy quickly reached the gate of the base. With a bang, a giant stepped down, stumping hard and causing the earth to shake. This evolved person, Lao A, took a chainsaw and rushed up fiercely. Kill, he began to chop into the rolling door as if it were made of wood. Mang Shanshan panicked and announced, it's over, a massive brute is breaking down the door. She quickly came up with a countermeasure. Shoot, stop him from breaking the door. The enemy below also hid behind the cars and counterattack. Shoot back, suppress them with firepower. Cover Lao A, the enemy's attack power was indeed extraordinary. Our side was panicked by the barrage of bullets. Zhao was unfortunately injured in the shoulder. Jianxi turned to him with worry, quickly pulling his chubby body into a safe place and discussing the situation with everyone. They also have submachine guns. Their firepower is no less than ours. Uncle Song spoke up to reassure them. Don't be afraid. Hang in there. We have plenty of ammunition. The group inside saw that the door was about to fail and eagerly held their weapons, preparing to counterattack. They are cutting the door. Once it's open, we'll be in a passive position. Du Shuo contacted everyone over the radio to reassure them. Don't worry, I have a plan. He slipped out the back door, quickly running to a nearby observation platform. At the same time, the enemy was also encountering difficulties. We've used half of the ammunition we brought. Li Jingrui was also anxious. Is Lao I still not done yet? The evolved person roared. Almost done here. With a bang, the door finally couldn't hold on and was pried open. Mang Shanshan quickly commanded, the door is open, reinforcements to the entrance. Don't let them in. Li Jingrui laughed triumphantly. Haha, let you inexperienced people taste the terror of an evolved person. She turned around and ordered everyone. Follow me, hide behind Lao I, and occupy the factory. After entering, the evolved person used his bare hands to pry open the bulletproof inner door. Niuzhu stood on the observation platform, monitoring the situation, and contacted Han Kai over the radio. Han Kai, get ready. Listen to my command. He asked, have you seen the most burly guy? Han Kai turned his sniper rifle and aimed to identify the target. When the enemy was within range, he reported, I see him. Down below, the evolved person roared and shouted. Our side looked at each other in extreme confusion. Is that even human? He rushed forward fiercely, ignoring the continuous barrage of bullets from the defense forces, completely unscathed. When the distance got closer, everyone realized that each bullet that hit him was being pushed out by his skin. Uncle Song couldn't help but panic. That guy. Can he heal himself? Lee Jingrui, behind the evolved person, couldn't help but feel complacent when she heard this. You people are seeing an evolved person for the first time. Ha ha. Up above, Han Kai was still focusing on his target. His earpiece filled with Jiu's command. That big, stupid guy has the ability to heal himself. Irregular guns can't kill him. Han Kai took a risk and said, try this. A bullet whizzed out, carrying terrifying power. With a swoosh, the head of the evolved person was torn from his body by the bullet and flew far away. He fell, causing the ground to shake again. The enemy panicked. What's going on? How is this happening? Lee Jingrui was also sweating. These people. They have such powerful weapons. How is that possible? Suddenly, Shuo pointed his gun at them from behind. He continuously fired, catching the enemy off guard. There are enemies behind us, we're surrounded. Lee Jingrui was angry and upset. Damn it, I was tricked. I underestimated this group. She quickly gave the order, retreat. Retreat towards the car. The group quickly retreated while holding their ground. When the distance was close enough to clearly see the people surrounding them from behind, she couldn't help but be surprised. That is, he's that kid from the car just now. Shuo still silently and coldly squeezed the trigger. Suddenly, Lee Jingrui grabbed the underling next to her and pulled him out to be a human shield. Seeing this series of swift movements, Shuo couldn't help but wonder, she reacts so fast. Is she also an evolved person? She threw the underling towards him to create an opening. He quickly dodged, but when he turned back, she was almost at the getaway car. He thought to himself, it's over. She's going to escape. Han Kai, from above, frowned and aimed. You want to run? Let's see if the barret in my hand agrees. Just when she was within range, a bullet swept through, taking away one of her legs. Lee Jingrui screamed in pain and fell to the ground right in front of the car door. Han Kai angrily reloaded. Damn. I missed the kill shot. Below, she was pulled into the car by an underling and shouted, Boss. She screamed and ordered, Drive. Drive quickly. The car sped away, leaving Han Kai fuming. Damn it, she escaped. The voice of the walkie-talkie rang in his ear with Shuo's voice, reassuring him. It's okay. The system panel appeared again. Emails is baneful. 1 task completed. Reward, 50 points. Task, expand community. Progress. Resisted the attack of invaders. Members' trust greatly increased. Community evaluation points. 2 current evaluation, 5 excellent reward, 20 points current total, 70 points. Shuo looked at the car in the distance and confidently affirmed, I know where they are. The system panel continued. New task, Nemesis Banefall. 2. Requirement. Attack the enemy stronghold. Eliminate the cannibals. Reward, 50 points. Everyone rejoiced after the victory. Oh yeah, victory. Shuo quickly inquired about the situation. Are there any casualties on our side? Someone seriously reported. No one died, but a few were injured. He quickly commanded, take the injured to the medical room for immediate disinfection. Drag the enemy's corpses to the cold storage for Chun Chung to eat. He continued, then go call the refugees at the abandoned building back. It's safe for now. He looked at the system panel with satisfaction and muttered, this time there are 76 points. I have to spend them tonight. At the same time, the car carrying Lee Jingrui finally returned to their base. She was supported out of the car by 2 underlings. The third in command saw this and rushed over. What's wrong? She was furious. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect those people to have heavy weapons. Then she flew into a rage, taking her anger out on others. What are you standing there for? Quickly go get human meat for me. The third in command smiled silently and cunningly. Lee Jingrui became even more angry and pointed at his face, scolding. What are you waiting for? Go get it, you useless thing. You're not even worth a tough lao eh? He retorted coldly, you stinky bitch. You've been utterly defeated and you still dare to talk to me like that. She widened her eyes and stuttered, You want to rebel? She then ordered, subordinates, capture him for me. But none of the people around her reacted. The third in command scornfully held a weapon in his hand and said, now you're injured. Lao Ai is dead. I am the strongest here. Not to mention, the brothers have endured you for long enough. He said loudly, isn't that right? Everyone. Lee Jingrui shouted angrily at the people who were slowly approaching her. Damn it, back off. Have you all rebelled? Don't think that I can't deal with you. As the encirclement closed in, she became more and more panicked. Don't. The third in command laughed smugly, waving his stick. He signaled to the underlings to take action, laughing maniacally. Li Jingru had no power to resist, lying flat on the ground, taking stick after stick. They beat her until her face was bruised and battered, unrecognizable. An underling called softly, "They're in charge." Just as he was wiping his hands, he turned around sharply and grabbed the man's collar, shouting, "What did you call me?" He immediately knelt down, bowing his head. Boss, I'm sorry." It was a slip of the tongue. He didn't bother to dwell on it. "Okay, what is it? Speak quickly." The underling explained the worries in his heart. "That bitch is dead now. The second brother is also dead, and so many of our men have died. Our combat power has been severely reduced. If we accidentally run into that guy..." He pondered deeply. That guy with the tentacles. But then he still half-heartedly reassured them, "No, it's okay. We can go join those Sichun people." He then arranged to leave with everyone. A car slowly approached the base. Jia looked at Xian Yong in surprise. "Damn it, Brother Yong. You were right. This place really is a stronghold." He gestured, "Quiet. We're entering. Don't make a sound." After scouting for a while, the team couldn't help but be confused by the desolate scene. What a wasteland. Have they left? They must have been afraid we would pursue them, so they ran away. When they found Li Jingrui's body lying in the middle of the road, Li Hongji said in surprise, "That's the woman I shot." They actually killed their own leader. Tian Yong looked down and said disdainfully, I'm not surprised by this at all." Zhongjia then turned and asked, "Brother Yong, that big guy we faced before is clearly different from Zhongjia." Captain Li also continued, "That's right, Yong. I think I heard them shout something." Evolved person. What is an evolved person? How do we become one? He pondered for a long time before finally speaking directly. "By eating human flesh." The other two widened their eyes in surprise, shouting, "Eating human flesh?" He began to explain, "That's right. If you want to become an evolved and obtain powerful abilities like the zombies, the most direct way is to eat human flesh." Zhongjia stuttered confusedly, then said, "Brother Yuan, you also..." Li Honghe caught the point, asking, "If we want to survive in this apocalypse, do we have to eat human flesh too?" Yuan comforted them, "Don't worry. Although eating your own kind is the most direct method, it is not the only one." He took out a red, crystal-like stone, and the other two looked on in confusion. "What is this?" He explained, "Ultimately, whether it's an evolved or a zombie, they can all be considered variants. For variants to evolve, they need to absorb different types of energy. In ordinary people, this energy is distributed throughout their flesh and blood. Although it's a small amount, it's better than nothing. For the evolved and rare variants, their energy is abundant and condenses into a core. As the disaster becomes more severe, even common zombies will have the chance to condense a variant core." Li Honghe immediately understood. "So there is also energy in a zombie's body. Then we can just eat the flesh of those zombies." Zhongjia panicked and exclaimed, "Mom, Uncle Li, if you want to eat, go ahead, but I can't do it." Xian Yong continued to explain, "Ordinary people can't eat zombie flesh. They'll be infected. Only variants like Zhongjia can eat other zombies to become stronger." The system panel appeared again. Nemesis, Bane, Volume 2 Task, attack the enemy stronghold, and eliminate the cannibals. Task completed. Reward, 50 points. Current points, 126. He rejoiced inwardly. Oh, it's settled directly. It seems that even if there are remnants, they are no longer a threat. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, "Be careful." With a simple move, he knocked down the zombie. But his heart was on alert. Unexpectedly, it could approach our people so quietly. Through the gap in the zombie's chest, a sparkling crystal, like stone, appeared. Tian Yong took it out and muttered, "There really is one. It seems this is the moment to start hunting." He gave 2 stones to the other 2 men. Zhongjia then waved his hand. "I don't need it. Just give them all to Uncle Li." Captain Li held the 2 stones and pondered for a while, struggling with the decision. In the end, he decided to take a gamble and swallowed both stones. Zhongjia, standing next to him, shouted in surprise, "Damn it, so reckless." But after absorbing them, he immediately noticed the difference. Li Honghe exclaimed, "This feeling. It's so refreshing." Xiaomyong exhorted, "Although the feeling is good, You have just entered the ranks of the Evolve. Your strength is not enough to dominate the apocalypse, so don't be reckless. Captain Lee nodded. I understand. Don't worry. He didn't linger. He waved to the other two and signaled, okay, the danger has been resolved. Let's go back. At the same time, at the West Wind steel plant, Li King saw the group of strangers appear and stopped them. Stop, who are you? The person introduced himself. Ah, it's me. I'm Sandangea. Li King repeated the name, Sandangea. Wait, let me go in and report to the leader. The group was quickly brought inside. Brother Ding and Sister Ling ran out to greet them. Aha, Sanjia, what brings you here? We're Jin Grui and the second brother. He looked distraught and said painfully, we were attacked. In order to protect us, Jin Grui and the second brother. They couldn't escape. The punk smirked. He then ordered to take Sanjia and his brothers to the safety room. Sister Ling, behind him, giggled. Haha, I think so too. After they were settled, an underling hesitantly called out, Sanjia. Sandangea grabbed him by the collar and shouted, what did you call me? The underling trembled and explained, Dejia, I'm sorry. Dejia, I have a very bad feeling. But he was dismissed. Superstitious. What bad feeling? Another underling also spoke up. Dejia, look at this safety room. Iron bars and iron doors. It's like a prison. Before they could react, Li King had rushed in fiercely. He ordered, you, come out. The group was immediately surrounded. He feigned ignorance. Leader, what's going on? What happened? Sister Ling then said coldly, what do you think the fate of someone who kills their own leader should be? He still tried to defend himself. What does this mean, Brother Ding? Sister Ling, there must be some misunderstanding. She sneered, misunderstanding. Haha. Li King, let him die knowing the truth. Li King then explained, I went to the coal mine and saw Li Jingrui's body in the yard. Your second in command was nowhere to be found, Obai. There were no signs of a major fight in the entire coal mine, either. He concluded, the most logical explanation is that you had an internal conflict, killed Li Jingrui, and fled when the battle turned unfavorable. Sandangea still maintained his stubborn stance. No, that's not it. You don't have evidence. These are just your speculations. Brother Ding laughed loudly. Evidence? What kind of world is it now? And you're talking to us about evidence. To tell you the truth, if we didn't value the abilities of Li Jingrui and your second in command, we would have finished you off long ago. Then he coldly ordered, kill them all. An underling then stepped forward and begged, spare our lives, they have intelligence. Sister Ling became interested. Of what intelligence? The man rattled off, there is a gathering place with a large population in Kingpo. The supplies are also plentiful. Sister Rui and brother are failed at their hands. Don't kill me, I'll take you there. She then asked how is their scale and strength compared to this place. The man replied, about equal. Sister Ling turned to signal Brother Ding. That was indeed a threat. The man continued to add, they still don't know how to become evolved. I didn't see a single evolved person in their entire gathering place. Li King secretly wondered, how to become evolved, Brother Ding asked again, if there are no evolved, then why did you lose? The person replied, they have heavy weapons. Ordinary guns couldn't kill the second in command, but they knocked him down with a single shot. Sister Ling then pretended to praise him, very good. The information is very useful. The underling was delighted. Then we. But she coldly ordered, kill them. Everyone was stunned. Immediately afterward, the screams of the group echoed throughout the plant. Wait, I've already provided intelligence. You can't do this, spare my life. The entire group was eliminated. Blood smeared everywhere. After finishing the job, Brother Ding turned to discuss with Sister Ling. What now? This kind of threat must be eliminated early. She quickly came up with a countermeasure. The opponent has heavy weapons. It's too risky to go now. Let's improve our evolution level first. That will be much safer. He then ordered, send someone to scout first. Make sure they don't know the way to become evolved. At the same time, Shan Yon was opening the system to exchange items. He muttered, with 126 points, what can I buy? The system panel display, current points, 126 system shopping mall, level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply chest, 5 points level 2 black technology supply chest, 50 points manual refresh, 4 points he cheered happily. Another level 2 black technology supply chest, lucky. He then made the exchange. Exchange level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply chest, successful. 5 points exchange level 2 black technology supply chest, successful. 50 points current points, 71 level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply chest activated. Rewards received. 500 gig of lotus root powder, 200 gig of margarine substitute, 150 liters of blended cooking oil, level 2 black technology supply chest activated. Reward received. Physical energy enhancer 20. A piercing scream came from outside the door. Yeong quickly turned off the system. After a moment, he called out to the person who had been banging on the door. Come in. Dum asked. What's wrong? Ang Xiaojian reported. Brother Zhu, we caught a suspicious person. Seeing that she didn't notice anything different about him, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go take a look. Su Chen was being held up by Jianji and Hun Kai but still tried to explain, I'm not the enemy. Call your leader out here. Zhu Xiu then appeared and asked, looking for me. Su Chen was overjoyed. Are you the leader? Zhu Xiu replied politely. That's right. What's the matter? But he beat around the bush. How should I address you? Zhu Xiu remained calm. He grinned and introduced himself. Brother Zhu. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Cheng. I'm from the Shenying Steel Factory. Uncle Song became wary. From Shenying? He happily replied, yes. Zhu Xiu turned to ask, what's wrong, Uncle Song? Do you know them? He replied, Shenying is located in the southwest, in the western suburbs. It's the largest steel factory in the area. It seems to be similar to the coal mine in the southern suburbs, also becoming a gathering place. Zhu Xiu continued to ask, how far is it from us? He estimated. It's about 3 kilometers further than the coal mine. Zhu Xiu frowned and questioned Su Cheng. It's so far. What are you doing here? He dodged the question. The world is chaotic now. We lucky survivors should help each other, don't you think, Brother Zhu? Zhu Xiu patiently prodded. Go on. He continued, our leader sent us to search for survivors in gathering places, and bring them back if possible. Brother Zhu, don't listen to his nonsense. He's been lurking around for a few laps, and he's even drawn a map. Then he presented a rough map. Zhu Xiu took it and examined it for a while without saying a word. To be sure, he activated his mind's eye. Seeing his treacherous intentions, he sneered, Su Cheng. He suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at his forehead. Zhu Xiu glared and warned, we're all living in the apocalypse. Do you think I'm stupid? If you don't tell the truth, I'll shoot you dead right here. Su Cheng swallowed hard. Finally he mustered up his courage and justified, Brother Zhu, really, we're doing this to have a way out. We can't help but be wary of others. Zhu Xiu turned to discuss with Jianji. Does he know about Chun Chong? I don't think so. Chun Chong has never appeared in front of him. Zhu Xiu gave a signal to let him go. Uncle Song exclaimed in surprise. Just let him go like that. Su Cheng stuttered with joy. Really? He couldn't understand why it was so easy to get away with it. Zhu Xiu continued, return this map to him. Let him go. He knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Then he ran away quickly. Zhu Xiu remained calm, thinking to himself, Shenying Steel Factory. How many system points are you worth? 5 months later, at the Shenying Steel Factory, 2 men were slowly pushing a cart to collect scrap metal. One of the men suddenly spoke. I heard that people have been disappearing again recently. As he spoke, he thought of the monstrous image of a zombie attacking people. Fear was evident on his face. That monster. Is it starting to stir again? Suddenly, there was some noise from the scrapyard, causing the 2 men to be startled. What's that sound? Shaolin moved forward to investigate, while the other man worriedly reminded, don't go there. Let the guards check it out. Suddenly, a sharp blade came flying from somewhere. Shaolin approached the scrapyard and was slashed across the neck, blood spurting from his throat. Elsewhere, Li Chung was leaning against the wall with a cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, a panicked cry came from somewhere. Help! Help me! Li Chung glanced over. He held his gun and looked at the panicked worker, asking, what's wrong? The man who had been with Shaolin ran over fearfully and reported, Monster! The monster killed Shaolin. Li Chung calmly asked for details. Monster. Is it tentacle? The man, panting heavily, replied, it's tentacle. It must be tentacle. Li Chung continued to ask, where? The man pointed towards the garbage pit. Li Chung gritted his teeth in anger. Hacking without any warning. He immediately turned to those standing nearby and said, everyone run. Evolvers with the ability to escape. Follow me. A moment later, at the garbage dump, a group of people were slowly approaching. The leader was Lee Chong. It's Tentacle. If we encounter him later, don't be aggressive. Just run. Behind him were other evolvers using old iron sheets as shields, and everyone carried weapons. Lee Chong focused on the pile of garbage, but there was no movement. He tried to look closely, but couldn't detect anything. Not here. They moved closer to the pile of garbage. Lee Chong sat down and observed the footprints left on the ground. The followers began to speak. Tentacle. Is he gone? Could it be that he hunted prey and left? Lee Chong reached out to touch the footprint. The others continued. Since Bishop Mountain and the coal mine in the southern suburbs were destroyed, the frequency of our people disappearing has obviously increased. Another person added. That's obvious. The three gathering places originally shared the number of people being hunted. Now it's just us. Hearing what those people said, Lee Chong pondered silently. Oh, it's not Tentacle. The sky was extremely clear. From above, you could see the base was very large and wide, but very quiet. Jiu Shuo stood near the railing, looking down at the road. The survival time is longer than in my previous life. At this rate, the reestablishment of civilization is not impossible. The system panel suddenly announced, Utopia Rebirth version mission content, expand the community. Mission requirement, do your best to improve the community evaluation score. Current score, 38. Jiu Shuo's gaze was still very distant. He continued, by the way, it's been several months, and the system mission for the Shenyang steel factory hasn't been issued yet. While he was talking to himself, someone suddenly called him loudly. Brother Jewel. Jiu Shuo looked down and saw that it was none other than Meng Shunshan. She waved happily at him. We're back. With a loud landing sound, Jiu Shuo jumped down from above, landing in front of Meng Shunshan and Jian Che. He asked them, was the hunting action discovered? Jian Che replied with a confident look, don't worry, Brother Chuo. With our current abilities, if anyone was following us in the vicinity, there's no way we wouldn't notice. He turned to Shuai and asked, how was Shuai's performance? Is he still adapting? The boy replied happily, yes. Shuai punched the air to show his strength. Don't worry, Uncle Shuo. It performed very well. Dudley affectionately rubbed the boy's head. That's right. Shuai took down a zombie all by himself today. Jiu Shuo smiled with satisfaction. Well done. Put the alien nucleus into the warehouse. The system panel reappeared. New mission. Nemesis of Evil Fall. 3 mission requirement. Eliminate the threat. Strengthen support for potential teammates. Reward. Heedy points. Jiu Shuo looked at the system panel and was a little confused. Potential teammates. Are they referring to the people at the Shenyang steel factory? The sky was still very blue. In a room, Punki spoke seriously with Jiu Shuo. What? You're infiltrating the steel factory alone. That's too dangerous. Old Song next to him also chimed in. That's right. They send people to spy on us every now and then. Who knows what dark intentions they have. Jiu Shuo, if something happens to you, we won't be able to cope. Jiu Shuo remained very calm and replied, don't worry. With my current abilities, even Shan Chong couldn't hurt me, let alone them. Moreover, this time I'm going to confirm whether the other party is a friend or a foe. He turned to look at Uncle Shang and continued, Uncle Shang, everyone please take care of the fortress in Lin Town. They nodded in agreement. Don't worry about the side. But you have to be careful. Our gathering place can't be without you, Uncle Shen reminded him with worry. At a manufacturing workshop, from afar, you could see black smoke billowing out. Someone said, let me in. I have something urgent to report. In front of the door of a room, 2 men stood in the way, not letting Li Chong in. I've already said, without the permission of the 2 leaders, no one is allowed to enter. Li Chong was extremely angry, veins popping on his forehead. He recklessly grabbed the neck of the man who had just spoken, and the person next to him immediately tried to stop him. Li Chong, are you crazy? Li Chong was startled and calmed down when he heard the voice. He released his hand and worriedly asked the person who had just been choked, oh, sorry. Li Chong thought to himself, what's wrong? My mood is getting out of control again. In these past few months, it's been happening more and more often. The man who had been choked by Li Chong was coughing while holding his neck. Damn, what are you going crazy about? Don't think that just because the leader values you, we won't do anything to you. Suddenly, a voice from inside the room spoke. Is that Li Chong? Let him in. One of the 2 men heard the order and immediately replied, yes. Yes, he said to Li King. Go in. Li King looked bewildered as the door slowly opened. Inside was none other than Sister Ling. She looked him over and asked, "What's wrong?" Li King didn't hesitate, and immediately reported the incident. "Regarding the tentacle encroaching on our hunting range. I have a different idea." Sister Ling listened seriously. "Oh, what do you think?" Li King continued, and investigated the scene and found a woman's footprints. The victim this time was a man. Sister Ling grew quiet, a frustrated look on her face as if she was deep in thought. After a moment she asked, "So the killer is someone else?" "That's right," Li King replied. Sister Ling's eyes seemed to light up. She said to Li King in a serious tone, "Okay, I understand. This news is very useful, but do not spread it." Confused, Li King asked Sister Ling, "Why?" Sister Ling didn't hide her reasoning. "Tentacle has already caused a panic. I don't want a situation where no one dares to go out." Li King started to object, but she immediately interrupted him. "No buts. I guarantee the situation won't get any worse." Frustrated and silent, Li King didn't know what else to say. Suddenly, Sister Ling moved closer to him, her lips almost touching his face. "What's wrong? Is there something else you want to do?" Li King's face began to turn red at her ambiguous words. He panicked, turned towards the door, and stammered, "Oh, sorry, Sister Ling." He then quickly left, slamming the door shut. Outside, Li King was still blushing, muttering to himself with a backward glance. "Damn, what's wrong with my memory? I forgot to ask about that other matter again." Suddenly a voice came from another door behind Sister Ling. "Women's footprints." "Ha, you're being too careless." She glanced back. Sister Ling uncomfortably reminded the speaker, "Be careful. I'll let you handle this work later." Brother Ding was standing inside, holding two sharp knives. There was blood on the table and on his clothes. "Okay, I'll go kill them. You handle the rest." He threw something into a trash can. A closer look revealed a human head lying inside. On the other side, a zombie lay collapsed at Xiang Yong's feet. Around him were other zombies that had met the same end. Xiang Yong stood in the middle holding a knife, looked into the distance, and said, "Almost there. I should restrain myself a little." With that, Xiang Yong reached into the air and materialized a pair of scissors. Without a second thought, he used them to quickly trim his hair. Then, he wiped his hands on the ground, using the dirt to smear his face. Finally, he put on a jacket and a pair of glasses. In his new disguise, Xiang Yong looked like a completely different person. A man in the factory spotted him approaching and shouted fiercely, "Stop! Who are you?" Xiang Yong smiled brightly and said, "I saw traces of human activity around here, so I came to check. It's great to see people are living here." The man looked at Xiang Yong with suspicion, then smiled contemptuously. "A wandering survivor, huh? Kid, I'm asking you, how did you survive until now?" Xiang Yong feigned a dazed look, then lowered his head and told a pitiful story. "My gathering place originally had about 10 people, but we were attacked by a horde of zombies. Everyone died. Only I escaped." The man still looked at him with disbelief. "So, you don't have any strength at all?" "Strength?" Xiang Yong still looked pitiful. After a moment of silence, he seemed to remember something and said excitedly, I do have some strength. I've experienced many zombie attacks and gained some experience fighting them. I'll do my best to be useful." The man looked down on him, glancing dismissively. "Who asked you about that? You don't understand what I mean, but it's okay." With that, the man pointed to the side. "Follow me if you want to join. You have to pass an inspection first." Walking behind the man, Xiang Yong dropped the naive act, his eyes carefully observing his surroundings. He thought to himself with a smirk, as expected, this Sijong steel factory isn't a friendly place either. While they were walking, someone suddenly spoke from behind them. "What's the matter?" Xiang Yong immediately turned his head. The man leading him also turned back, his face a little flustered and worried. Li King walked over from behind them. "Who is this kid?" The man reported apprehensively. "Brother Li, he's a wandering survivor. I'm taking him to a secluded place for a quick search." Xiang Yong smirked internally at the excuse. "A search? Clearly, he wanted to take me somewhere secluded to get rid of me." Li King glanced over and said, seriously, "Do you need a secluded place for a search? Right here is fine." With that, he turned to Xiang Yong. "Come over here. Hand over all your weapons, and you can go inside." Xiang Yong was a little curious. "Hand over my weapons. How do I know you're not tricking me so you can kill me?" Li King wasn't angered by his question and explained calmly, "In this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are twisted. It's natural for you to be uneasy. If you don't hand over your weapons, we won't force you to stay. You can leave. Hearing this, Shenyang immediately took a sharp knife from his person. Okay, I'll hand over my weapon. He raised both hands, so that Li King could easily search his body. Shenyang glanced down, thinking to himself, this guy seems to have some principles. It seems the steel factory is a little different from the people at the coal mine or by a mountain. Li King held the knife, asking suspiciously, you survived in the apocalypse with just this knife. Kid, are you an evolve? Yang put on a naive and eager look when he heard the term. Evolve. I do feel that I've become much stronger. Li King turned and walked away. Follow me. There's a rule here. Evolved must report to the leader first. Li King took Shenyang to a rather dark room. He stood at the door and said, wait in the reception room for a while. After Li King left, Shenyang smiled with interest as he looked around the room. Reception room. Haha. Even the door is reinforced. Clearly, this is a prison. A moment later, Brother Ding entered. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I ask your name? Shenyang turned his head, coughed a few times, and stuttered, Shine. I. Brother Ding turned to face the door and said, my people said you are an evolve. Is that correct? Tianyum replied uncertainly. According to what he said, I must be. Suddenly, a large axe flew towards Shenyang from out of nowhere. He was momentarily dazed, but he managed to lightly tilt his head to the side and dodge it. The person who threw it was none other than Brother Ding. Shenyang glanced vigilantly at the axe, which was now stuck firmly in the wall. Then he looked at Brother Ding. Attacking without a word. No, he must be testing me. Brother Ding was still looking at Shenyang with a probing gaze. Shenyang immediately pointed at the axe in a flustered manner and said, hey, what are you doing? That's very dangerous, you know. Brother Ding suddenly burst out laughing, looking very interested. Looks like it's true. You are an evolve. Shenyang was a little stunned by his words. He pretended to be scared and said loudly, then what if I wasn't an evolve? Wouldn't I have been killed by you? Brother Ding replied calmly, if that's the case, then your death would be no great loss. He spoke very casually. If you are an evolved, then you must also know how to become one. When I know. The image of the evolved at his own base seemed to appear in his mind. Their faces were ferocious. Brother Ding was extremely serious now. Then I must warn you. In my territory, this secret is known only to a few people. I don't want it spread around. If I find out that others know, then I will. But before he could finish his sentence, he rushed toward Shenyang, his hand reaching out as if to squeeze his neck and kill him. Fortunately, he only brought it close, and didn't actually apply pressure. Shenyang looked a little scared. Too dangerous. The moment he rushed over, I had already gripped my knife. Luckily, he only used his hand to threaten me. If it had been a knife, I would have retaliated. Brother Ding still had his hand in front of Shenyang's neck. Shenyang thought, if I kill him right now, who knows if I can get those 80 system points. Brother Ding slowly retracted his hand, his gaze dropping to the knife now in Shenyang's grasp. Oh, quick reaction. You even managed to draw your weapon. He clapped Shenyang on the shoulder. Although you have some ability, my power is not something you can imagine. Don't even dream of challenging me, understand? Shenyang replied briefly, understood. Brother Ding added, I won't pursue the matter of you bringing a weapon in here. After talking, Brother Ding and Shenyang walked out of the room. He went over to the workers nearby and said, take Jean-Ye to wash his face, get him some new clothes, and then bring him to the meeting room to find me. Those men heard the order, and immediately complied. A moment later, someone's voice came from inside a room. Come in. The subordinate led Shenyang inside. Brother Ding, the person has been brought. Brother Ding then introduced Shenyang to Sister Ling, Li King, and Huan Bin. Let me introduce him. He is a new member who has joined us, Xiu. He glanced down at Sister Ling and continued, Huan Ling is one of the leaders here, like me. The other two are caterers of the gathering place, Li Chan and Huan Bin. Huan Ling was looking at him with a strange expression. She turned to Huan Bin and said, Huan Bin, arrange for this new guy to work under you. No problem, right? He kept staring ahead and replied, no problem, Sister Ling. Then Huan Ling looked at Zhu Xiu and added, kid, you're very lucky to have found the strongest gathering place in this area. From now on, you don't have to worry about survival. But if you want to eat well here, you have to make yourself useful. Zhu Xiu immediately bowed his head. I will follow your arrangements. Huan Bin stepped forward, put his hand on his shoulder, and said, just right. It's our turn to patrol today. Newbie, follow me. There were many green plants around the production area. The sound of people talking could be heard. Chen, let's go. Let's go patrol. The two heard and replied, okay. Oh, it's you. One of them was a little surprised. Chen followed behind Huang Bin, his eyes still glancing at Zhu Xiu, who was walking with Sheng. Hey, is this kid arranged to work under you? Huang Bin then said, what can I do? He doesn't know anything. Sister Ling just let him work in our group. As Sheng looked at Zhu Xiu intently with some concern, he thought to himself, why does this person look so familiar? Huang Bin, while walking, suddenly turned to say to Zhu Xiu, hey kid, Brother Ding didn't tell you specifically about the situation of the gathering place, right? Hearing this, Zhu Xiu replied, no, Sister Elaine warned me to keep the secret of becoming an evolver. Huang Bin added, that's right. He glanced at him and said, the people who know the secret of cannibalism in this gathering place, besides Brother Ding and my sister, there are only the four of us left. Huang Bin began to introduce the place to him. Sheng is my cousin. Chen is my grandson. All one family. So this secret can't be revealed by you. Do you understand your situation? Zhu Xiu still walked behind him and replied, I will definitely not tell anyone. Zhu Xiu felt the suspicious gaze of Sheng directed at him. He glanced back and thought to himself, Sheng. Isn't that the guy who was caught by Jianqi's group before? Zhu Xiu asked with some curiosity, then what about the remaining kidder? Huang Bin said very quickly, his name is Li Chong. He's an outsider, but his aptitude is good. His ability is very strong. You can't let him know the secret. Understand? Otherwise. He seemed to want to emphasize each word, and the veins on his face began to bulge. Neither of you will survive this. After hearing this, Zhu Xiu fell into deep thought. It seems that Li Chong's aptitude is indeed very strong. They have to rely on resources to restrain him. Otherwise, the abilities of the two leaders may be surpassed by him quickly. After speaking, Huang Bin turned back and continued to walk forward. Okay, we're here. Zhu Xiu was a little surprised. We're here. In the distance was a small, discreetly built base with sharp iron spikes around the outside. There are 7 members in this gathering area. We have been observing them for 3 or 4 days. Among them, there should be no evolvers. Zhu Xiu still didn't understand. What do we need to do? Hunt them. Huang Bin smiled and waved his hand. Hunts? Not as brutal as you think. We need to keep them in captivity. Cheng suddenly stood close, put his arm over his shoulder, and said, Did, you are also an evolver. You have to quickly change your mindset. Don't be as rigid as Li Chong. He added, we are evolvers. Strictly speaking, we are no longer the same species as ordinary people. Now, we are a higher species in the food chain. Chen's face was very confident when he spoke. Zhu Xiu didn't care much and coldly glanced to the side. So, you want to bring them back to the gathering place for captivity and then later slaughter and eat them. Huang Bin turned around and said, no need to bring them all back. Bring 5 or 6 people back. The rest will be dealt with on the spot. Zhu Xiu still didn't quite understand. Deal with on the spot. How? Huang Bin turned around, waved his hand forward, and said with a smile, learn properly. The clouds in the sky just drifted along. A man was using a cement trowel, putting cement on a wall. He was a little tired, his face full of sweat. Finally, almost finished. This is really tiring. Suddenly, another middle-aged man standing nearby pointed forward blankly. That is. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. A group of zombies were fiercely rushing towards them. Zombies, the group grabbed their weapons. Dan, why is there a zombie attack without any warning? Prepare to fight. The zombies were still rushing madly towards them. A zombie with a body full of blood rushed towards one man. Another was also rushing towards someone else. They could only scream in fear. Another person was holding a gun but didn't know what to do. Don't come here, he shouted in fear. The man who had been watching his teammates being attacked could only stand and watch in fear. It's not good. It's too many. Their screams echoed. I don't want to die. On Huang Bin's side, Zhu Xiu turned to ask him, luring zombies to attack. Is this the good method you were talking about? They stood not far away, watching. Huang Bin replied, the resources of our settlement are limited. We can't afford to keep raising useless people. In addition, letting 10 people in at once will create factions, making it difficult to manage. Huang Bin continued with a sinister face. Okay, it's our turn to act. Chen and Sheng behind him didn't look much different, they were used to this. Among the survivors was a woman. She was weakly attacked by the zombies, only knowing how to scream for survival. No, please. Suddenly, something flew over, separating the heads of the zombies from their bodies. The girl was a little surprised. The head of the zombie was lying near her. The person who had done it was none other than a Cheng. He smiled, and reached out to the girl. She was still stunned. We're safe. Huang Bin and a Sheng were also holding weapons, cleaning up the zombies. The man saw that they were strangers and asked, Who are you people? Something fell to the ground. Huang Bin, a Sheng, and Zhu Xiu stood together. He took the lead and introduced, We are the evolvers of the Sinning Steel Factory. Those people were extremely happy. Evolvers. We're saved, thank you. Zhu Xiu stood silently, pondering. Strength above 20. These three are on par with Jianqi's group. Suddenly, while thinking, he noticed something. He was shocked, and immediately turned to look at a tall building behind him. In a room, something was shining. What is it? But looking closely, it was just a room reinforced by wooden planks and glass panels. He calmed down, but his eyes still focused on it. Hallucination. While he was standing there, someone called him. Hey, Zhu Xiu, what are you standing there for? The caller was Huang Bin. He pointed to the corpses of the zombies and said, Come over here. Help me deal with them. Zhu Xiu immediately walked over. Oh, coming. On the opposite side, in the tall building, there seemed to be something standing and looking from there. Just as Zhu Xiu had felt, inside that building, there was a monster with a hideous appearance hiding, with many tentacles growing around its body and sharp wrinkles on its face. Huang Bin's group slowly approached the weak survivors. One of the men said, There are some supplies in the warehouse. Huang Bin turned his head to look at Zhu Xiu and ordered, Zhu Xiu, you stay here. Gather all the supplies at the gate. I will arrange for a truck to transport them later. He walked past him and added, Pile up the corpses of the people who were killed, and we'll transfer them away later. Zhu Xiu didn't bother to look at Huang Bin and simply replied, Okay. Huang Bin went ahead and shouted loudly to the people behind, The rest of you, come with me. The people were extremely happy. Huang Bin just took the group out of the gathering area. From above, he could see the corpses of the zombies lying below. Zhu Xiu stayed behind. He reached out his hand, and a knife appeared from the air. Back on the side of Huang Bin's group, while walking, a young man among the rescued people suddenly spoke. Thanks to you, we were able to save our lives. The girl who had been rescued looked at a Cheng admiringly and asked, Brother, does the place we're going to have water? Can we take a bath? A Cheng unexpectedly put his arms around the girl. Not only is there water, but there is also hot water. There's shower gel. He can take a fragrant bath. His voice was teasing. The girl was a little surprised, but still smiled. Really? That's great. While walking, Ashen felt something was wrong. He immediately turned back defensively. Huang Bin saw him stop and asked, What's wrong, Ashen? Ashen still worriedly looked in the direction he felt something was wrong. There's something. Huang Bin heard what he said and immediately warned everyone, Be alert. Ashen still had that scoundrel look. He put his arm around the girl standing next to him and said, Stand behind me. I'll protect you. The girl was a little shy and uncomfortable. The group stood together, discussing the situation. Where is the thing you're talking about? Someone asked. A Chen replied, I don't know. I can't feel it anymore. They were unaware that something was observing them from a high vantage point. A Chen thought a Chen was overreacting and teased, Damn, a Chen, aren't you being a little too nervous? With a worried expression, a Chen insisted, I am not mistaken. It was definitely here just now. While a Chen was distracted, a black tentacle shot out from nowhere, slashing across the back of his neck. Chang, Huang Bin shouted. The tentacle retracted after the attack, and a Chen slumped to the side and collapsed. Huang Bin's shout grew louder when he saw this. The tentacle man. He looked up at the roof, but saw nothing. It had vanished too quickly. Suddenly a voice shouted from behind him, Behind you. Hearing the warning, Huang Bin immediately spun around. The tentacle man was already right in front of his face. Back with Xianyan, he was using a knife to cut open the stomachs of the dead zombies. He pulled out 2 core crystals, one red and one pink. 2 variant energy cores from these zombies. Lucky. Suddenly a scream from somewhere else caught his attention. Hell. He immediately looked up. The scream belonged to Huang Bin. The creature had wrapped all of its tentacles around Huang Bin's body. Terrified, he could only scream for help. I'm done for. The monster was fierce, tightening its tentacles in an effort to break Huang Bin's bones. The others standing nearby could only stare blankly with their mouths agape, unsure of what to do. Huang Bin's blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a miserable scream. Chang's arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by fear. The girl standing behind him looked no better. After dealing with Huang Bin, the creature slowly turned to look at Chang, its mouth making strange noises. Seeing it focus on him, Chang fearfully took a few steps back. Stay away. Suddenly, Chang grabbed the hand of the girl next to him. Without a second thought, he threw her toward the monster. Surprised by his action, the girl had no time to react, letting out a scream as the monster's tentacles wrapped tightly around her. The tentacles squeezed her body, and she could only cry in fear as her consciousness gradually faded. As the girl's eyes slowly closed, there was a sudden noise. She unexpectedly fell free from the tentacles, landing heavily on the ground. The creature's severed tentacles lay scattered near her. She looked up in a daze. The one who had saved her was none other than Xiang Yong. He stood there, looking intently at the sharp knife in his hand. "Xiang Yi," someone shouted. The tentacle man's monster stood behind him, painfully clutching its body. Unafraid, Xiang Yong said, "So this is the tentacle man everyone was talking about." Zheng, still terrified, pointed forward and stammered, No, this is the tentacle man's son." Xiang Yong was confused. Zheng continued, "That's right. That's what we call them." He began to explain the information they had gathered. The main tentacle man often mumbles son. Plus, it can transform ordinary zombies into monsters with similar characteristics. We call these transformed monsters the tentacle man's sons. The creature's shape was vaguely human, with several squirming tentacles protruding from its body. After explaining, Chang suddenly fell silent in fear. The tentacle man's son is a powerful monster that even Brother Ding and Sister Ling would find difficult to face alone. This kid, Jiang Ye, is definitely no match for it. Now I have to run. Thinking this, he immediately turned and ran, shouting over his shoulder, "Jiang Ye, you hold him back. I'll go get reinforcements." Now, only the weak and stunned survivors were left. Then, they too ran away in fear. Qian Yong stood there, watching them flee with a cold expression. These guys, betraying me to save themselves. Behind him, the tentacle man's son was still staring at him intently. Its tentacles moved with incredible speed, attempting to wrap around his body. In an instant, the large tentacles had coiled tightly around Shan Yong's hands, feet, and torso. Shan Yong smiled with interest and glanced back. The tentacle man's son. This is a very interesting concept. Without another word, he began to strain, pulling against the tentacles. The creature was pulled forward by his strength, a dazed look on its face. Tian Yong said with interest, "You've piqued my interest." The monster dug its feet into the ground, trying not to be pulled forward, but its large body was still gently dragged closer by Shen Yong's power. The new power A unlocked earlier. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. You'll be the perfect test subject. With that, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the earth below to shatter. Small electrical sparks appeared around his eyes. Instinct overload. Xiang Yong powerfully slammed his arm down, and the tentacle man's son was immediately and effortlessly flung into the air. Its massive body slammed hard onto the ground and was dragged across it. When it neared Xiang Yong, he stumped his foot directly onto its head. His face was emotionless as he kept his foot on the monster's head, while it shrieked below him. The girl, standing not far away, witnessed this scene, looking surprised and panicked. Xiang Yong brutally tore apart the tentacles on the monster's body with his bare hands. His face seemed to darken as he ripped the tentacles off and threw them to the ground. The creature's body fell apart into many pieces. With a face covered in blood, Xiang Yong slowly approached the girl and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing his appearance, the girl immediately screamed in fear. Xiang Yong smiled gently, raising a hand to wipe the blood from his face. Don't panic. I'm human, not a monster." Meanwhile, Cheng and the other men reached the base's gate, shouting, "We're here. We're finally here." Brother Ding, Sister Ling, and Li King were all standing there. Brother Ding looked at their panicked state and asked, "What's the matter?" "Where are Huang Bin and a chain?" Sister Ling, holding a knife, also spoke up. Cheng, now panicked and panting, recounted the events. Huang Bin and Brother Cheng. They were killed by the tentacle man's son. Li King calmly asked, "Where is the newcomer?" Shun Yai. Cheng replied, "No need to think about it. He must be dead, too." The three of them were no match for that thing. Hearing this, Brother Ding lowered his head in anger, his eyes filled with killing intent. He glanced at the cowardly survivors in front of him, who were visibly tense. Just because of that. Brother Ding said, his voice laced with fury. As he spoke, he threw the axe in his hand with all his might toward the survivors. The sharp iron axe flew straight into the chest of a man in the middle of the group. He was too slow to dodge and was struck, blood gushing from the wound. Seeing his rage, Sister Ling panicked. Dame, calm down. The other survivors could only gape in horror. Suddenly, a bundled mass of tentacles was thrown down in front of Brother Ding. The group looked up, surprised and puzzled. The person who appeared was none other than Xian Yom, followed by the girl from before. Seeing that he was unharmed, Li King said happily, Zhang Ye, you're not dead. Sister Ling looked down in surprise at the bundle of tentacles on the ground. Xian Yong spoke coldly. That is the tentacle man's son, or whatever you call it. I killed it. I have avenged your fallen comrades for you. Brother Ding's eyes were filled with sorrow as he thought. Sister Ling, next to him, was also thinking silently. Is this kid's ability really that strong? Xian Yong said loudly, alright. You two leaders, hurry up and arrange for vehicles and people to follow me to clean up the spoils of war. A moment later, inside a room, Brother Ding sat down and asked Chong, are you sure the strength of the tentacle man's son was greater than Li King's? Sister Ling was also in the room, sitting opposite him. Chong's face was grim and a little angry, but he still replied, that thing killed Huang Bin and Brother Cheng in an instant. Could Li King do that? I'm afraid. The more he spoke, the more his face wrinkled in fear. I'm afraid even the two of you would have difficulty with it. Brother Ding listened and turned to Sister Ling. When I threatened him before, although he reacted in time, he only managed to draw his weapon. He didn't have time to prepare for a fight. How could he have such incredible strength? Sister Ling was still lost in thought. Hearing his question, she stated her speculation. The tentacle man's son achieved its goals through sneak attacks. Maybe it's not as exaggerated as we think. Brother Ding heard this and felt it made sense. That's logical. But no matter what, we can't keep this person. What if one day he joins forces with Li King? As he was speaking, Sister Ling suddenly raised her hand to signal silence. A knock came from the door. Sister Ling called out. Come in. Li Chong walked in from outside. Ding Kun turned around and asked, what's the matter, Li Chong? Li Chong first tried to comfort Ding Kun and Huang Ling. Brother Ding, Sister Ling, please restrain your grief. Ding Kun replied with an emotionless face. I've seen scenes like this so many times. There's no need for that. Get to the main point. Li Chong immediately continued. Zhu Shu's ability is probably equal to mine. In my opinion, why not give him a position as a cager? Ding Kun heard the request and sternly refused. We don't know his background. Huang Ling glanced over and raised her hand, signaling him to be silent. Then she began to speak. With Zhu Shu's ability, he is of course qualified to be a caterer. But he still has to perform a meritorious service to convince everyone. Li Chong spoke while holding out a finger. Isn't killing the tentacle monster's son considered meritorious service? Huang Ling's face twisted into a sinister smile. If he can kill the tentacle monster to prove himself, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Li Chong felt that was not appropriate and objected. Asking him to do something that even the two of you can't do. Is that fair? Huang Ling gave a nonchalant smile and replied, don't worry. We're not asking him to go and die. We will also take action. We will gather all the strength of our settlement, and completely solve the threat of this tentacle monster. A moment later, Zhu Shu spoke up. Oh, and action with me is the center. He smiled without any fear and continued, I just arrived, and I've already been given such great credit. Is that okay? Ding Kun and Huang Ling stood and smiled with clear intentions. Huang Ling gently said, what's not okay? After all, the ability you showed may not even be inferior to me and Ding Kun. Ding Kun, standing next to her, also chimed in. If the action is successful, then the third seed of this gathering place will belong to you. Then he turned to look at Li Chong, and continued, Zhu Shu was relying on strength to climb above your head. I'm sure you don't have any objections, right? Li Chong immediately replied without a second thought, no objections. Ding Kun continued, that's good. It's settled then. We will act in 2 days. Zhu Shu gave a smile and thought to himself, what a frank and sincere proposal. I'd be a little touched, if not for. He activated his mind's eye. In his vision, Ding Kun and Huang Ling both showed evil intentions. Only Li Chong, though cold, appeared genuine. An intermittent sound was emitted from a walkie-talkie. Xiaowo pushed the door open and rushed into the room, eagerly yelling, Brother Zhu Shuo, it's the walkie. talkie you left behind. Hankei picked up the walkie-talkie and said sternly, "Hello, Hyoshuo. How's it going on your side?" There was a crackling sound, and then a voice came back. Radio loud and clear. The young man, standing on a crane, announced to the other side of the walkie-talkie, "The day after tomorrow. In the morning. At the park in the southern suburbs. Bring Chun Chong and some of our strongest people." Hyoshuo looked down at the houses below. It's time to completely deal with the threat in Jinan. After the conversation, Hankei turned to the group surrounding him. He looked at the oldest man and said, "Uncle Song, you're old. Don't participate in this kind of life or death mission. Besides, we still need you to hold down the fort." Uncle Song immediately agreed. "Okay. Then your group must pay attention to safety. This mission is not the same as before." Hankei acknowledged him. Then he looked at the younger members and ordered in a low voice, "Tereyonshi, Hihankei, Menshanchun, Hiao Lu Kao, Fustan Chong. The 6 of you come with me on this trip." "Yes." Suddenly, the little kid, Shuai, appeared from somewhere. He boldly pointed at himself, "Me too. I also want to participate in this mission." His mother didn't think it was right and tried to persuade him. "War is for adults. What are you doing interfering?" Shuai said unwillingly, "I am not a kid anymore. I am a man." Uncle Song stood up to mediate. "Don't worry. With his current ability, he's not weak, even compared to our core team." Hankei also continued, "Experiencing these things early is not a bad thing. I will pay attention and protect him." At the same time, 2 armored cars entered a small alley. Ding Kun opened the car door and stepped out to look at the surrounding scenery. "This is the place." Everyone else got out of their cars one after another. Hyoshuo glanced at Ding Kun and asked, "How do we lure him out?" He calmly smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we have our own ways." Receiving a firm answer, Hyoshuo didn't ask anymore. He looked around as if searching for something, then suddenly stopped, looking intently at a faint light on the upper floor of a high-rise building not far away. And in that place, Hankei was holding binoculars to observe the situation below. Uncle Song, standing next to him, was no less tense. In the back, Hao was teeing up. He asked, "Uncle Han, can you see clearly? Do you need to get a little closer?" Hankei, still holding the binoculars, said, "Hyoshuo specifically instructed us not to get too close to the park." Then he laid out the plan. "Get the ropes ready. We will infiltrate from the side later." Down below, Huang Ling called a boy carrying a bag over. "Kid, come here." The boy immediately walked over and stood close to her. "Leader, what are your instructions?" Her face, without a trace of good intention, ordered, "Go into the park." The boy hesitated. "Weren't we told to come to carry the spoils of war?" Li Chong, at this time, also didn't understand and asked, "Sister Ling, what's going on?" Huang Ling smiled and explained, "That guy keeps babbling about his son. If he wants a son, we will give him one. Don't worry, we will catch the tentacle monster as soon as he appears. This kid will not be in danger." The boy was horrified and refused repeatedly. "Leader, I'm not going. I don't want to be bait." Ding Kun angrily grabbed the boy's collar. "Stop babbling. If you dawdle any longer, I'll kill you first." Then he mercilessly threw the boy into the forest. The boy groaned in pain. Hankei happened to witness this whole scene from the binoculars up high. He said to his teammates, "Something's up. Move out." Then he and a few strong young men in the group rappelled down by a rope. The boy limped forward, worriedly looking at the group standing from afar, and weakly called out, "Help, help me." A voice yelled, "Son." Immediately, a figure jumped down, making the surrounding ground crack. The boy was immediately scared and screamed, "I don't want to die." The tentacle monster zombie form flashed into view. Li Chong, standing outside, shouted, "Okay, the tentacle monster has taken the bait. Quickly save him." A hand hurriedly grabbed his arm to stop him. Huang Ling calmly smiled. "It has been agreed that you will not compete for credit with Hyoshuo." Hyoshuo heard her mention him and laughed in response. And no. Then he jumped away, dashing towards the boy with lightning speed, forcefully grabbing his clothes. To the boy's surprise and confusion, he decisively threw him behind him. Li Chong was standing there and quickly caught the boy, holding him steady. At that moment, the boy's glasses fell off. The tentacle monster used its tentacles to crazily attack Hyoshuo, loudly shouting, "Return my son to me." Hyoshuo didn't say anything, only quietly looking at the person in front of him before speaking, recognizing a familiar feature. From afar, Li Chong encouraged, "Hyoshuo, hold on." Then he was suddenly held tightly by 2 people from behind, not allowing him to move. Li Chong didn't understand and asked in confusion, "Hey, what are you doing? If you don't take action, Xiu was sure to die. Huangling snorted softly and commented, "It's right for him to die." Looking at Xiu over there, still caught in the monster's tentacles, her tone was full of contempt. "I thought he could fight the tentacle monster, and they would injure each other. In the end, he's just getting slaughtered." Hearing this, blue veins appear on Li Chong's face. He was angry. "So, from the beginning, you guys didn't have any good intentions, why?" An unexpected voice interjected. "Let me tell you the reason why." It was none other than Zhou Shuo. He glanced at the group of people and revealed the truth. "Because I know the secret of you guys eating people." Li Chong was shocked. "Eating people?" Suddenly, someone yelled, "Fire!" Bullets were directly fired at them. "It's a sneak attack." Huanling could no longer maintain her previous smug expression. She yelled, "Who is it?" Han Kai and the young men from the team held their guns and fired intensely at their side. The tentacle monster glanced over and saw a small figure holding a lit glass bottle. Shui held the Molotov cocktail high and said loudly, "Uncle Zhu Shuo, we've come to help you." Then he quickly and neatly threw the bottle forward without hesitation. Before the bottle could even get close, it was lashed by the monster's tentacles and broken in two. The tentacle monster stood still, his eyes now reflecting the figure of Shui. He asked with a trembling tone, Son. Shan Chang'an's voice gradually faded. Xiao Shui, seeing that the situation was not what he expected, cursed, "Damn, I didn't expect this thing to be so strong." Hearing the curse, Chung Chenin angrily growled, "Don't. This curse." Hyun Yon, standing not far away, warned everyone, "Watch out, this guy is not an ordinary zombie." One of their group immediately rushed out. Xiaonyong shouted in concern, "Zhang Jia, be careful." The man called Zhang Jia said nothing and ran straight for Xiang Chang'an. Sister Ling's group, hiding behind the trees, observed the situation. "What is that?" "Another mutant." one of them wondered. Sister Ling was also confused by the scene. A mutant fighting side by side with a human. Zhang Jia rushed over to attack, and at that moment, the tentacles launched out to restrain him, quickly covering his whole body. He immediately shook them off, tearing some of the tentacles apart without mercy. Another tentacle shot towards his head. At the same time, a voice from the outside shouted, "Zhang Jia, be careful." The tentacle struck him, and unable to defend, he was knocked back. Zhang Yeong smiled wryly while looking at the scene. "Zhang Jia, you've met your match." Brother Ding, seeing that Xiao Yuan was tied up and still joking, gritted his teeth slightly. That kid, Hyun Yi, is still in the mood to laugh. Over with Xiao Yuan, the joking stopped. He sternly and without a word tore apart the tentacles that were binding him. A voice from the enemy group rang out, full of surprise and disbelief. He tore them apart. "Those are the tentacle man's main body tentacles." A young man with brown hair suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. He continued, "That kid just now. I think he called Zhang Ye Uncle Yon." Brother Ding heard this and asked, "So what?" The young man seemed to remember something. "I think Cheng once said that the leader of the gathering place in Qingpu City is named." Hearing this, Sister Ling understood. You're not mistaken, are you?" The young man replied, "Definitely, that's right. It's Xiaodian." Brother Ding heard the conversation and finally realized everything. He slammed his arm against a tree trunk in annoyance and cursed, "Damn, we've been tricked by that kid." Sister Ling was no less annoyed, gritting her teeth. If that's the case, then this group of people must be the main combat force of that gathering place. Their group looked over at Li Onyi's team. Sister Ling's eyes were full of ferocity. Those guys. And those kids on this side. Then they looked at Xiang Yong's anxious group. The person with the strongest ability among them is about on par with Li King, but the weapons in their hands are very strong. Then they cast their eyes on the figure who had just torn apart the tentacles. The most dangerous one is Zhang Yi. No, it must be Xiao Yang. Along with the mutant whose strength is not inferior to the tentacle man, Sister Ling observed the situation once again and gave her assessment. "Our chance of winning is not high. Even if we barely win, I'm afraid both sides will suffer heavy losses." The young man with brown hair grew worried. "Then what do we do?" As if an idea had struck her, Sister Ling immediately shouted, "I've got it. Ding, hold those people back, cover me." Brother Ding grunted in agreement and then quickly ran off with his axe. He decisively threw the flaming axe forward, followed by a barrage of stones thrown at the group. Someone in their group yelled, "Watch out." The stones flew out like a storm. In the dark and quiet night, trees in the distance fell. Li Hongji, hiding behind a nearby tree, cursed inwardly. Damn it. The other team is causing a distraction. What are they trying to do? Sister Ling took the opportunity to rush near Xiao Shuai. While everyone was scattered, a voice rang out. Be careful. Xiao Ya hurriedly put himself in front of Shuai. They're aiming for us. A foot shot up and connected with his head, kicking him away forcefully. He exclaimed, so strong. She's an evolved. Sister Ling reached out to Shuai and lifted the boy up. She stared at him. Little brat, I'll choose you. Ming Shanshan stood on the other side and shouted worriedly, Shuai. With his clothes pulled tight, Shuai struggled. Don't even think about taking me as a hostage. Sister Ling's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, the little brat has some fight in him. Huh. Then she unceremoniously punched the boy in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. At this, Xiao Chengan could no longer remain calm and shouted loudly, Son. Zhang Jia took the opportunity to jump onto his shoulders, reaching out to strangle his neck. Zhang Jia roared, and a hazy stream of gas emitted from his antivirus mask. Zhang Yong didn't turn his head but gently reminded him, Okay, Zhang Jia, let him go. Zhang Jia was stunned and confused. Seeing this, Zhang Yong pointed to Shuai, who was being held hostage. He's about to risk his life for his son. Hindering him right now is not a wise choice. Sister Ling impatiently held a blade to Shuai's neck and threatened, if you don't want this kid to lose his head, then put down your weapons. Shan Shan, standing nearby, worriedly called his name. Li Honghe interjected, holding out his hands. Let him go. Let me be the hostage in exchange for him. She didn't compromise, just looked at the group and smiled. Seeing how anxious you all are, I know I've caught the right person. Li Honghe was angry but couldn't do anything, clenching his teeth in frustration. Damn it. If something happens to Shuai, how can I explain it to his mother? Sister Ling didn't give them time to hesitate and decisively ordered, right now everyone put your weapons on the ground, then retreat more than 100 meters. Li Honghe listened and began to lower his weapon, then waved his hand to the people behind him. Do as she says. She continued, then tell that monster to come with you. At that moment, a shout suddenly rang out. Sister Ling, watch out, tentacles flew out from somewhere. Before her bewildered gaze, the tentacles slammed down, throwing her away and creating a significant shockwave. Another tentacle attacked the brown-haired young man standing nearby. Brother Ding shouted in horror, Acham. Sister Ling quickly regained her balance and landed. What's going on? Weren't those tentacles being restrained by them? Then she looked up and caught Xiang Yong's confident expression. She also found Zhang Jia standing next to him, watching the show with curiosity. A tentacle wrapped around Shuai's feet. Li Honghe noticed this, and lovely reminded the boy, get away from there. Xiao Yong reassured him, it's okay. Shuai is not in danger. Li Honghe still didn't quite believe him, hesitating. Not in danger. Shuai was then lifted by the tentacles and brought before Xiang Chengan. The creature looked at the boy and gently called, son. Being called so intimately, the boy was stunned. Dad. Kungum standing behind them. Well, but how's that? I keep my promises. Your wife and children are living very well. Hearing the familiar name, Shuai hesitated no longer. It is. It is dead. Zhang Yong confirmed, that's right. That's your dad. My initial guess was correct. Your dad has a physique similar to Zhang Jia's. Hearing this, the boy choked up and leaned his head on Xiang Chengan's shoulder, crying bitterly. Dad. Brother Ding saw that the situation was now completely out of his control and cursed. Damn it. What kind of freakish plot is this? Then he turned to his companions. It's a failure. Retreat. Retreat quickly. But Xiang Chengan wouldn't let them go so easily. The tentacles shot straight toward Brother Ding's fleeing figure, instantly surrounding his body. Brother Ding struggled desperately. Quick. Cut off the tentacles. Waiting for a moment and seeing no movement, he glanced back. Li King, what are you waiting for? Sister Ling remained silent, then immediately turned and fled. Brother Ding saw this, and roared in fury, damn it, you're betraying me. While running, she thought to herself, even fighting side by side, we wouldn't necessarily be a match for the tentacle man, let alone with that other group there. The only way to survive now is to take advantage of one Dion holding him back. As she was thinking this, her eyes suddenly widened. Her feet were wrapped by tentacles. Oh no, her body immediately fell to the ground. Sister Ling's glasses shattered. She struggled to support herself, cursing softly, damn it. Before she could complain further, her whole body was pulled away by the tentacle, her body scraping against the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. Brother Ding, tied up not far away, saw this and curled his lips into a sneer. That bitch still wanted to betray me. Serves her right. Then he looked at the person standing in front of him and called, Li King. Now we can only rely on the two of us. Li King, when called upon, could only grit his teeth and say helplessly, damn it, there's no way. A hand patted his shoulder. Li King was stunned and turned his head. Since when were you behind me? Jian Yong simply advised, don't make a move. I'll guarantee your safety. Brother Ding, hearing this, grew anxious. Li King, you bastard. You want to betray me too. At that moment, the tentacles lifted his body up, then forcefully slammed it down. Brother Ding struggled to raise his head, his face covered in blood. Because his body collided so strongly with the ground. He coughed, his body filthy from the impact. One after another, the tentacles rose high before slamming down, shattering Ding Kun's body, and sending pieces flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Huan Ling was ensnared by the tentacle monster's limbs, struggling and screaming, let me go. A tentacle tightened around her waist, squeezing relentlessly. A dark red stream of blood flowed from her eyes, nostrils, and mouth. Both of her eyeballs turned a gruesome, blood-red color. The tentacle gradually covered her head, causing her to let out a few more pained screams before the tentacle monster suddenly used its full force, crushing her entire body. Her remains flew out, signaling that another life had just ended. The tentacle monster calmly retracted its limbs, letting the body parts drop to the ground. At Zhu Shuo's location, the system panel appeared. Mission, Nemesis of Evil Vol. 3, completed. Mission requirements. Eliminate the threat. Help potential teammates. Reward 80 points. Current point, 151. Zhu Shuo smiled softly. This potential teammate must be the tentacle monster, huh? Then he turned to look at Li Chong and asked, okay, do you have anything you want to ask? Hearing this, Li Chong hesitated. Are you people from the fortress in the eastern part of the city? Zhu Shuo confirmed, that's right. Seeing this, he continued. What did you mean before? Ike, eating people. Hearing this, Zhu Shuo's face became gloomy. With a deep voice, he asked, did you think that you could become an evolver by relying on luck alone? Li Chong heard him say that and gradually understood the hidden meaning. You mean? The reason we can become evolvers is because we eat. What? He seemed to recall a memory. A tender voice rang out, I also want to eat meat. The mother stopped her child. Be good. Don't make trouble. Uncle is eating meat to have the strength to protect us. The mother shyly looked at Li Chong and explained, sorry, the child doesn't understand. Li Chong didn't mind, and handed the box of meat to her. It's okay. Let the child have a piece. The mother hurriedly refused. No need, brother Lai. No need. Remembering this, and connecting it to the constant disappearances, Li Chong's face turned pale. At that time, a group of people had rushed in. It's happening again. The tentacle monster is here again. Several people have disappeared. Did you guys see the tentacle monster with your own eyes? We didn't see him. If we had, would we still be alive to come back? The mother who had been shy just now had become panicked, and was looking around. Where's my daughter? Did anyone see my daughter? As the horrible realization of what the meat in his stomach truly was washed over him, Li Chong couldn't help but throw up in disgust. He then ran to the side, cursing, damn it, animals. After a moment he stopped, panting tiredly. Li Chong gritted his teeth, looked at Zhu Shuo's group, and asked, then you guys. Did you also rely on eating people to get strength? Unkik heard him say that and waved his hand. What do you think we are? We're not that kind of people. Zhu Shuo continued, rest assured, we know more than you. We have other ways to get stronger. He then flicked a red crystal to Li Chong. Rely on this. Zhu Shuo told him that the crystal was an alien nucleus, which could be obtained from the bodies of zombies and other evolvers. It's not as common as human meat, he said, but the effect is better, and there are no side effects. Hearing the last sentence, Li Chong asked, side effects? Zhu Shuo then explained, I think you felt it too. After becoming an evolver, your emotions are easily out of control. Moreover, violence and slaughter make you feel excited. Li Chong nodded. That's right. Then he said stammeringly, then in the future. Understanding what he wanted to say, Zhu Shuo replied, it can't be changed, but if you stop eating human meat now, you can at least keep your violent and perverse tendencies from getting any worse. Zhu Shuo looked at the tentacle monster. As for you, he asked, can you speak fluently yet? The monster waved its hand and stuttered, Jiao. Son. Save. Dad. This successfully made Jiu Xiu lose his patience. He gritted out, "Are you trying to act out a family drama with me right now?" The monster shook its head repeatedly. Mean. Son. While talking, he suddenly coughed a few times and then mumbled again, "Shuo. Son." At this point, he uncomfortably made a sound. Shuo surrendered and gestured for him to stop. "Enough. Enough. I understand what you mean." Then he said, after looking at the monster's appearance once more, similar to Chun Chong, "Although the mutation affects the language center, your mind is still clear. But your current appearance is really a bit scary. Taking you back to the fortress seems a bit..." The monster's intermittent voice rang out once again. Need. This land. Son. Worry. Disappear." Du Shu then kindly translated. "You mean you're used to it here? And seeing your son is safe, you're at ease, huh?" The monster heard that and gave a thumbs up. Great. Wisdom. Great wisdom. Hizun Wuxuo was speechless. "That's called being smart, you idiots." He turned to look at Li Chong and said, "You Li Chong, now that the threat has been eliminated, the remaining people of the Shenying steel factory will have to be led by you." Li Chong immediately retorted, "No. I'm a person who has eaten people. If I'm the leader, then no one will be safe." Jiu Xiu listened and put his hand on his chin to ponder for a while. Then he looked at Hanki's group. Like this. "Hanki, in my opinion, the Shenying steel factory will be led by you." Hanki replied, "Okay." He continued, "Then Li Chong will come back with me to our city." A hand patted on Li Chong's shoulder. Jiu Xiu leaned close to his ear and whispered, "The devil in your heart. I will watch over it for you." At the border of city, a voice yelled, "Help, help me." Chian Kai tightly gripped his teammate's arm. "Don't go. He's beyond saving." The unfortunate young man was now struggling to crawl on the ground as creepy zombies gradually approached from behind. That teammate couldn't bear to witness the scene anymore, cursed, and turned to run away. The young man crawling on the ground opened his eyes wide in disbelief and yelled loudly, "Help me." Then he was swarmed by zombies and torn apart. The young man's body had become a black and sticky mess. It slowly squirmed, and a new zombie was formed. Xiao Tong ran with the group for a while and then stopped tiredly, leaning on a tree to pant. "It's not good. I can't run anymore." Junkai quickly grabbed her arm and advised, "Even if you can't run, you have to. Once you're caught, you'll be torn to pieces." The black-haired young man raised his hand. "Wait a minute." Junkai didn't understand and asked, "What's wrong?" The young man immediately made a silent gesture. Listen carefully." The young man quietly stood, listening to the wind whistling past his ear. After listening, the whole group was delighted. "Wind. It's the sound of wind. That proves we're about to reach the edge of the forest." Suddenly, a strange sound rang out behind them. The whole group didn't say much and quickly ran away. "They're catching up. Can't be slow. Run." Jian Kai held his girlfriend's hand tightly and said, "Victory is in sight. We can't die here." Both of them ran with hurried steps. After a while, high-rise buildings were revealed at the end of the road. They said happily, "Light, there's light in front. We're not far from the edge of the forest anymore." Xiao Tong carelessly pointed forward. "Success. We succeeded. We're finally saved." Next to her at that time, a vine-like rope was slowly being lowered. Her teammate noticed it, and immediately warned, "Careful," but it was still one step too late. The rope immediately wrapped around Xiao Tong's neck, then forcefully pulled her whole body up. A monstrous plant-like creature in the air immediately bit down, leaving only her severed legs to fall to the ground in everyone's horrified shock. Xiao Kai lost his composure and shouted, "Xiao Tong! Why Xiao Tong?" His teammate tried to stop him. "They, calm down a bit." That strange sound rang out again. The black-haired young man cursed, "That plant-based creature has caught up again." He quickly turned around and slapped Jian Kai in the face, shaking his body hard. "Xiao Tong's dead. If you don't want us to be buried with her, then calm down for me right now." Zheng Kai cried and wailed. "Sorry. Sorry." At this time, the whole group finally escaped from that forest. The sound of clattering footsteps rang out. Zombies formed a line, their sticky feet touching the ground. It wasn't just a few, but a whole group of them. They slowly pulled each other towards the high-rise buildings in front of them. Jian Kai's group had now also arrived at a small alley. The black-haired young man looked at the entrance and said to his teammates, "This place. But I know it." This is the suburban park of Matidi. We've arrived. A teammate and the group asked in confusion. Strange. Why isn't there anyone? It seems like this place has been abandoned. The other person also agreed. That's right. The black-haired young man said reasonably. Such a big thing happened in our city. That would explain why the neighboring city was evacuated, one of them said. Suddenly Shen Kai pointed forward. What is that? Following his arm was a figure hiding behind a utility pole. The black-haired young man stepped out. A survivor, they thought. It seems those who escaped before were successful, too. The young man boldly struck up a conversation. Hey, buddy, where's the evacuation point? Zhang Cheng'an raised his head to look at them. When they saw his full appearance, their voices trembled. A plant creature. Then, the entire group screamed and turned to run away. Zhang Cheng'an just watched them go. After running for a while, they stopped. The black-haired young man asked, is he chasing us? Shen Kai turned his head to look behind them. It seems not. The black-haired young man was confused. What's going on? Why are there plant creatures outside the forest? One of the group speculated. Could it be that the area outside the forest has also fallen? Shen Kai hurriedly said. Then why didn't the forest spread out here? Another person worried. What should we do now? That strange sound rang out again, seeming to get closer. A group of zombies spotted the survivors and quickly ran toward them. They were startled and screamed, plant creatures. There's one on the side, too, another shouted. Seeing the situation, one of them cursed. Damn, we're surrounded. Shen Kai sat down on the ground in despair. It's over. We shouldn't have run out. If we had stayed in the forest, maybe we could have lived a few more months. But here. Several zombies pounced. The black-haired young man refused to give up and resolutely held up his weapon. I don't want to be torn apart by them. I don't want to die like this. A tentacle shot out from nowhere and drilled through the head of an attacking zombie, tearing its head apart. Zhang Cheng'an stepped forward confidently as the survivors watched in horror, his eyes firm. Someone in the group suddenly spoke. What's going on? In another place, night enveloped the base, making it look quiet. Yang Yang stood on a balcony, looking at the surrounding scenery, and whispering, the wind is really strong today. The system panel unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. Mission, Utopian Society in Progress content, expand the community. Progress, establish a branch to Zheng Steel Factory, completed. Mission evaluation. 20 points current. 62 reward, 80 points current points. 231 Zhang Yang looked at the points and clicked his tongue. Oh, another 80 points. I have a bit too many to spend. The screen displayed the available items. Weapon Threat Supply Crate Level 2. 20 points Variant Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3. 100 points Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2. 50 points, but these items didn't seem to interest Zhang Yang. He pressed the manual refresh button. -4 points. Let's see if there's any new good stuff. The system panel immediately updated. Weapon Threat Supply Crate Level 2, 20 points Variant Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3. 100 points Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2. 100 points. Zhang Yang looked at the screen in surprise. A Level 3 crate. Holy crap. Level 2 crates already gave me the physical overload ability. Let's see what a Level 3 crate has. He lightly touched the screen, and a series of notifications appeared. Opened Weapon Threat Supply Crate Level 1. Reward received. 1 Armored Jeep. Opened Variant Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3. Reward received. Enslavement Seal Level 1. Effect, imprint the enslavement seal on an enemy, forcing them to become the user's servant. Maximum slaves. 1 Opened Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2. Reward received. Physical Strengthening Drug 30. Looking at the enslavement seal reward, Zhang Yang was pensive. I can only enslave one person, Currently, Zhangjie, Shan Changnan, and Li King are all stable. I'll observe for a while first. The system panel displayed new information. Mission, Utopian Society in Progress content. Expand the community. Progress, let the gathering place independently resist an invasion once. In progress reward, 10 evaluation points. New mission, Weed Extermination Volume 1 requirement, eliminate the threat brought by the weeds. Reward 100 points. Looking at the last mission, Zhang Yang was slightly puzzled. Weed Extermination. Eliminate the threat brought by weeds. He looked at a nearby field with a deep expression. Are you asking me to go pull weeds? The walkie-talkie on the table suddenly crackled. Brother Yun, can you hear me? Something happened to Dad. At that moment, the survival from the dead plant zombie's body, and wondered, "It's this thing, huh?" Xiang Chenyan replied, though his language was disorganized. "Main force. Food. Vegetables. Meat. Meat. Vegetables." Hearing this, Zhang Yun unconsciously asked, "Meat stewed with vegetables?" Before he could digest the words, the young man from the survivor group stepped forward to explain. "Big brother, let me explain. We're from city. City has been covered by dense forests. Not only that, but many people have mutated into plant-based creatures like us." Then, holding the plant-like skin sample, Shenyang muttered, "Plant-based creatures." The young man continued, "But big brother, from what I can see, your city isn't exactly peaceful either." Shenyang stood up and replied, "You were brought here, so you must have seen it along the way. Most people here have turned into zombies." "Yes," the young man confirmed. Shenyang looked at Uncle Fu and gave instructions. "Uncle Fu, behind the broken wall 2 streets east of the base, there's an armored jeep. Have someone drive it back later." "Okay," Uncle Fu replied immediately. Looking at the others, he assigned, "The rest of you, follow me to the junction between the 2 cities to check the situation." Receiving Shenyang's order, everyone began to act. The group arrived at the edge of the city, where the ground was covered in vines as thick as ropes. Shenyang crouched down to observe them more closely. Witnessing the horror, the young man couldn't hide his shock. "These vines. They've grown higher than they were just a short time ago." Shenyang ordered, "We're entering the dense forest." Hearing this, the faces of the young man and Zhang Zhangja showed disbelief. As someone who had lived there, the young man immediately advised worriedly, "Big brother, it's very dangerous in the forest. Otherwise, why would we have worked so hard to escape?" Shenyang replied, "If we just let it be, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Sejong steel factory is surrounded. By then, both living and production will be affected." He then remembered something else. "But before that, there's one more important thing to do." "What thing?" Jian Zhangja asked. He said sternly, "To help you guys possess the ability to cope with danger on your own." Shenyang turned to look at both Jian Zhangja and the new survivors. "The current plan is to call Li King and the people from the steel factory. For the next few days, we will focus on hunting." Not far away, a mutated zombie was gnawing on the body of another zombie. Suddenly, it heard a noise and quickly turned its head, staring vigilantly at a building in front of it. It saw nothing. Suddenly, Xian Yon had silently appeared behind it. With his knife raised, he swung down while the monster was careless, slashing across its body in a single, decisive move. His troops rushed over, firing their guns. They climbed on top of cars and frantically honked the horns to draw more in. With superior force and weapons, most of the other mutated zombies were hit by their attacks, and soon the ground was scattered with bullets and corpses. As soon as they eliminated them, everyone began searching for alien nuclei in their bodies. Suddenly, in another nearby corner, a complaint sounded. "It's a zombie again, it's a zombie again," and a mutated zombie, still in the appearance of a normal human, was venting his anger by stomping hard on another zombie lying on the ground. Then he lamented, "Where are the living people? Is there no one alive?" Suddenly, the zombie that seemed to have died immediately struggled to get up, roaring towards him and startling him. But in the next second, he angrily swung his hand, knocking the zombie away with a powerful punch. The zombie was finally eliminated, lying in a pool of blood while he clutched his forehead, yelling, "I don't want to see zombies. Can't I just run into a few people?" As soon as the words fell, he suddenly realized something. He used his ability to sniff the air, taking deep breaths. It was at that moment that he recognized the scent of living humans. At this time, someone was finishing off a zombie when a teammate warned, "Hey, don't you want to live anymore?" The leader specifically instructed us not to open the door without permission. Hearing this, the person hugged his gun and ran back, replying, "So what? The zombies around here have been almost completely dealt with by Juju's team." The person who warned waved his hand, signaling, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and get in here." The mutated zombie, having confirmed his guess was correct, was happy and excited. As expected, there are living people. Moreover, he licked his lips with desire. Living people who have never eaten their own kind. Pure living people. He was quite smart, recognizing that they all had weapons. But in the hands of these people, there are some things. If it was just me, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be okay. I still have to hold back for a few days. Just thinking about the food being offered to his mouth, but having to hold back from enjoying it, caused him to be covered in goosebumps of anger. His eyes were bloodshot, saliva dripping down, as he yelled, "Annoying! Annoying!" Now, Jiujiu had returned to his room in the fortress. The system was ringing. Successful refresh. Successful exchange. Current points, 3 at this time he spoke. Uncle Song, call everyone to the meeting room. Uncle Song replied, okay. Immediately afterwards, everyone had gathered around a big table. Ushio praised, as expected of a joint hunt. In just 3 short days. We've earned so much. He continued, the two of you divide them equally. Hearing him say that, Captain Hen felt embarrassed and waved his hand. That's not very good. The main credit belongs to Brother Jiuxiu. Jinshe, next to him, also echoed, that's right. Everyone worked hard, not just the 2 of us. Before the words were finished, Jiuxiu interrupted. Don't refuse. We don't lack weapons and ammunition. Producing a few top experts is more meaningful than everyone being a mediocre evolver. Everyone else also spoke up in support. If he tells you to take them, then just take them. When has Jiuxiu ever misjudged? That's right. We completely trust him. Jiuxiu turned to say to Main Shanshan, in addition, Shanshan, you follow me? Seeing this, she asked in confusion, yes. Both of them had now moved outside, and she gently closed the door. She then turned to ask, Brother Jiuxiu, what do you want to do? At that moment, someone gestured, Shit, be quiet. Everyone outside then curiously pressed themselves to the door, listening in. At this time Jiuxiu replied, it may be a little painful. You'll have to endure it a bit. Feet safely touched the ground. Jiuxiu quickly grabbed the vine that was preparing to wrap around him. Then he strongly pulled something purple out from inside the mouth of a giant carnivorous tree. The young man standing next to him couldn't help but admire, so strong. That purple thing then fell to the ground, thumping like a heart. The carnivorous tree, after having its weakness discovered and seized, immediately shrank its body to escape. Jiuxiu recognized its intention. Want to run. Didn't expect this thing still has the ability to move. Staring at it, he spoke teasingly. You're playing with tentacles in front of me. You've got guts, huh? The tentacle monster didn't reply but immediately controlled its tentacles to chase after the carnivorous tree. Its tentacles moved really fast, catching up to it in just a moment and wrapping tightly around it. The tentacle monster focused intently, and his 2 tentacles wrapped around the mouth of the carnivorous tree, forcefully pulling it back to where everyone was standing. It lay prostrate on the ground in front of them. Thinking that it was motionless, its mouth began to emit a yellow smoke. The smoke spread to Jiuxiu's nose, and as soon as he smelled it, he praised, so fragrant. But immediately he felt that something was wrong. He reminded everyone, the smoke released from this thing has a strange smell. It may not be safe. Be careful. Then he stepped into a defensive posture and spoke, where are the people? Jian Kai suddenly felt different. He shook his head uncomfortably. What's going on? This feeling is too strange. Then he suddenly recognized that everyone around him was standing still, motionless. He frantically yelled, Benefactor, benefactor, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes nearby. A hazy black shadow appeared. Jian Kai asked in confusion, what is that? It turned out to be a blonde girl with a worried face, calling his name. Hearing someone call his name, he immediately turned around excitedly. He quickly recognized the person and approached, replying, Zhao Tong, you're still alive. Xiao Tong then waved at him and said, it's very dangerous over there. Hurry over here. Everyone is here. It's like that. Kion hush as they listen. Okay, I'm coming right away. I'm coming right away. Then he began to gradually enter the forest. In front of Jiuxiu's base, a pair of feet stopped. Unexpectedly, it was the mutated zombie who still maintained a human state. But this time, he brought his companions with him. He pointed to the base and said, see it? That's the place. One of them couldn't help but salivate and replied, human meat. That's right, pure human meat. Under his bloodshot gaze, the people working there were the main focus. Witnessing this crazy appearance, another person spoke, hey, calm down a bit. As soon as the words fell, he couldn't look away and immediately rushed out. The one who spoke yelled, holy crap, you bastard. While rushing, he was excited. Can't stand it anymore. I want to enjoy it too much. A person standing guard had now realized the presence of this mutated zombie but kept his initial state because his appearance didn't look different from ordinary people. But he was frantically rushing over. The guard loudly asked, hey, who are you? As soon as the words fell, he pounced and grabbed the guard. Everyone saw this and shouted a warning, watch out, because his speed was too fast. It was impossible to react in time. Immediately afterwards, the guard was bitten and cried out in pain. The group yelled, "It's a zombie. Damn it, fire. Fire now." The sound of gunfire and the growls outside attracted the attention of Captain Han. He was extremely flustered and said, "This is not good." But it seemed that the bullets being fired had no effect on the mutated zombie. He released the person he had just bitten and stepped towards the others. One person holding a gun with trembling hands yelled, "Holy damn." The zombie's image at this time looked no different from an animal stimulated by instinct to hunt in front of its prey. Even though his body had been shot many times, it was only like a scratch. He opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, lunging towards the person holding the gun. In the nick of time, Han Kai had appeared and kicked him in the stomach, preventing his next action. That powerful kick made him fly back several tens of meters. But very quickly, he braced himself and sat down on the ground. Not letting him have the opportunity to attack again, Captain Han grabbed his gun and aimed straight at him, firing continuously. Seeing this, the zombie ran away, dodging the bullets flying towards him, and angrily yelled, "Damn it." After he left, Captain Han immediately ordered, "Quick, take people over here, take them to the medical room to stop the bleeding." The zombie, though not killed, had been injured quite a bit. He hugged his body, panting, dragging himself back to where his companions were. As soon as he got there, he collapsed. Seeing him like that, a girl among them stepped forward and laughed, mocking, "You tell me, what was the rush? You got hurt, huh?" He heard that, and raised his face with a scathing voice. "Don't say sarcastic words anymore. Hurry up. Find some meat for me. I need to replenish." The bald man smirked and replied, "Who are you ordering around?" Hearing this, he angrily yelled, "What time is it already? Why so many words? Hurry." Perhaps in his whole life, he never expected that while he was at his weakest, he would be betrayed. A foot unexpectedly stomped hard on him. It was the girl in the red dress. She smirked and said, "It's better to reduce one mouth to feed, of course." But with his current physical strength, he was no match for her, so he could only curse. He slept. Her heel pressed hard on his neck. Blood spurted out, and finally he lay in a pool of blood, dying in betrayal. Now, this group of mutants began to discuss how to break the deadlock next. "Our food is all hiding in the factory, and they have weapons," one of them said. The girl in the red dress spoke up. "This is easy." The bald man asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "Are you all confused? We're humans, not zombies." Then she added confidently, "Of course, we'll just swagger in." Meanwhile, Shen Kai was about to approach the illusion of Xiao Tong when he suddenly felt strange. Why do I feel so lightheaded?" Xiao Tong, seeing this, urged him on in a hurried tone, "Don't hesitate. Hurry over here. Hurry." Right at that moment, her eyes changed, and she yelled, "Hurry over here. Come right away. Come right away." Suddenly, a knife flew from out of nowhere and chopped off the head of the girl who looked like Xiao Tong. Her headless body fell into the grass. Witnessing her death, Shen Kai cried out in terror, tears welling up. "Xiao Tong." It turned out the knife had been thrown by Xiaomyong. He rubbed his eyes and said, "That was good. Even I was mesmerized." Shen Kai then angrily blamed him. "But why did you kill Ma Xiao Tong?" Hearing this, Xiaomyong sternly replied, "Dear Xiao Tong, look carefully." "What is that?" Dazed, Shen Kai turned his head to look. The corpse began to blur, then transformed into a pile of vines woven together, a puppet disguised as a real person to lure its victims. Shen Kai couldn't believe it. "This is..." At this time, Xiang Yong walked over to the still, sleeping Zhang Zhangja, and tapped him on the head to wake him up. Hey, wake up. Stop dreaming." The bushes around them were dense. The others had now woken up. Li King, still not fully alert, said, "What's the matter? It feels like several years have passed." Gao Cheng also spoke, his words fragmented. "High speed. Son. Perfect." He seemed to realize, meaning. "I was dreaming of driving to pick up my son from school." Xiaoyong looked at the knife in his hand and said, "It must have been that flower. It released some kind of gas that causes hallucinations. Mesmerizing this." He went to the spot where the Xiao Tong illusion had been, crouched down and cut into the vines with his knife. Seeing this, Li King asked, "What are you doing?" He replied, "Seeing what the internal structure of this type of monster is like, and if it can also produce a variant core." But after cutting it open, he said, "It seems I was thinking too much. This is just a puppet, not the main body." He saw the roots extending into the ground and continued his assessment. "This bunch of vines is stuck deep into the ground. It seems the main body is not nearby. As soon as he said this, he noticed something unusual. A root began to swell up, surprising him. Jung Myung lifted the root and asked, "This is?" He discovered they were potatoes and taro. It seems this is the nutrient storage module for this thing. Xiaolong Yeom placed them into his storage space. "I'll put it away. Who knows if this can be eaten?" He then glanced over and asked, "Shinkai, what do you know about this group of plant-based creatures?" He replied, "I'd only know that they're very dangerous and consider all living things food. But I'm sure Lao He knows something." Hearing the name, Xiaomyong wondered, "Lao He? Where is he? Is he still alive?" He replied, "Lao He is an expert from the Institute of Agricultural and Forestry Science. Before I escaped, he was sheltering with us in a high-rise building. I don't know if he's still alive now." Taeyeon praised the information. "Very good. Take me to find Lao He." Night fell, and a waning moon rose high in the sky. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appeared, panting. As she stepped forward, she stumbled on a rock and fell, screaming reflexively. Hearing the noise, a guard immediately recognized the sound. He happily yelled and ran to her side. A survivor. A lucky survivor. Seeing how rushed he was, another guard tried to stop him. "Hey, wait a minute." The girl's coat slipped down, revealing a frail body that seemed to need protection. Seeing her pitiful state, the first guard wanted to help but was stopped again. "Notify the others first." But he refused to hesitate. "Notify them about what? Can't you see she's about to pass out? Let's help her back first." The other guard still wanted to stop him, but he immediately retorted, "No buts. If we leave her here, she'll be eaten by zombies." He asked the girl anxiously, "Are you okay?" She replied weakly, Save me. Save me." He reassured her, "Rest assured, you're safe now." With that, he carried her on his back and headed toward the factory. It turned out that she was one of the plant creatures, and her companions were lurking behind a broken-down car. They clicked their tongues contemptuously. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, one of them praised, "She's really good." Suddenly, a foot came to his side. The girl in the red dress, in a sexy posture, said, "Compared to her, I'm even better." The two embraced passionately while the red-haired girl, being carried away, grinned evilly on the guard's back. Xiang Yum's group had also begun their journey to find Lao He. Li King spoke, "It hasn't been long, so why has it gotten so dark?" Shenkai replied, "It's getting to be dusk. Plus, the forest has become so overgrown here that almost no light shines through." Shitonyonde asked, "How much further?" "Almost there," Shenkai replied. Suddenly, someone called his name. Shenkai. Shenkai immediately recognized the person in front of him and ran, but then he paused. "That's not right." He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Seeing Shenkai's vigilance, Xiaoyan reassured him, "Rest assured. We weren't hit with any hallucinogenic powder this time. It's not a hallucination. It's a living person." Behind him ran was a group of men holding weapons. One of them scolded, "I already told you not to be so adventurous. Do you have to get us all killed to be satisfied?" Then he shouted, "Watch, Shenkai has been assimilated by those monsters. How about it?" The person next to him retorted, "He's beyond sating. After being gone for so many days, he's definitely not himself anymore." Suddenly Ran glared and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Prepare to fight. 1. 2. Right as she was about to count to 3, she yelled, "Kill." The whole group immediately rushed out. Xiao Chengen was about to take action but was stopped by Xianyong. "Palm down. Don't make a move." Suddenly 3 arrows shot straight at Xianyong's group. These tricks couldn't faze him. With a wave of his hand, the arrows were stopped in midair. He then shouted sternly, "Stop, calm down." Witnessing this, combined with his powerful shout, caused everyone to fall silent and become wary. Shenkai also stepped forward to reassure them. "Calm down. They're not the enemy." Hearing him, and Ran ordered, "Stop shooting, stop shooting." She stepped forward to explain. "They are people from outside the forest. They're the benefactors who saved our lives." And Ran, still with a vigilant expression, asked, "Then where are the people who were scouting with you?" And Shatom. She asked, and he replied, "Our people were almost wiped out. Tom also died. But I and the remaining survivors escaped." She continued to interrogate him. "What's the situation outside like now?" He replied, "This isn't a convenient place to talk. Let's go back and discuss it in detail." But their eyes then fell upon the dark, deathly gazes of the 2 mutants, Zhang Zhangjet and Xiang Chengen, who looked at them with a murderous aura. And Ran tightly gripped the hammer in her hand, looking at Shenkai. He reassured her. Rest assured, they're all family. He then turned to the two mutants. Say a few words to dispel their fear. Seeing Shinkai's gesture, John Jomja took off his mask, struck a cool pose, and smiled brightly. I'm very ugly, but I'm very gentle. As for Sham Chenyan, he leaped up like a bird, proclaiming, smooth, baked marble. The intended meaning was something like, look at how sexy my body is. Seeing the two of them put on an act, Jian felt embarrassed for them. Ahem, what are you two doing? Shinkai continued to reassure the other group. Don't worry, these two are also our benefactors. We were rescued thanks to them. Finally, and Rand's group agree. Okay, come over here. Suddenly, there was the sound of an engine. Main Shanshan drove up on a motorcycle and stopped with a sharp bray. She took out her phone to contact Li Hongyi. I've arrived at the gate of the steel factory. Whoop not. Her intuition told Ming Shanshan to look around. Seeing this, the group of plant creatures silently hid behind a car. Just then, someone came out to open the door, happily waving and calling, Shanshan. Seeing her lead the bike inside, the group of creatures breathed a sigh of relief. So dangerous. We were almost discovered. The girl in the red dress then said, I recognize her. That girl is an evolve. A pure evolve. Hearing this, their eyes lit up with thirst. The bald man spoke. How can there be a pure evolve? How did she do it? The girl in the red dress continued, exactly. And if we eat her, our strength will soar. The remaining person replied, I don't know. But what I do know is that she must be very delicious. Now inside, Li Hongyi spoke. Shanshan, you've arrived. She replied, yes, Uncle Lai. Have you finished dealing with the injured people? Are they in the medical room? The other side confirmed. They're in the medical room. Main Shanshan went with two other people, silently observing the patient's condition. Main Shanshan held 2 tubes of medicine in her hand and said, Uncle Han, this is medicine to prevent infection. Before leaving, Brother Zhu Shu said that if someone is bitten by a zombie, then use this. Receiving the 2 medicines, Captain Han replied, they've been bitten for several hours. There's no reaction, which shows that the thing that bit them must not be a zombie. She then replied, a zombie. Then what else knows how to bite people? Suddenly, the red-haired girl who had been quiet spoke up. I know there are many mutated people in the western suburbs. They're not zombies, not infectious, but they are very violent and also know how to bite people. Hearing her say that, Captain Han asked, and you are? At this, she replied, I'm a new member who has joined from the western city. Captain Han then asked, oh, what do you know about this group of mutated people? She began to act pitifully. They're scarier than zombies. They eat people and are also intelligent. Some of them chased me all the way. Luckily, I knew how to ride a bike. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived. Captain Han sternly interrogated her further. So the person who attacked us was brought here by you, huh? Seeing that she had been suspected, she pleaded, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to live. I'm sorry. The man who had brought her then spoke up to defend her. That's right. This matter can't be blamed on her, Brother Han. Feeling that perhaps he had wrongly blamed her, he then explained, I didn't mean that. Don't misunderstand. Knowing the other party's origin will make it easier to deal with. She then added, I also know they won't give up. It won't be long before they lose control and attack. We have to prepare in advance. Now, Captain Han spoke. The news is very useful. Okay, everyone, go back and rest. She showed a warm attitude. Yes, leader. After that, Captain Han instructed, bring some food to the injured people. To ensure safety, we'll observe for another night. You guys will have to suffer a little more. Those people immediately replied, it's okay, Brother Han. Seeing them leave, Bang Shanshan frowned suspiciously. Noticing her expression, Captain Han asked, what's wrong, Shanshan? She replied, this newly arrived woman. I have a feeling that she's weird. Hearing her say that, he then asked, weird how? But she couldn't find a reason. I can't explain it clearly. Maybe I'm thinking too much. He also nodded. It's probably because you're too stressed. Bu Shu was also to blame for putting such a difficult task on the shoulders of a small girl like you. On Zhu Shu's side, they had now arrived at their destination. Asheng, leading the way, said, we're here. Suddenly he asked, why did everyone choose to gather in this place? Passing by those factories and warehouses, they had fewer doors and were sturdier. Clearly, they are all more suitable as a gathering place. Hyunkai continued. Benefactor, you don't know. The disaster in City is different from your place. Ashen also spoke up. If we chose that place, then in less than a week, we would have all died. Jian Kai continued, you see the fog. The lower the place, the thicker it is. If you keep breathing it, in just a few days, you'll be infected and turn into a plant-based creature. Only from the 10th floor up is the fog thinner. You can temporarily resist it. At this time, stepping inside, Ashin pointed to the stairs and said, hurry up the stairs. We'll talk in detail when we get upstairs. The whole group had finally arrived at the place. Eiranun Kaie opened his mouth. Benefactor, this is Luo Wei. Luo Wei, this is our benefactor, Brother Zhou Shuo. After that, Zhou Shuo spoke. Hello, Luo Wei. I've come to talk to you about the situation of the neighboring city. He had now told him everything. That's how it is. Very regrettable. So the outside of the dense forest is not good either. Luo Wei heard, and held his head in depression. Zhou Shuo turned to instruct Chunchong and the tentacle monster. Come in here. I have already told the people here about the two of you. Hearing they were called, both then stepped inside. Luo Wei turned to look at him and asked, then what about Hideti? Foreign countries too. Zhou Shuo replied, at least until today. We haven't met any official reinforcements. Everyone is finding their own way to survive. At this time, he took out the tuber he had taken from the dense forests. Luo Wei, I heard you researched something about plant-based creatures. Do you recognize this? Luo Wei replied, that's the tuber of the plant-based creature. It's edible. Ashin's group goes out to find this thing. Hearing that, Zhou Shuo was happy for guessing correctly. As expected. Luo Wei continued, we only found out recently. If it wasn't for the lack of food, we wouldn't have dared to try eating this thing. It tastes similar to taro. The calories aren't low. In the apocalyptic world, it's considered not bad food. Suddenly, someone ran over to report the news. Something's up. Something's up. Luo Wei asked, what's wrong? He pointed excitedly and shouted, plant-based creatures are surrounding us. Luo Wei worried, they've surrounded us all the way to this place, huh? That person replied, very many plant-based creatures. They're gathering towards our building, more and more of them. Suddenly, someone shouted, flower carts, they're flower carts. Zhou Shuo asked in confusion, flower carts. What is that? Is it very scary? Luo Wei's face went pale. Not just scary. Today, I'm afraid we will all die here. At this time, Luo Wei fell silent. Immediately afterwards, he shouted loudly, everyone, listen carefully. Women and young people, climb to the highest floor, find a closed room like a bathroom or storage room to hide. The older people, follow me. Seeing Luo Wei react like this, everyone was stunned. Jiankai called his name, Luo Wei. But then he shouted loudly, take action. Save whoever can be saved. It's better than dying together. Receiving the order, everyone immediately rushed quickly to the door. Then he turned to say to Zhou Shuo, you don't look old. Go up the stairs with them. Don't stay here as a sacrifice. Zhou Shuo smiled and replied, it's okay, Luo Wei. I am a little curious. This reaction of yours stuns me. What can scare everyone to this extent? How terrifying is it? Luo Wei barked out orders, urgency laced in every syllable. He then shuffled toward the window, his step slow but deliberate. As he peered down, his expression tightened. Below, the earth writhed and heaved. Dozens of grotesque plant-like creatures slithered across the ground, their eyes glowing with a hunger that defied anything natural. He stood there, frozen, breathing shallowly. Sweat trickled down his weathered face. Fear, wrought and primal, etched itself into every crevice of his aged features. Then, in a voice no louder than a whisper, he said, if we don't reach the flower cart's core by in time, we'll be killed by these plant bodies. From behind, another voice responded. Zhou Shuo had approached in silence. His eyes narrowed as he joined the old man at the window, staring down at the nightmare below. The flower cart can control them? He asked, his tone unnaturally calm. Then came the metallic click of a window latch. The old man turned just in time to see Zhou Shuo unlocking the window. Cold wind surged into the room, carrying with it the faint, sinister hissing of the monsters below. Wait, what are you doing? The old man cried out. But Zhou Shuo didn't answer. He raised his weapon. There was a glimmer in his eyes, something between curiosity and thrill, and a smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Testing the power of this gun. The old man froze. Where did you get that? No reply came. The trigger was pulled. A flash erupted. A deafening roar followed. The bullet screamed through the air, striking one of the monsters, and splitting it clean in half. For a brief moment, it looked like a victory. Then, impossibly, the creature's body twitched. Roots and tendrils writhed out, reconnecting the severed halves. Flesh stitched itself back together with horrifying ease. Zhou Xuan narrowed his eyes. These things are pretty resilient, he muttered. Let's see how fast they regenerate. More shots rang out. Bullet after bullet tore through pulsing bark and flesh. The monster howled, the sound grotesque and otherworldly. Its body became a mess of gaping holes and splintered limbs. Finally, its regeneration halted, and it collapsed with a heavy thud. Gun smoke coiled into the air as Juju stepped back and wiped the sweat from his brow. 2 magazines just for one, he said grimly. Now I see why you're all so terrified. Without waiting for a response, he turned. His eyes glinted with quiet determination. Raising his hand, he summoned a glowing box from thin air, a low hum of energy filling the room. Asks echoed as everyone froze. A power like that. They had never seen it before. Zhou Shuo approached the box and pressed his palm to it. In the next moment, the crate burst open with a violent crunch of splinters. Someone audibly gasped. He had broken open a nailed crate with his bare hands. Inside, he saw the contents. He knelt slowly, one hand resting on the box. His voice dropped to a reverent whisper. Molotovs. The words seemed to ignite the air. In the next instant, he was moving again, Shun Chong and the tentacle monster at his sides. The 3 of them advanced in unison, quiet and resolute. At the edge of the corridor, Zhao Yun gave his final instruction. If any of them slip through, use these to defend yourselves. The old man looked confused. Slip through? What do you mean? But his words were cut short by the sound of rushing feet. He looked just in time to see the 3 figures leap from the edge of the building. This is the 16th floor, he gasped, his voice cracking. Wind whipped past the descending figures. They landed flawlessly, knees bending to absorb the impact as dust burst up around them. The monsters turned, their eyes locked onto the new threat. They hissed and snarled. Xianyong charged without hesitation. He reached the nearest monster and with terrifying ease, tore its head clean off. To his left, Jiangja barreled into the enemy, every strike snapping limbs and crushing bones. On the right, Chengyan moved like a ghost, gliding between creatures and slicing with blinding precision. Back above, the onlookers stared in shock. Holy crap, those 3. Someone murmured. Another asked, what are those things? Li King's voice was sharp and commanding. Snap out of it, stop staring and get ready for the stragglers. If you can fight, grab a Molotov and guard the stairwell. Everyone else, clear the flammable debris. The room exploded into action. Fighters moved fast, grabbing Molotovs with shaky but determined hands. Others dragged furniture and objects away, setting up a hasty defense. Below, the battle raged. The trio carved a path through the monsters. Blood sprayed, bodies collapsed. It was chaos and brilliance. Then, silence. A final thud echoed. Shun Yang straightened, exhaling slowly. Finally done. He turned to the others. Chum Sha Tung, Henim check those bodies for course. The 2 nodded, and went to work immediately. Inside the building, Li King and the others had fended off a smaller wave of attackers. With the worst seemingly over, the old man stepped forward, relief softening his expression. He raised his voice. Fall everyone else down. The danger's over, the chaos of the battlefield receded. Now beneath the haunting quiet of the forest canopy, Shun Yan moved alone. Each step was precise, his senses owned like the blade he carried. The air hummed heavy with unease. Trees twisted into unnatural forms. Something was wrong. He stopped. His eyes locked onto a grotesque, pulsing mass hidden among vines and rock. It moved. It breathed. It waited. He smirked. That's it. The flower cart. That has to be the main body. Before the thought finished forming, the creature lunged forward in a blur. An ambush. Sinewy limbs shot toward him. But he was faster. Giving a sigh, he skidded through the damp earth, his eyes alight with excitement. Strong, he whispered, adrenaline pumping. Might even match Xiang Chen in strength. There was no time to pause. The flower cart lashed out again, tentacles flailing in a rage. This time, Gao Yong didn't dodge. He grabbed them, his fingers clenching around the appendages. He rooted his feet in the ground and let out a wild laugh. I've gotten pretty good at fighting tentacle types lately. The creature reeled, confused and enraged. It launched a hidden strike, a tentacle whipping in from the side, but Jiang Yong only grinned wider. Not this trick again. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled. The very air shifted. Leaves shook. The vacuum, like pull surged around him, drawing in energy and wind. His muscles tensed with newfound power. With a cry, he yanked the tentacles toward him. The flower cart, dragged by its own limbs, collapsed to its grotesque knees with a sickening squelch. Before it could react, Shan Yeom let go and, in a flash, burst into motion. He became a silver blur, streaking toward the beast. "Your tricks end here." With those words, a silver light exploded around his body as he activated his skill, Enslavement Seal. After awakening the power of his Enslavement Seal, Xian Yong soared into the sky like a vengeful god. The wind screamed around him as he cut through the air, eyes locked on the grotesque creature below the twisted flower cart. In mere seconds, he closed the distance, his body surrounded by a violent aura, and then impact. The moment he struck, the world seemed to explode in a blinding burst of light. The ground trembled, the air shimmered with heat and energy, and for a brief second, it felt as though the heavens themselves had been torn open. Far off, inside a shattered building with cracked windows and dust-covered floors, two figures stood frozen. An old man and his younger companion had been watching it all unfold through the broken glass. Their expressions twisted from awe to terror as the light washed over them. The younger one, eyes wide with disbelief, muttered, That has to be the real flower cart. It's not gone. It's coming. It's coming right for us." Behind him, the old man staggered a step back. His voice quivered, not with fear, but with recognition. "This is no illusion. That form. I've seen it before. That is the true flower cart. Its original form. I could never forget it." But dread wasn't done tightening its grip. The young man turned again, his voice tinged with panic. "Where's Chudum? Don't tell me. But did that thing already devour him?" Their exchange was suddenly shattered by a booming voice that echoed through the ruins, not from the building, but from above. A calm, almost casual voice. "Jiang Chengen, Xiangja, how's it going with those plant creatures downstairs? Did you find any mutant cores?" It was him. The one who had struck like thunder moments before. Jiang Chengen covered his mouth with one hand, still half stunned, but managed to answer, the centipede. Like ones didn't have any, but the spider, like ones had two each. Not all of them, but enough to matter. Before he could finish, Zhangjia's voice followed, rough and quick. Not all of them had one, but quite a lot did. Hovering in the sky, Xiangyong exhaled slowly. He ran a hand through his hair, the chaos below now nothing more than white noise. With awareness of someone burdened by the absurdity of everything around him, he muttered under his breath, "One talks like he's chewing gravel, and the other just spouts nonsense. This is so damn exhausting." As Xiangyong stood in the air, rubbing his forehead and muttering in frustration, a voice suddenly broke the moment, calm, aged, but filled with a hint of uncertainty. The old man, looking up from below, called out, "Brother Yom, about that flower cart downstairs." But the response he received wasn't tense. In fact, it was the exact opposite. With a relaxed, almost amused smile, Xiangyong replied, "He's one of us." Heavy and stunned. Those few words hit harder than any attack. Everyone around him, warriors, scientists, survivors, turned to him with wide, disbelieving eyes. The atmosphere thickened with confusion. "One of us? What do you mean, one of us?" Someone finally asked, their voice almost cracking with disbelief. In that instant, the scene shifted. Now the entire group stood just outside the crumbling building, gathered cautiously near the flower cart. The grotesque, plant-like beast stood silent, no longer hostile. Its form no longer radiated menace, but something docile. Xiangyong stepped forward, raising a calm hand toward it. "Relax," he said firmly. "It won't harm us anymore." Shock rippled through the group like a wave crashing against stone. Was he serious? Could that monstrous thing truly be under control? The old man, his curiosity overriding his caution, slowly walked toward the flower cart. Each step was careful, deliberate. And then, with trembling fingers, he reached out and touched it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Though, it was tamed," he whispered, almost in awe. "How did you manage that?" Xiangyong didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned to the old man with a knowing expression. "Elder He, you're a botanist. What do you make of this thing?" The old man tugged thoughtfully at his beard, his eyes still fixed on the creature, and then began to speak, not as a survivor, but as a scholar. Although it has mutated into a monster, it still retains the instincts of a plant. And like animals, plants also fight. Competition among flora is just as savage. The battle for sunlight never ends. Trees didn't exist from the beginning. They evolved, growing taller just to capture more sunlight. The smaller plants, unable to compete, grew weaker. That's why in thick forests, the denser the canopy above, the sparser the grass below. My guess is, during its mutation, This flower cart lost its early advantage in the competition for sunlight and had to develop more aggressive, predatory traits to survive. Use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. Without access to light, it had no choice but to turn predator. It evolved not out of hunger but out of desperation. To survive, it had to consume life itself. His words lingered in the air like echoes of an ancient truth, brutal, raw, and deeply poetic. And for the first time, those present didn't just see a monster. They saw a survivor, a creature born from nature's cruelty, not evil, but evolved. Our hero, Jiu stood in silent thought, taking in Elder He's words with deep respect. The explanation made perfect sense. Nature itself was a battleground, and this creature, the flower cart, was simply one of its most desperate warriors. But just as the air began to settle, something shifted. The flower cart moved. Its massive, sinewy tentacles twitched slowly, deliberately, and began to snake their way toward Jiu. The movement wasn't hostile, but it wasn't exactly reassuring either. Li Chong, standing just a few feet away, tensed the moment the tentacles inched closer. His instincts flared like fire. As the tendrils neared the back of Jiu's neck, Li Chong's eyes widened. "Watch out," he shouted, whipping out his blade and lunging forward. But before the blade could even leave his side, Jiu raised one calm hand. "Stop, don't attack it." His voice was firm, unshaken. "It can't disobey me now. Let's see what it's trying to do." Reluctantly, Li Chong froze in place, heart pounding, fingers tightening around the hilt of his knife. The tentacle continued its motion, gently curling around the back of Jiu's neck, and then it gripped him. In that instant, his eyes snapped open. There was a flicker, just a flicker of something dark passing through them. For a moment, everyone thought the flower cart had seized control. But then, just as quickly, clarity returned. With steadiness in his gaze, he turned to Elder He and spoke. "Elder He, your analysis was spot on. This entire city has become a battlefield of mutant plants, creatures that failed in nature's competition." He then stepped closer to the flower cart, now still and quiet. "Since you've become my servant, your survival is now my responsibility." His voice dropped into something deeper, commanding yet compassionate. Poem. And as if it had been waiting for those very words, the massive form of the flower cart began to dissolve, breaking down from its monstrous bulk into a stream of glowing tendrils. Like a flowing river of light, it poured into Jiu's extended hand, its entire essence merging with him. In seconds, it vanished into his arm. Only its faint, translucent tentacles remained visible, subtly pulsing beneath his skin. Li Chong's mouth fell open. He staggered back, clutching his head. "That thing. Where did it go?" he gasped. Jiu looked at him and smiled. "It's symbiotic with me now." He then raised his hand, palm outstretched. With a fluid motion, tentacles burst forth from his skin, controlled, precise, powerful. He flicked his wrist, and the tentacles lashed toward a nearby tree. In the blink of an eye, the tendrils wrapped around the trunk, tightened, and with a violent crack, snapped it clean in two. Everyone around him stood frozen in stunned silence. Even the tentacle monster couldn't hold back his shock. "Stronger than my own tentacles," he whispered in disbelief. Just then, a soft ting echoed in the air. A glowing notification shimmered in front of Jiu's vision. He read it, and a wide grin spread across his face. An achievement unlocked. That's a first. The moment shifts. We now see a towering structure, the central stronghold, Jiu's main base. Inside one of its dimly lit rooms, a demon girl stands quietly by the window. Moonlight spills in, casting an eerie glow on her crimson eyes and graceful silhouette. Her expression is unreadable, serene yet wicked, until a sudden knock on the door breaks the stillness. She turns, a sly smile curling on her lips. "Looks like another fish took the bait," she whispers with a soft chuckle. She walks to the door with slow, deliberate steps and opens it. Standing there is a young man wearing a nervous but hopeful grin. In his hands, he holds a small box with a neatly packed cake inside. "I brought you a little late-night snack," he says cheerfully. The demon girl raises a brow, feigning mild irritation. "And who told you to bring this?" The boy laughs, slightly awkward. "No one. I just thought of you, and decided to bring it on my own." For a heartbeat. Silence lingers. Then the girl smiles again, this time sweeter and more dangerous. Her eyes flash a deeper shade of red. She places a soft hand on his shoulder, slowly leaning in. "Thank you," she says, her voice velvety and smooth. That slight touch is just enough to spark hope in the boy's heart. Overcome with excitement, he moves in impulsively, arms reaching toward her. Caught off guard, She steadies him with a hand, pushing back slightly. What are you doing? Realizing his mistake, he stammers, pulling back quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to. But she only laughs softly, eyes glinting with mischief. There are a lot of people around, and the walls are thin. She leans closer. How about we go outside the factory and play something a little riskier? The scene cuts. Next, we find them inside a car parked in the shadows outside the compound. Whatever happened in there is left to the imagination, but the glow on the boy's face as they step out says enough. He gazes at her with admiration. You're insanely beautiful. But what's your name, really? She doesn't respond immediately. Her gaze drifts, distracted by something behind him, toward a large trash bin nearby. What's wrong? He asks, his tone still playful, but she doesn't answer. His eyes are locked on a torn piece of fabric hanging out of the bin. He steps closer, frowning. His sleeve. It looks like Xiao Chen's jacket. Why is it here? Tension spikes like a wire pulled tight. He reaches for the bin and slowly pulls it open. What he sees inside freezes the blood in his veins. Xiao Chen's court is cold to emotionless. Before he can scream, a dark shadow falls over him. He turns. The girl is no longer smiling. Her skin has darkened, her eyes glowing like twin embers of hellfire. Her teeth elongate, her form shifting, demonic, monstrous, inhuman. She moves with lightning speed. Her hand snaps around his neck with unnatural strength. His feet leave the ground. He gasps, choking, his eyes wide with terror as the soft seductress from before becomes a true demon of death. There is no mercy in her eyes now, only hunger. The demon girl had long vanished into the shadows, leaving only silence behind after eliminating her prey. The air was still, thick with the eerie calm that follows a storm. Somewhere outside, parked under the dim glow of a flickering streetlight, her partner sat waiting in the car, eyes heavy, body slouched. He was supposed to be on alert, but that signal never came. She had gone and hunted, and left without a single warning. Unaware that the mission was already over, the man dozed off. The night was quiet until it wasn't. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. A fist crashed down on his skull like a hammer. His body jerked violently awake as a furious voice roared, "What the hell are you doing? Sleeping on the job?" His eyes shot open, and there stood Baldy, his boss. Baldy's face was twisted with rage, his veins bulging. "No, boss, I wasn't sleeping," the man stammered, "Penna. I was just watching, keeping an eye on things." Baldy didn't buy it. His hand shot forward, clamping around the man's throat like an iron vice. He lifted him halfway out of the car seat with sheer brute strength. His voice was a thunderclap of fury. "Don't lie to me. I've been standing here watching you for minutes. You didn't even notice I was here. If you can't detect me coming, how the hell are you supposed to pick up or signal?" The man choked, grasping at Baldy's wrist. "I wasn't sleeping. I just closed my eyes for 10 minutes. That's all." Baldy's fury erupted again, and his grip tightened until the man's face began to turn red. His eyes bulged with fear. 10 minutes. Baldy spat, his voice trembling with outrage. 10 minutes is all it takes for everything to go to hell. But before things could spiral any further, a soft yet sharp voice sliced through the madness. Wen had been standing behind them all along, arms crossed, eyes cold. She stepped forward and said quietly, "We've been watching her for days. Not once has she sent us a signal. If you ask me, she doesn't want backup. She doesn't need us." She paused, her gaze darkening with a hint of twisted admiration. "She wants to devour them all herself. Rip them apart one by one and savor the kill. That's what she really wants." Then, without looking at either of them, Baldy spoke. "Get up. We're sweeping the factory perimeter. If she's making a move, we'll know. And if we find even a scrap, even a single trail in the trash, we follow it." After searching around the factory for a while, the three finally reached a dumpster tucked away in a shadowed corner. The moment they opened it, a wave of stench rolled out, raw, metallic, unmistakable blood. Inside, smeared across torn cloth and shattered remains, were bones. Fresh bones, still slick with red. All three of them stood frozen, eyes wide, breath stolen by the horror. Then the guy standing behind Baldy leaned forward, his voice a hushed tremble of vindication. "I told you I smelled fresh meat coming from here." As those words sunk in, Baldy's face contorted. He stepped forward, shoving his hand into the bloody pile and grabbing a cracked bone with such force that it snapped. Rage boiled in his veins, his knuckles white. "She really did it," he muttered through clenched teeth, turning to Wen. "You were right. She wants to do it all by herself." Wen, standing calmly behind him, smirked. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she said in a low, purring voice, "No worries. If she can charm her way in. The Sukuma. Her words struck Baldy like a blade. In a flash, he turned, his rage uncontainable. His hand shot toward her, fingers wrapping around her neck, and slamming her back against the rusted metal wall. You want to sneak in, you want to hug it all for yourself. Don't think I don't see through you. You're just like her, he bellowed, spit flying, eyes crazed with betrayal. Wynn struggled, gasping under his iron grip. Big bro, chill out, shouted the third one, rushing forward. If you choke her out now, we're finished. We'll lose our only shot at getting in. For a second, Baldy's eyes twitched, his anger teetering on the edge of madness. But slowly, with a snarl, he released her, shoving her hard to the ground. She fell with a grunt, coughing. He glared down at her, his voice like thunder. If you even think of copying her, I swear I'll storm in there myself. I don't care if it kills me. I'll take both of you down with me. The threat hung in the air like smoke from a fire waiting to reignite. When, trembling, clutched her throat and pulled herself up slowly. Her voice was barely a whisper, raspy and broken. Got it. The scene shifts. Wen was already on the move. Her eyes glinted with purpose as she reached the factory's perimeter. She stumbled toward the heavy metal gate, putting on a perfect performance. Her expression twisted in desperation. Please, someone help me, she pounded on the gate, her voice echoing into the night. A few seconds passed, and then shadows stirred inside. Men emerged, rifles slung over their shoulders. One of them barked, "Who the hell are you?" Wen clutched her side, panting, eyes wild with fabricated panic. Please, there were so many zombies. I barely escaped with my life. They're still behind me. Please let me in. You have to help me. The men exchanged glances, and then their eyes wandered over her torn clothes, her trembling body, her figure. One of them's Mur. Men, we're on a roll. First, we saved that other chick, and now this one shows up. Another laughed, nudging him. Yeah, and this one's got an even better body. They were distracted, completely taken in. But then, from deeper inside, a sharper, more serious voice cut through the moment. Wait, don't trust her. A third man appeared, eyes narrowed, weapon already raised. She's the one I warned you about. A mutant disguised as a human. The mood shifted instantly. All those leering smiles vanished, replaced by suspicion. In a flash, rifles were up, barrels aimed straight at Wen's chest. She froze, fury igniting in her eyes. Her voice dropped to a venomous hiss. You. And just then, from behind the soldiers, came another voice, cold and commanding. Don't waste time. Kill her now. Without hesitation, the group opened fire. Gunshots cracked like thunder. Muzzle flashes lit up the dark. Wen turned to run, but it was too late. Bullets tore through her body, piercing flesh, snapping bone. She staggered, coughed blood, and collapsed. The demon girl stepped forward, calm as ever, and barked, "Quick, go get some gasoline." The soldiers ran to carry out the order, but by the time they returned, Wen was gone. What the? Where did she go? One of them scanned the area, panic setting in. She was full of bullets. How did she even move? Another cursed under his breath. We should have kept someone watching her. The third one didn't waste another second. No time. We need to report this to Brother Lei and Sister Shan. Now, the moment shifts again. Wen stumbles through the darkness, her body shredded by bullets, blood dripping down her limbs. Every step is a battle against death. But she doesn't stop. At last, she sees them, her companions. Her legs finally give out, and she collapses at their feet, coughing, gasping. "Boss," she wheezes, her voice cracked and desperate. "Please don't kill me, please save me. I swear, from now on I'll do whatever you say. Anything. Just let me live." There's silence. No rage. No forgiveness. Only Baldy staring down at her with those dead, emotionless eyes. "You're just like her," he mutters. "You know exactly who I'm talking about." He turns away, stepping toward a massive rock lying nearby. Without hesitation, he lifts it with both hands, muscles straining. "As for the food in this settlement," he says in a chilling tone, "we'll have to come up with a new plan." And then he raises the rock high above his head. "He's going to kill me." Wen's eyes widen. But just as the stone begins its deadly arc downward, a blade flashes through the night. In a single, clean stroke, Baldy's neck splits open. His head is severed cleanly from his body. It spins once in the air before hitting the ground with a sickening thud. His body slumps to the opposite side, crashing lifelessly into the dirt. Wen gasps, staring in shock. Then slowly, she lifts her eyes to the one who saved her, her other companion, now standing over Baldy's corpse. He's already licking the blood off his blade. With a twisted grin, he looks down at her and says, his voice low and laced with eerie calm, "One arm and one leg should be enough for you to heal. The rest is mine." Wen, still lying there, broken and bleeding, smiles. "Fine," she breathes. Her body trembles, not from fear, but from understanding, from acceptance. And as she lays back, her thoughts echo in silence. Just like Baldy said, no one understands our kind better than we do. If we were splitting my corpse together, he wouldn't have gotten a scrap in front of Baldy. But now, by ambushing and killing him, he's earned the upper hand. What he gives me is totally up to him. The moment shifts again, this time inside the factory, where a heavy silence hangs in the air. Footsteps echo in the dim corridors as tension coils around the search party. Men fan out in teams, combing every corner, every shadow. They're hunting for two of their own, both missing without a trace. Brother Lee strides forward, his voice tight and commanding. "What's going on?" Yan Kai is still unaccounted for. And now another one's vanish. He spins on his heel, eyes scanning the area. And then they land on Mang Shanshan, who seems to be busy with something at the edge of the hallway. Suspicion flashes across his face. He's arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. "Lin Shanshan, what are you doing?" She jolted slightly, then quickly responded, her tone casual but laced with tension. "Nothing. Just checking around, seeing if there might be any clues in the corners of the factory." Without another word she walked past him and made her way outside. But the second her eyes landed on the trash bin, the one tucked in the back near the alley, her blood ran cold. Her heart slammed against her chest as her eyes widened in horror. Voices responded in confusion, but the urgency in her tone got them moving. One by one, the men rushed outside and gathered around the trash bin, then gasped. One of them stared at the evidence, his hands trembling. No doubt about it. This is Chen's jacket, and those shoes are Yum Hee's. He's the only guy here who wears that brand. The truth landed like a sledgehammer, and hidden among them, trying to blend in, the demon girl flinched. Her eyes darted to the bones, the one she'd buried. She clenched her fists, fury and panic boiling beneath her calm exterior. Baldy, and that idiot Galwan, she thought, they must have dug up the bones I had buried in the trash bin. But before she could recover, Lin Shanshan turned to face her. Her voice was cold, sharp enough to cut steel. "There's been no noise, no signs of a struggle, nothing inside or around the settlement." She paused, her eyes narrowing like a blade drawn from its sheath. "So what does that tell us?" All eyes now swiveled toward the demon girl. She stiffened, her breath catching in her throat. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" She stammered, her voice laced with fear. But Lin Shanshan was already moving. In a flash, her blade was unsheathed, gleaming with deadly resolve. In a blink, she closed the distance between them, the sword's edge stopping mere inches from the demon girl's trembling throat. The moment Lin Shanshan launched her attack, the air cracked with tension. Her strike, fierce and unrelenting, tore through the space between them like a bolt of lightning. But the demon girl, with a desperate twist of her body, narrowly escaped the blow. The attack missed her by inches and smashed into a tree behind her, the explosion of force so devastating that had it landed, it would have obliterated her on the spot. Gasping for breath, her eyes locked with Lin Shanshan's. The two stood frozen, a storm of emotion and deadly intent swirling in the space between them. The demon girl's chest heaved, a grim realization settling in her heart. Damn it, I've been completely exposed. Her gaze darted behind her to the men who had unknowingly surrounded her. Without hesitation, like a cornered beast lashing out, she spun around and lunged. In a blur, she grabbed one of them, yanked him close, and pressed the edge of her dagger against his throat. Her fingers were steady, her eyes wild. Gasps filled the air. Seeing her comrade in danger, Lin Shanshan's voice rang out, sharp and unflinching. "If you dare kill him, I swear you won't leave here alive." But the demon girl only laughed, shilling, the numb sound that echoed across the clearing. Her lips curled in scorn. "A little girl like you trying to act tough. If I'm not walking out of here alive today, I'll drag at least 3 or 5 of you to hell with me." Slowly, deliberately, she began backing away, her hostage still clutched tightly in her grasp. Her voice dropped to a lethal whisper. "Give me your gun now. Nobody move, or I'll slice his carotid artery open right here." The standoff stretched like a taut wire until suddenly, she felt it. She was outside their range. She had a shot at escape. Her eyes flashed. In one swift move, she kicked the man hard in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. In the very next heartbeat, gunfire erupted from her hands. The bullets roared through the air as she turned to flee. But Lin Shanshan had already drawn her weapon. In one smooth motion, she raised her gun and fired. Uncle Lee and the others followed instantly, filling the air with a rain of bullets. The demon girl's body jerked in mid-air. A bullet tore through her shoulder. Another struck her side. Then another, and another. Her body staggered. Crimson bloomed across her chest. Blood streamed from her lips as her knees buckled. Bullets ripped through the demon girl's body, and with each hit, her strength faltered. Blood spilled from her wounds as she staggered forward, trying to flee. But Lin Shanshan wasn't done yet. Her eyes, sharp with resolve, locked onto the fleeing figure. Without hesitation, she took off after her. But just as she began to sprint, a voice thundered from behind. Lin Shanshan, what are you doing? It was Uncle Lai. His voice rang with urgency, fear, and something deeper concern. Lin Shanshan turned her head, breath still heavy, eyes still blazing. I'm going after her, she said firmly. I'll take my motorcycle and catch her. Uncle Lee's expression darkened. He stepped forward, raising his voice over the ringing aftermath of gunfire. Forget it, Lin Shanshan. We don't know how many of her allies might be lurking nearby. I won't let you throw yourself into danger like that. The smartest thing we can do now is lock every entrance, stay on guard, and protect ourselves. That's what matters most right now. For a moment, Lin Shanshan hesitated, the fire in her chest still burning. But then slowly, she nodded. All right, we'll do that, she said, her voice calm, though not without a lingering edge. But she didn't stop there. Taking a breath, she looked Uncle Lee in the eye and continued, Uncle Lee, I am counting on you to handle things here. My grandfather and Jian Kai don't know what's happened yet. I have to get to Chase City and make sure everything's set up properly. Uncle Lee stood there for a moment, quietly watching her. Then, slowly, a gentle smile spread across his face. He closed his eyes and nodded. All right, he said softly. Just take care of yourself out there. As he watched her prepare to leave, a thought stirred deep in his heart, a quiet pride that showed in his smile. Who would have thought? Little Shanshan has grown into such a brave and capable young woman. Suddenly, the scene shifts. We find ourselves deep within a forest clearing where a group of towering tree monsters stand still, their hulking forms silent but alert. The air around them is tense, heavy, as if something unseen is watching. And then they sense it. Something stirs. In the blink of an eye, the monsters surge forward, moving to strike, but they never get the chance. From the shadows, a flurry of jet black tentacles erupts, wrapping around their massive necks with deadly precision. With a sickening crunch, their heads are torn clean from their trunks, twisted, brutal, and final. The ones responsible step into the light. It's them. Yang Chen and Jian Kai, cloaked in blood, with determination, stand among the falling bodies like two reapers delivering judgment. Not a single movement was wasted. Not a single blow was spared. And behind them, emerging from the trees, are Kong Chong and Li Chang, each gripping large metal cans filled with fuel. Without a word, they move in. As soon as they see the last monster fall, they rush forward, dousing the twitching corpses in thick streams of gasoline. The stench fills the air. A moment later, a roaring wall of flame engulfs the battlefield, lighting up the night sky in a storm of fire and smoke. Burning silhouettes writhe and collapse until nothing remains but ash and silence. Watching it all from a distance, the old man stares in disbelief, his eyes wide, lips trembling. Is this a sense of safety or the weight of overwhelming dominance? He can barely speak, caught between awe and fear. Meanwhile, a soft chime echoes in the air, a digital ping. Yangshen's eyes flicker to his screen as a new notification appears before him. His expression changes instantly. A grin slowly spreads across his face as he reads it. Chuckling under his breath, he murmurs with quiet pride, Jian Kai and Lin Shanshan. They didn't let me down after all. The scene shifts once more. We now find ourselves at the main base, a battered but defiant structure standing tall against the chaos of the outside world. Dust floats in the golden light as the gates creak open, and in walks Yang Chen. The moment his figure appears, voices erupt across the base. Brother Yum is back, he's really back. Excited footsteps thunder from every corner as people pour out of the buildings. Smiles, tears, and disbelief spread across familiar faces. He walks forward steadily, the weight of every journey carved into his posture. But his eyes, as sharp as ever, immediately seek one person. Spying the old man among the crowd, he steps toward him. Where's Lin Shanshan? He asks, his voice calm but laced with urgency. The old man bows his head respectfully, and replies, there was a small incident at the steel plant. Lin Shanshan went there to assist. Yang Chen's gaze sharpens. It's not too dangerous over there, is it? The old man quickly shakes his head. No, nothing too serious. Just a few of our members got bitten. Lin Shanshan took inhibitors and went right away. Before more could be said, the old man notices the unfamiliar faces standing behind Yang Chen. Silent, worn, but full of life. His brow furrows as he gestures toward them. And who are all these people? Yang Chen turns and lifts his hand toward the group, introducing them with quiet strength. They're the survivors from He City. The two old men, leaders of their own hardened paths, step forward and extend their hands. A pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the team. The older man from He City, wary from the road, clasps his hand gratefully and bows his head. It's an honor. We're deeply thankful that you're willing to take us in. Yang Chen stands between them, strong as the ground they stand on, and speaks with quiet determination. Elder He, this is just a temporary shelter. In a few days, I'll personally escort you all to the edge of the city jungle. Elder He raises a brow. To the jungle's edge. For what? And with a spark of vision gleaming in his eyes, Yang Chen answers, firm and unwavering, to establish the third sanctuary. The scene shifts again. Somewhere far from the chaos, the demon girl stumbles into a desolate corner of the ruined city, barely holding onto her life. Blood drips from her wounds. Her breath comes in ragged gasps, and she finally collapses against a crumbling wall. Her legs can no longer carry her, and her body trembles under the weight of exhaustion and fear. The silence is heavy, but then a low, shilling sound slices through the air. A blade being dragged across concrete, slow, menacing, getting closer. She looks up in alarm, eyes darting toward the source. And then she sees them emerging from the shadows. Not enemies, but something far worse. Her former allies. The very people she had betrayed. Leading them as when, her figure framed by the fading light, her expression twisted into a cruel smile. As she walks forward, she places a hand mockingly over her mouth and lets out a dark chuckle. Oh, abandoned by your shiny new friends already. The demon girl's eyes widen in fear. Her voice trembles as she scrambles for an explanation. Hands shaking. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. I had a plan. Please don't. Wen's eyes narrow, her voice turning ice cold. A plan. Oh, your grand plan nearly got me killed. She turns to the demon boy standing just behind her and raises a hand with a cold command. Finish her off. The mission may have been a mess. But hey, at least we feasted on that bald fool and this traitorous bitch. It wasn't all for nothing. But just as Wen prepares to deliver her final insult, her voice catches. A sudden gasp escapes her lips. Her eyes go wide in shock. A moment later, blood spills from her mouth. She stumbles. And that's when we see it. A sword. It's protruding from her stomach, glinting red in the dim light. The moment the blade pierced through Wen's abdomen, time seemed to freeze. A cold, sharp pain bloomed from her gut, and within seconds, blood began to spill from her lips. Her body trembled. Slowly, shakily, she turned to look over her shoulder, and there he stood. The demon boy, eyes blazing with fury. Wen gritted her teeth and spat out in a snarl, "You bastard." Pulling the same trick again. But he only smiled, calm and cruel, as he lifted two fingers in the air as if he were making a point. "Why are you so upset?" he said mockingly. "You were never supposed to live this long anyway." Wen's eyes widened not with fear but with fury, and her gaze snapped to the demon girl nearby. "Don't trust him," she shouted. "Last time I was hurt, he did the same thing in Bush Tuesday while we were distracted. Everything he does, it's to stay one step ahead. One day he'll betray you too." Without hesitation. The demon girl sat silently on the ground, confused and still nursing her wounds, unable to piece together the web of deceit playing out before her. Meanwhile, Wen, gripping the sword still lodged in her stomach, steadied herself. Pain surged through her, but her voice didn't waver. She glared at the demon boy, desperation and rage swirling in her eyes. "Hey, I'm already wounded. You're in control now. You've got the upper hand. So don't kill me. Kill her instead. That bitch, everything that's happened, all of this, it's her fault." But the demon girl's temper snapped. "You filthy bitch, and you think you're any better? You're exactly the same." Their voices clashed like swords in the air, accusations flying as the broken battlefield around them stood witness. Then calmly, almost eerily, the demon boy walked over to Wen. He reached out, touched her face with an eerie tenderness, and said with a sly grin, all right. We all know each other too well to play innocent now. No point in accusing each other like strangers. Still, your suggestion isn't half bad." Wen's eyes lit up with twisted hope. "Right. We've been through so much together. There's something between us, isn't there? You and me. We have a bond. I mean, am I really worse than her? What does she have that I don't? Whatever she can do, I can do, too. But she never got to finish her sentence. In one swift, merciless motion, the demon boy yanked the sword from her belly, swung it high, and with a flash of steel, severed her head clean from her body. Her blood sprayed in a wide arc as her lifeless corpse crumpled to the dirt. The demon boy didn't even blink. I prefer red hair, he muttered coldly before casually tossing Wen's severed head to the side like garbage. Then he turned to the demon girl, his eyes glinting with calm cruelty. Your injuries. One arm, one leg. Should be enough to recover. The rest, everything else, belongs to me. The demon girl stared at him for a long, silent moment, and then with a deadened voice, she simply replied, all right. The air shifted. Far from the blood-soaked ruins where Wen had fallen, another tension was brewing, quiet but heavy. At Yongchen's base, something was off. You could feel it in the air, in the sharpness of the silence. That's when Lang's voice cut through the murmur, sharp and sudden. Cannibals from the western outskirts. Everyone turned. The words alone were enough to send a chill down the spine. But before anyone could respond, Uncle Lee's voice followed, lower, more serious. Yes, a red-haired woman was among them. She disguised herself as an ordinary civilian, slipped into our ranks without suspicion, and killed several of our people before we knew what hit us. Yongchen, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. There was something in Leng's reaction that didn't sit right. He studied him for a moment, then asked calmly but firmly, Lang, it sounds like you know more about these cannibals than you're letting on. Lang didn't respond right away. A shadow passed over his face. Then he looked up, and when he spoke, his voice was lower, darker. Know them, he said, as if the words tasted bitter. I am one of them. The room stilled. I mean, he went on. Not like those freaks. Not completely. My mutation hasn't gone that far. But they've lived it. They felt it. I know what they are because I've seen what it turns you into. He drew in a breath, not for drama, but because even remembering it was difficult. Cannibalism eats away at your ability to resist your darkest instincts. Little by little, your humanity fades. You become selfish, reckless, rage-filled, lust-driven, gluttonous. And the worst part, you stop caring. You stop fighting it. The words hung in the air like smoke. Yongchen didn't flinch, but his eyes narrowed slightly, absorbing it all. For a moment, there was only silence. Then he spoke, low and steady, as if confirming something to himself. So, they really are dangerous. More than we thought. He exhaled slowly, his gaze now turning outward, as if already seeing the battlefield ahead. I'll have to head to the western outskirts myself. No question. Then, as if pulling himself back from the storm already forming in his mind, he looked at Lang again. His tone shifted, clearer now, more focused. But right now, there's something even more urgent that needs handling. A beat passed. His eyes sharpened. Uncle Lee, he said. Keep a tight watch on the steel factory. Lock it down if you have to. And if anything goes wrong, don't waste time. Use the walkie-talkie. Contact me immediately. Lang straightened, nodding once with absolute clarity. Understood. 2 months have passed. On the rooftop of an abandoned building, a small group of survivors huddles together beneath the gray sky. Their silhouettes are etched against the crumbling skyline. Tension hangs thick in the air as the wind whistles between broken beams and shattered windows. One of them, glancing anxiously toward the empty streets below, breaks the silence. What do we do? Should we relocate? Another man quickly responds, fear lacing his voice. That strange sound. It comes every night now. Closer every time. God knows what kind of monster is making it. A third man, eyes wide and desperate, speaks up. Someone make a decision already. If we wait any longer, we're all going to die here. After a brief, uneasy silence, their leader finally speaks, his voice steady and decisive. Pack up the food and essentials. We're moving out. A short while later, they begin their exodus, carefully descending the ruined building and moving through the shattered cityscape toward what they hoped was safer ground. But as the sun begins to vanish behind the skyline, one of them looks around, shivering. Do we really have to leave at night? What if that monster finds us? His leader snaps back immediately, his voice low and firm. Daytime is worse. The plant creatures are more active under sunlight. You want to be torn apart by vines. Just then, a low, rumbling growl echoes through the ruins. Monsters. Without warning, a horde of grotesque mutated creatures comes charging from the darkness. Their limbs twist like roots, their eyes glowing faintly green. The group panics, sprinting in all directions as screams pierce the night. One of them isn't fast enough. He's dragged back, his cry cut short as a plant beast engulfs him. The others keep running, their terror too overwhelming to look back. But their flight is short-lived. Soon they're cornered, trapped on all sides, the plant monsters slithering and crawling in from every direction. Their breaths come in ragged gasps, their hope crumbling. Then the leader points into the distance, eyes wide with sudden desperation. There, another path, toward the direction of that massive noise. Without hesitation, they break into a full sprint, bolting through the narrow path in the rubble. For a moment it seems like they might make it. But then a deafening crack. The earth shudders, and something huge begins to fall from above. Their eyes snap upward. A colossal tree is collapsing straight toward them, its roots ripping up concrete like paper. The survivors scatter, diving for cover just in time as the massive trunk crashes down with an earth-shaking force. What kind of creature could knock down a tree this thick? One of them gasps in disbelief. Another hisses, "Stay quiet." As the dust begins to settle, they peek through the haze and freeze. There are people on the other side, calmly cutting down the trees. Real people. Fighters. Then the leader of the fleeing group catches sight of someone familiar. His face lights up in disbelief. Jian-kai. The figure looks up, startled, and then a look of stunned recognition crosses his face. Aliang. You're alive. But the reunion lasts only a second. Aliang's face goes pale. Behind him, shadows move. The plant monsters have caught up again. Run, hurry, they're here. But Jian-kai just smiles. What? Just a bunch of plant creatures. That's nothing. Aliang blinks, confused. What do you mean? Just plant creatures. But Jian-kai doesn't even acknowledge the question. He calmly raises his walkie-talkie, speaks a few quick commands into it, and then turns to the survivors. Follow me, he says. Then, without hesitation, he steps into action, slipping into a full, fire-resistant protective suit. In his hand, he grips a flamethrower, its nozzle already sparking. The monsters charge, but this time, they're the ones who scream. In a flash of roaring flames, the beasts are set ablaze. One after another, the plant creatures fall, burning in shrieking agony as Jian-kai stands unfazed at the center, an inferno. From the sidelines, Yushu, Li Chong, and Chun Chun watch the whole thing unfold, dumbfounded. Li Chong, arms crossed, and eyes wide with quiet admiration, lets out a breath and says, "These days, we barely even need to lift a finger against those things anymore." While Li Chong was still speaking, the last of the plant monsters had been reduced to ashes. Aliang, standing in stunned disbelief, turned to Jian-kai, his voice laced with awe. "You've managed to gather such incredible strength. How did you do it?" Jian-kai gave a small smile, as if the answer were simple. "We owe it to leader Zhu Shihu and the others." Aliang blinked, then turned toward the figures in the distance, Zhu Shihu, Chun Chong, and Li Chong. But the moment his eyes landed on them, his face paled, and he took a step back in panic. There are more of them. His voice rose in alarm as he instinctively reached for his weapon. The fear in his eyes was real. Years of surviving had taught him not to trust shadows. But before he could move, a firm hand landed gently on his shoulder. Jian-kai chuckled softly. "Relax," he said, his voice calm and warm. "They're not monsters. They're here to protect us." He continued, his tone reassuring but practical. "And you're in luck. We could use more people right now. Come on, I'll take you to meet leader Jushu." The moment shifts. Now we follow Jushu and Chun Chung as they arrive at the outskirts of Sithim, specifically the desolate western district. The place is a ghost town. They move cautiously, eyes scanning the ruins. After a while, Chun Chung stiffens, his eyes flickering. In a hushed, strained voice, he speaks, "There's someone. Someone's following us. Strong, too." Jushu doesn't stop walking. He just smiles faintly, as if he'd already known. "Yeah," he replies calmly. "I noticed. Their strength is about on par with Jian-kai and the others." Chun Chung frowns. "So, what do we do?" But Zhu Shiu only grins wider, the calm in his voice almost cruel. "What else can we do? Let you eat a little more." And with that cryptic reply, they keep moving, disappearing deeper into the concrete jungle, as if they were the hunters, not the hunted. From the shadows above, perched atop a crumbling high-rise, two other figures watched them intently. A demon girl's lips curled into a sharp smile. "What a perfect opportunity," she whispered. Her companion said nothing. She clicked her tongue and turned to him with annoyance. "What are you waiting for? If we hesitate, someone else might get to them first." But just as they prepared to move, something unexpected caught her eye. Far ahead, Directly in Jiushu's path, a new group of armed figures emerged from behind broken walls. At least a dozen of them, all holding weapons. At the front stood a woman, tall and deadly, her hair tied back in a ragged braid. She dragged her blade slowly across her tongue, eyes locked onto the hero like a predator savoring its meal. Well, she purred. Haven't seen top-quality prey like this in a while. The enemy surrounded them, excited about the prospect of killing a pure evolver. One wondered if he would inherit the power if he ate him, while the woman was more interested in someone else, Chun-chan. They were amazed by his ability, commenting on stealing his power by eating him. While this was happening, on a nearby rooftop, the red-haired demon girl was standing with her companion. She pointed toward the conflict, clearly annoyed that someone else had gotten to them first. Seeing this, her companion, sweating, told her to monitor the situation to see if being late was a good or bad thing. Suddenly, a loud sound startled both of them. It was Chun-chan. He had leaped on top of the gang, taking out one guy with a single strike, while Jiushu, still maintaining a cool pose, struck down the rest with his machi. Seeing this sheer carnage, the rest of the thugs ran for their lives, cursing at the duo and calling them monsters. One of them tried to escape by climbing a nearby building. While Jiushu stood scanning for his next target, the thug frantically climbed, trying to get as far away as possible. But little did he know, the rooftop was already occupied. The red-haired girl cursed at the thug for climbing their way and revealing their position. On the ground, Jiushu casually picked up a steel beam. Lifting it up, he positioned it like a rocket launcher. The next second, he launched the massive beam like a bullet right toward the poor soul, who clearly didn't stand a chance. The beam pierced his back, impaling him and pinning him to the building, leaving the demon girl surprised. On the ground, the situation calmed down. Jiushu commented on the strength of the thugs, assuming they must have had variant cores. Now scared out of his mind, the demon boy peeked up from his hiding spot. The red-haired girl asked him if the monsters had left, to which he replied yes, suggesting they go down and examine the place. Walking through the battlefield, the demon boy commented on how Jiushu and Chun-chan had only eaten 3 of the corpses, leaving an all-you-can-eat buffet for the rest of them. Meanwhile, Jiushu and Chun-chan were walking through an alley. Jiushu teased Chun-chan about his small appetite, asking why he had only eaten 3 corpses. Chun-chan replied that his body was only so big. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a slight twitch. Instantly alert, Jiushu drew his sword as he walked toward the sound. A middle-aged man with glasses came out, shaking, but standing his ground with a handmade crossbow, threatening to shoot if they didn't back off. Seeing an ordinary person, which was becoming a rare sight, Jiushu eased up a little. He extended his hand, asking the man not to move. But the guy, startled, shot his crossbow in a frenzy. Jiushu caught the bolt with ease, not moving an inch. Seeing the superhuman feat, the man was left stunned while Jiushu, not wasting time, appeared right in front of him. He snatched the bow and, with a calm tone, asked everyone else to come out, clarifying that they were not cannibals. Inside a house, a group of normal people who had been equipped up for safety were stunned by what they had just witnessed. Sometime later, after Jiushu had explained everything, one person was amazed at how they had found a way to survive without eating people. Now walking with everyone, Jiushu asked the man with glasses about their destination. With a serious tone, Glasses told him about Sinning, a steel plant in the suburbs that used to broadcast messages about taking in survivors. That's where they were going. But they had changed their plan because the plant was filled with regular people who had no chance of fighting cannibals and winning. Jiushu, now curious, asked if they had a safer location in mind. Turning around, Glasses explained about a human settlement in the northern outskirts that was hunting down cannibals, so they thought it would be better to join them instead. Hearing this, Jiushu was surprised that such a place still existed. Continuing, Glasses explained the rumor that the northern settlement had a very strong leader who fought 6 cannibals alone like it was nothing, safeguarding the whole place by himself. Jiushu, hearing this, questioned how one man could protect against 1,000 cannibals, like the ones in the western outskirts. Unfazed, Glasses brushed it off, saying the cannibals never team up and only act alone. But this was quickly challenged by a guy in the back, who said he saw cannibals gathering together 2 days ago. Hearing this, Glasses turned to the guy angrily, calling him crazy. If cannibals could cooperate, we'd all be dead from infighting by now. That's the only reason I am still alive. Turning to Jiushu, Glasses asked him to dismiss the guy, saying he only wanted to go to Sinning because his brother might be there. Turning back to the boy, Glasses scolded him, telling him to give up on Sinning. The chances of those people surviving are close to 0, and maybe they're cannibals themselves. Hearing this, Jiushu came forward, informing them that the leader of Sanning was indeed a cannibal, just as they suspected. The news came as a shock. Zhu Xiu continued, saying he had killed all of them, and asked the boy for his brother's name. Li Chong, he replied. He was the deputy officer. The boy cried, asking Zhu Xiu if he knew anything about his brother. Turning around with a smile, Zhu Xiu informed them about how close he was with Li Chong. The boy came forward, hesitant to believe, his face grinning with happiness. Continuing, Zhu Xiu told the boy that his brother was at the Sanning plant, helping maintain the farmland. The prospect that Zhu Xiu had managed to reinstate agriculture tipped the boy over the edge. He leaped with joy, telling everyone else how his decision to go to Sanning was the right one. But not everyone was happy. The glasses guy came forward with a skeptical look, refusing to believe such a convenient story. He asked if Zhu Xiu was trying to lure them into a trap to eat them. But Zhu Xiu, with an annoyed look, asked if he would waste time convincing them if all he wanted was a meal. Piercing the conversation, a sudden gunshot rang out. The bullet barely missed Zhu Xiu as it pierced a hole in the ground. Panicked, the glasses guy turned to one of his companions who was holding a gun and asked him why he shot, to which the guy replied that it was an accident. This man would probably kill an ally before he ever fired at an enemy. The conversation didn't last long as a sudden scream echoed from the horizon, shifting everyone's attention. Dread crept into the guy's face as he realized their position had been revealed. The cannibals were on their way. Panic erupted as the glasses guy pointed at the entrance, instructing everyone to hide inside the building. But Zhu Xiu and Chen Chong stayed there, unmoved and unbothered. The man shouted, asking them to come with them, telling them not to overestimate their strength. Even if you're strong, you can't take on a group of cannibals alone. Famous last words. Smiling, Zhu Xiu turned towards the guy and teased him about his remark on cannibals fighting each other, to which the guy replied that it would happen once they killed them and started dividing the meat. Wasting no time, the guy started running inside, telling them not to blame him if they ended up dead because of their stupidity. Inside the building, the people were running for their lives. One guy screamed about the stairs to the second floor, and another suggested they go as deep inside as possible. Moonlight shone through the window as the group huddled inside a room, scared out of their minds. The leader, leaning against the window, commented on Zhu Xiu, hoping he wouldn't snitch on them and would get captured instead. Downstairs, the situation was getting tense. A group of cannibals quickly closed in on the building as Zhu Xiu and Chen Chong stared them down at the entrance. One of them showed his disappointment at there being only 2 people, while a girl asked another guy if he had eaten the rest before they got there, which he denied. But their disappointment vanished as they took a good look at Zhu Xiu. This is no ordinary prey. Eating him is worth 10 regular survivors, the girl commented. Curious about the commotion, the leader of the survivor group looked out the window. He saw that 10 cannibals had already gathered, and more were coming. The situation was looking grim. Sweat poured from his face, as he dreaded the fate Zhu Xiu was about to face. Not even his bones will be left, he commented. Suddenly, one of the cannibals leaped towards Zhu Xiu, eager for that first bite. But unfazed, Zhu Xiu just moved to the side and, with one swift motion of his hand, killed the attacker instantly. With a machete in hand, he looked on as the body slumped to the ground, its head rolling away. The rest of the cannibals were caught off guard. With an annoyed expression, Zhu Xiu turned to them, taunting the insects to come at him all at once. The triggered cannibals ran towards him, hoping to teach him a lesson. Looking at one of them, Zhu Xiu asked Chen Chong to take care of that one so he could handle the rest. To burn some calories for the meal that was about to commence, Shun readied himself while Yang Chen crouched down. Just as a cannibal pounced on him from behind, Yang Chen leaped into the air, leaving the cannibal confused on the ground. Witnessing this, the man in glasses thought it was time to get his prescription checked. Yang Chen, now standing on the railings, looked down on the cannibals as they called him a monster. One cannibal commented that Yang Chen's physique was far beyond his own, while another suggested they retreat. As their fate flashed before their eyes, the cannibals dashed in the opposite direction, hoping to escape. But it was too late. One man's head was blown to pieces, leaving the others stunned. Looking down was Yang Chen, now wielding a sniper rifle, warning that he would kill everyone unless they managed to defeat Chun. This left Chun stunned. Rattled, Chun turned to Yang Chen, telling him that these cannibals were no weaklings. But before he could finish, the cannibals rushed toward Chun with renewed purpose, as their lives were now on the line. Chun, with his game face on, prepared to face the stampede. He leaped forward, punching the first man in the stomach and dropping him to the ground. He followed with a spinning kick that sent the rest of them flying. It didn't take long for the cannibals to realize the dire position they were in. Some decided to run for it, but the next moment, bullets pierced their heads, sending them slamming to the ground. Looking out the window, the survivors were stunned beyond belief, seeing two men wipe the floor with an entire cannibal crew. Turning to them, Yang Chen, still holding the sniper, instructed them to come out, as all the cannibals had been dealt with. The men slowly emerged, walking through the corpses that now littered the floor, their faces still etched with disbelief. The leader approached Yang Chen, informing him that they had decided to join his group, and pleaded for him to accept them. Reassuring them, Yang Chen said it was not a problem, but first, he had business in the northern settlement they had mentioned. Hearing this, the leader asked Yang Chen why he would do such a foolish thing. Casually walking toward him, Yang Chen replied that he just wanted to check if it was necessary to wipe those people out before heading home. The scene moves to a fortress where silhouettes of people crowd the entrances under the moonlight. A scream pierces the night, warning of an enemy attack. A man on the wall looks down to see a horde of muscular giants lifting boulders to attack. Concern grows on his face. Hearing the commotion, a well-built man, 6'4" in height, steps out of the fortress and walks along the top of the wall. A man behind him calls out, "Brother Fong." A young girl stands before Fong, addressing him as father and begging him not to do anything dangerous. Turning around, Fong commands one of the men to close the gates and prevent anyone from going in or out. The man agrees immediately. The next second, Fong leaps from the wall to the ground below as the girl screams for him to be careful. He lands directly in front of the door, blocking the mutants from entering. Seeing Fong, the mutants rage with excitement. If they take this man down, the whole fortress will become a 5-star dinner. They charge at him, but Fong looks up, his eyes glowing red with rage as his veins swell, transforming him into something else. A huge mass of flesh covered in spines and teeth emerges where Fong stood, morphing him into a Jabba the Hutt-like creature, towering over the mutants. The mutants are left in shock, their confidence withering as they gaze upon the ultimate monster, thinking to themselves that Fong is even more twisted than they are. Regaining their composure, they decide to charge at him together, trying to overwhelm him. They leap into the air to attack, but before their punches land, a flash of blue light dashes across all of them, chopping them into pieces. Their faces are frozen in a permanent daze. Those who barely escaped are now missing limbs, facing Fong, who stands at the entrance, his body constantly wriggling. It was not the end. Fong roars loudly and charges at them. The next thing we see are the dead mutants lying on the ground while Fong slowly reverts to his human form, collapsing in a pool of his own blood. Gazing out from inside the fortress, one man asks if they are going to help. Another stops him, saying that Fong told them not to help him in such a state because even Fong himself couldn't control his actions, leaving them powerless. Inside, people are rioting. One man suggests helping Fong anyway, arguing that at this rate, Fong will be unable to consume the other bodies to recover and will eventually die. Another demands they open the door, willing to risk his life. Fong's daughter stands there, shedding tears of happiness, seeing everyone so determined to help her dad. Finally agreeing, the man at the door prepares for the worst, and opens the entrance. People rush out toward Fong. Seeing this, Fong uses his last bit of consciousness to tell them to save themselves. But the men, not heeding his words, start tearing off pieces from the mutant bodies to feed him, knowing that if Fong dies, they won't last long anyway. Throwing a mutant body close to Fong, the man shouts for everyone to do the same, while maintaining a safe distance. Fong, getting the idea, starts consuming the bodies thrown to him. The scene is not pleasant, but the people know they have to do it. Soon, Fong starts to rise again. One man gets a bit too close with a dead body, putting everyone on edge. But as Fong is recovering, more mutants walk up from behind, confused as to why Fong is in such a bad condition. Whatever the reason, things just got easier for them. The new wave gets the people's attention, and they panic. They pick up whatever weapons they can find to make a stand and protect Fong. It's their turn now. Elsewhere, Yang Chen and his crew walk through the streets. Yang Chen comments that there are fewer cannibals to the north. Glasses, recognizing the area, tells Yang Chen they are close to their destination. A sudden gunshot rings out, startling Glasses and the others. Yang Chen deduces that it's less than a kilometer away and smirks, saying they are indeed close. Back at the fortress, it's a massacre. Mutants pummel the defenders, killing and chopping them to pieces. Fong's daughter, standing her ground with a gun, shoots at the mutants, vowing to fight to her last breath. But she is still just human. One of the cannibals leaps toward her, snatches her gun away, and approaches with a creepy smile. But Fong's fist comes from nowhere, smashing the cannibal away. Fong rips him to pieces, leaving a scar on his daughter's arm in the process. The mutants, caught off guard by Fong's tenacity, charge at him all at once, dishing out constant attacks while the girl screams for her father. It's bad. Fong is finally spent after the intense battle. Just when things seem over, a massive rock slams down from above, crushing a group of them. As the dust settles, Yamchen is standing there. The cavalry has arrived. The stare-down intensified between Yamchen, Shun, and the mutants. Fong lay motionless while the fortress defenders looked on in confusion, hints of worry in their eyes. One man wondered if the new arrivals were more cannibals, but another corrected him, saying something was off about them. Looking at Chun, one defender called him a monster but noted he didn't look like a cannibal, while another argued that Chun might be the final form a cannibal takes. Hearing these absurd statements, Yamchen almost burst out laughing while Chun stood there, annoyed. On the cannibal side, things were getting heated. They noticed Chun didn't have the scent of a cannibal and that the one standing beside him was a pure revolver, which sent chills down their spines. Yamchen stepped forward and told Shun to take care of the bad guys. Hearing this, Shun got ready for action, wondering why he was always the one to do the dirty work. Shun burst forward like a bullet. The cannibals met his charge, their faces twisted into cocky smiles. This wasn't the first time they were going to kill a zombie, but it was definitely their last. Shun leaped onto one, sending him crashing to the ground face first. Seeing Chun's strength, the people of the fortress were surprised. This being was even stronger than their brother Fong. Their faces began to sweat in fear of a new enemy. Calming them down, Glasses and his crew came from behind, informing the others about Yamchen and Shun, introducing them as fighters from the southern outskirts. This caught them off guard, as one man questioned how that was possible, claiming their brother Fong was the strongest one in the area. Meanwhile, Shun was still facing the cannibals. Now quaking in their boots, they were confused by how powerful Chun was. Regaining their composure, one reassured the others that if they charged together, they could take him down. The plan seemed solid, but nobody moved. After a moment of silence, they burst into an argument about who would go first, leaving Chun confused. But some cannibals had a different plan. They charged toward Yamchen, who stood seemingly defenseless, thinking they could easily bag the pure revolver. These guys were in for a rude awakening. Standing there motionless, Yamchen extended his hand and drove it straight through one of the charging cannibals, impaling him. With no effort, Yamchen split the man in half, giving the other cannibals lifelong trauma. Now realizing that Yamchen was far more powerful than Chun, the cannibals started to bolt, as if they had seen a monster. But Yamchen had no plans of letting them leave. He sent spikes extending from his hands, impaling each one of them. Within seconds, cannibal corpses littered the ground, with not a single enemy left standing. Witnessing this, one of the defenders was now convinced that Yamchen was a monster, but Glasses calmed him down, telling him that Yamchen was an ally. Lying to the side, Fun was struggling to even move. Suddenly, Yamchen was struck with a sharp feeling, as if impaled by a tentacle, causing him to turn around and panic. To his surprise, he saw a scratch mark on his arm with blood flowing from it. Wasting no time, Yamchen sent his spines toward Fong, wrapping around his body and constraining him. The tentacle that attacked was now tied down as it struggled to escape. Disgusted by the weird, wriggling slop, Yamchen lifted Fong into the air and, twisting his vines, prepared to slam him onto the ground. But a sudden cry rang out before the final blow landed. It was Feng's daughter. As Yamchen looked back, the girl knelt on the ground, begging him to let her father go. Yamchen asked if she was referring to the lump of meat he was holding. The girl replied that the lump of meat was her father, and he only attacked because he was in an unstable state, constantly begging him not to harm Feng. Intrigued, Yamchen asked if she still thought her father could come back from this. Deciding to give it a try, Yamchen threw Feng down in front of the pile of cannibal corpses. As Feng started to chow down, Chun leaped back in disgust at his table manners. Yamchen taunted him, saying that the way Chun ate was not much better. One of the defenders came forward and invited Yamchen and Chun inside the fortress, telling them it was fine to leave Feng out there to enjoy his meal. Back inside the fortress, the environment was calm. A sudden thud was heard as the people knelt before Yamchen, calling him their savior and telling him that if it weren't for him, none of them would have survived. Brushing it off, as just lending a hand, Yamchen asked the girl Zhao about how long they had been staying there and about Feng's condition. Breaking down, the girl clarified that her father was infected with a mimetic flesh mutation. Confused, Yamchen asked her to explain. It was a miraculous yet dangerously unstable organism originally discovered in wild animals, she began. Researchers first mistook it for a simple protozoan infection, but once they cultivated it in a lab, they were stunned. It could transform into any kind of tissue. This wasn't just mimicry, The organism enhanced the cells it consumed. The tissue it created functioned better than the originals. Even though it was highly unethical, my mentor secretly conducted human trials. The results were astonishing. Cancer cells were completely annihilated. The lab erupted in cheers, with one scientist claiming they had found the god cell. Unfortunately, she continued, that's when everything started going downhill. Cities began to fall, chaos spread, and refugees flooded in. At the time, everyone believed the god cell would save humanity. But in the end, the solution became the root of the catastrophe. Yang Chen interrupted, wondering if the mimetic cell had simply gone rogue. That was exactly what happened, Toan confirmed. The mimetic flesh couldn't stop consuming. Once it entered a host, it relentlessly devoured and replaced every single cell. Bit by bit, the infected would lose their humanity, overtaken by the primal instinct to spread. Over time, the mimetic tissue would even forget what it was imitating, losing its structure completely. What remained was a formless, uncoordinated lump of organic material, unable to move, which would eventually wither away from a lack of nutrients. While it can still temporarily maintain a human form, the infected often cluster together instinctively, drawn toward a final, tragic destination, the sea of flesh. Yang Chen stood there, taking it all in, when a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. You're one of them now. Turning around, Yang Chen saw Fong. A quick glance at his own wound sparked a question. Had Fong done this to him? Yang Chen quietly confirmed it. Fong, looking disappointed, told him there wasn't much time left. But Yang Chen surprised him with a calm reply. I already purged the mimetic flesh from my system. Fong was caught off guard. Yang Chen explained that his body was naturally dozens of times stronger than normal, and his enhanced immune system had eliminated the infection. As if to prove it, he extended his hand, revealing a living symbiote within him, something even more miraculous than the mimetic flesh. The bystanders gaped, unsure whether to be amazed or horrified. Yang Chen began to wonder if the mimetic tissue, with its incredible adaptability, could be tamed with intention. He turned to Fong and asked him to infect him again to test the theory. Fong, still confused but willing, extracted a piece of flesh from his own body and tossed it to Yang Chen. He caught it and tried merging with it again and again, but every time, the flesh started its invasion immediately, forcing Yang Chen to destroy it. He looked at Fong and asked how he had been able to control something so aggressive. Fong calmly explained that he didn't control it. He was it. Every single cell in his body had become mimetic tissue. Theologically, he was no longer human. Yang Chen stared at him, then asked how Fong had managed to retain his sense of self. The air grew colder as Fong answered. My humanity is already gone. The only thing keeping me grounded is a fading sense of responsibility. As long as my brain isn't entirely degraded, I can still think and act as Fong, and resist the urges of the flesh. But even that is fading. Soon, I won't even be able to maintain my human form. Turning to Yang Chen, Fong made a request. He asked him to protect Xiaoying and the others. While he still had a shred of rationality, he would do anything for Yang Chen's sake. His daughter, Xiaoying, couldn't hold back her tears as her father talked so casually about his own inevitable end. Just then, a mission tab appeared before Yang Chen's eyes. The objective, learn about as many disaster types as possible. The reward was 300 points. He quickly connected the dots. The hyper-age virus was the zombie outbreak in a city. The adaptive spores were the plant-based infection in city. And the mimetic aggregate protozoa was the technical name for the horror they now face. Yang Chen turned back to Fong and asked if his final fate was truly to become part of the sea of flesh. Fong nodded solemnly, saying that day wasn't far away. Seizing the moment, Yang Chen made an unexpected offer. I want to go with you. Fong blinked, puzzled. Yang Chen said he was just curious to see what would happen. Still processing, Fong asked what he planned to do about everyone else. Raising his radio, Yang Chen contacted Dianqi and asked if he had a moment to spare. The area fell into a thick silence. People exchanged nervous glances as Dianqi walked through the entrance holding his son. As soon as the boy saw Yang Chen, he broke into a grin and sprinted forward, calling out, Uncle Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled back, but couldn't help feeling concerned. He asked Dianqi if the kid's mother was really okay with him bringing their son all the way out here. The kid didn't hesitate to flex his tiny arms, proudly showing off muscles that clearly didn't exist, declaring that he wasn't the same weakling anymore. Doshio was far from convinced. Then the kid turned around and shouted at the entrance, warning anyone hiding to come out now or they'd be going in to drag them out. The crowd turned toward the gate. For a second, it was dead silent, but it wasn't empty. Moments later, a group of cannibals awkwardly poked their heads out of their hiding spots, visibly annoyed that their cover had been blown by a loud, overly confident child. After being caught, the cannibals slowly emerge. One of them stepped forward, squinting as he asked if this was the legendary hiding place they'd been hearing about. He wanted to see the person capable of taking down an entire group of their comrades. Irritated by the silence, another cannibal pointed at Jianqi and asked if he was deaf. He questioned whether Jianqi was the one behind the rumors, the one said to have taken on several new humans alone. Jianqi, thoroughly confused, tried to explain that he was just an outsider and didn't understand what they were talking about. Meanwhile, inside the base, one of Fang's men analyzed the situation as Fang himself wondered whether the cannibals had mistaken Jianqi for him. Unaware of their mistake, the cannibals, fired up and overconfident, decided to attack Jianqi while they still had the advantage in numbers. The kid stepped forward, getting in front of his father and asking to handle it himself. Jianqi allowed it, telling him to be easy. The cannibals charged ahead, already fantasizing about their next meal. Calmly, the kid stood his ground and pulled out a pistol. A gunshot rang out, but the cannibals dodged it easily. One of them laughed, mocking him, saying their speed was far beyond what an ordinary person could react to. Then a bullet struck one in the shoulder. Flicking the magazine away like John Wick, the kid smirked and asked why they ever assumed he was just a normal boy. He sprinted sideways, firing round after round, hitting several of them in the process. One particularly quick cannibal managed to dodge, slid in from the side, and lunged for the kid. Before the punch could land, the kid leaped up, flipped around, and the next moment, he was holding a pistol to the cannibal's temple. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The shot pierced through the skull, killing the cannibal instantly. Inside the fortress, onlookers were stunned. The child had just taken out a group of cannibals with precision and skill far beyond his years. As the kid landed, another cannibal took the opportunity to attack from above. There was no time to react, or so it seemed. They had forgotten he wasn't alone. From behind, a tentacle shot forward, impaling the cannibal through the stomach. Yu stood silently, one of the cannibals still skewered on his tentacle. The people watching couldn't believe the monsters they were witnessing. The remaining cannibals, now in full panic, realized these two were far more powerful than they had assumed. In desperation, they charged Yu all at once, hoping to overwhelm him. Without so much as moving a step, tentacles erupted from his back, slicing through every one of them with brutal efficiency. When the dust settled, the floor was littered with corpses once again. The kid turned to Yu and asked how he did. Yu praised him while the boy casually credited his strength to the crops they had grown back at home. The crops from Hua Field are technically still plant entities. They're not as strong as the wild plant beasts in city, but they carry evolutionary energy. Pointing to Fang, the boy asked about the new being, trying to figure out what kind of entity it was. Everything was starting to fall into place for Yu. First zombies, then plant creatures, and now this mimetic flesh. Every region seemed to have its own unique disaster. What sort of monsters were weighing in the other areas remained a mystery. Elsewhere, a military stronghold was under attack. A swarm of giant ants flooded the base. One soldier shouted that they couldn't hold out much longer. The commander immediately ordered an evacuation through the back. Trucks roared to life as people fled in a desperate attempt to escape. Some made it through, others were caught, their vehicles overturned by the ants. Soldiers left behind were consumed by the swarm. Back at the fortress, Yu ensured Fang and the others were safe while Jianqi and his team secured the perimeter. Inside one of the rooms, something unusual caught Yu's eye, a nearly naked man tied to a chair. He pointed at him, asking if he was a flesh eater. Fang explained that the man was used to identify those infected with the mimetic flesh. Flesh eaters apparently felt no hunger for infected individuals. While not everyone could resist the infection, those who were infected were far more dangerous than flesh eaters because they didn't reveal themselves, they infected others silently. To everyone's surprise, the man in the chair began to speak. With a cold smirk, he said he would reveal the infected himself. He turned to Fang and asked with a sick grin if he would feel any sorrow when his own daughter died, now that he had lost all traces of his humanity. Turning to the man, Fang asked him to clarify. The daughter he was desperately trying to protect was already infected. And as to who infected her, it was already obvious. Thinking back to the time she fought Fang outside, the girl shivered at the thought of what would happen to her now. As Fang stood there, pissed off, Yu consoled him, encouraging him to think calmly. But what upset Fang was not the fact that his daughter was infected, but the fact that he wasn't feeling anything upon hearing it. With Xiaoying being infected, his heart should have been in pieces. But it was calm. It looked like his life as Fang had already reached its end. Turning to Jushuo, Fawn told him that it was almost time to join up with the Sea of Flesh. But before that, he asked Yu Shuo to do him one favor. For the sake of what he once was as a human, Fawn asked him to use Yu Shuo's immunity to save his daughter from the mimetic flesh infection. But breaking the sad news, Yu Shuo told them that curing someone else with his immune system was not possible. One of the men turned to Xiao Ying, asking if she would also end up like her father now that she was infected. To which Xiao Ying responded calmly, "This world is already destroyed. And with my father going to suffer such a cruel fate, I have nothing to hold on to in my life anyway." But reassuring them, Yu Shuo told them that his immune system was not the only way he had to deal with things like this. He extended his hand to Xiao Ying, giving her a syringe and asking her to inject herself with the serum inside. This was an infection blocker that was effective against the viruses in Mitsi, so there was a chance it could also have some effect against the mimic flesh. Having nothing to lose, Xiao Ying took the syringe and injected the serum. But overhearing their conversation, the guy inside the room mocked them for not having the common sense to know that a virus and mimetic flesh were two completely different organisms. Even a kid could see this was not going to work. But as the serum coursed through Xiao Ying's body, the guy's cocky smile vanished into complete shock. He couldn't believe what he was sensing. Judging by the man's reaction, Yu Shuo was certain that the serum had cured Xiao Ying of the infection. One of the guys jumped with excitement, while Xiao Ying, holding the syringe, thought of another possibility. Clinging to this new ray of hope, she clenched the syringe and asked if the same process could be done on Fawn to turn him back into a human again. But it was not that easy. She had just been infected recently, while Fawn was almost completely consumed by the infection. At this point, he was a walking mass of mimetic flesh, barely maintaining a human appearance. This struck her hard, her last hope vanishing as fast as it had appeared. Fawn, turning to Yu Shuo, asked if he was still planning to come to the Sea of Flesh since he was running out of time. Agreeing, they moved to He-Thiti. As they walked through the empty and desolate streets, Fawn turned to Yu Shuo and asked him to be careful since they were already close to the main body. Breaking their conversation, a sound came from behind, calling out to them. They turned back to see a group of children begging them for something to eat. Yu Shuo stood there confused. Fawn asked him to be careful because in this place, there shouldn't be anyone wandering around like this. The children kept begging as their bodies slowly opened up to reveal sharp teeth. It was clear they were no ordinary children. Back in the fortress, the kid shot down a bug. Crouching down, he wondered why there were such huge bugs flying in since last night. Xiao Ying came forward, confirming that this was a new phenomenon, and there seemed to be more and more of them. Hearing this, the boy wondered if it was their arrival that had attracted these creatures toward the base. Breaking the conversation, a car rumbled in the distance. The boy and Xiao Ying quickly became alert, cautioning every one of the uninvited guests approaching. 3 military trucks rushed in and stopped at the entrance as the boy stood his ground, waiting to strike. Inside the trucks, the army personnel were relieved and overjoyed to see other people and know that other settlements existed. A crowd gathered outside the fortress, carrying guns and crossbows. The boy, standing in front, asked the soldiers to slowly get out of the car and reveal their identity. One of the men, complying, got out with his hands up, waving and asking them not to shoot since they were not enemies. They were not zombies, cannibals, or evolved ones, they seemed to be ordinary people. As the military men got out, wielding assault rifles, their commander stepped forward, reassuring everyone that they were not there to hurt them. Looking back at his men, the commander asked everyone to put down their weapons. The boy started to approach them as Xiao Ying advised caution, but they didn't seem to be dangerous people. The boy approached the commander, who stood there confused. He asked if the kid was pretending to be the leader of the settlement, but the boy clarified that he was just a temporary stand-in. This caught the men off guard, and one of the soldiers mocked the kid, calling him a brat. With a serious expression, the kid asked the commander to show some respect, and the men apologized. Pointing at the commander, the kid demanded an explanation of their motives and where they came from. Introducing everyone, the commander spoke about their situation. He explained they had been staying in city by and were forced to flee after a swarm attack. 5 vehicles escaped, but they got separated. Their leader and another vehicle were headed to city. Reflecting on the commander's words, the kid threw the bug corpse in front of them, asking if this was what they were referring to. One of the men remarked how small the bug was compared to what they had faced. Another was relieved to find the infection here was less severe. But the commander warned them to stay alert, as the swarm would eventually reach this place. Correcting him, the kid clarified that the bug issue was new here, only starting a day ago, and added that they had their own set of problems. Intrigued, the commander asked if the kid was talking about the walking corpses they had seen on the way. He commented that they seemed like puppets controlled by parasites. Still, the commander wasn't concerned. He proudly displayed their gear and strength, reassuring everyone that if those things caused trouble, they could handle them. After all, they had survived the Great Swarm. These zombies were no big deal. Cutting the talk short, Zhao Ying told the men to get inside the stronghold before it was too late. If the man-eaters attacked now, they might not be able to protect everyone. But the men were a little too confident. The commander nonchalantly told the others to leave the protection to them, as they moved into the building. A soldier even joked that the man-eaters were elementary level compared to the swarm they'd face. Though this annoyed the boy slightly, he decided not to correct them. Experience would be the best teacher. Du Qiu stood silently as his tentacles retracted into his body after a fight. The ground was littered with mimetic flesh, the remains of the kids they had met before. Fong stood behind, still amazed by the sheer strength Du Qiu had shown. Looking back, Du Qiu remarked that there were still 20 more such creatures within a kilometer radius. Fong confirmed it, adding that all 20 had already lost their shape-shifting ability and would pity anyone who accidentally wandered near them. Wasting no time, Fong suggested they move on, feeling they were almost close to the main body. Sure enough, he was right. They reached the top of a building, and Zhu Xiu looked down. In front of them lay the entire city, its streets blanketed in a sea of mimetic flesh, merged into one massive organism. Fong gave a satisfied smile as his body began reacting to the creature. Tentacles burst from his body, and he leaped toward the ledge, ready to embrace the warm, slanty hug of the grotesque sea. But Zhu Xiu caught him at the last second. A confused Fong asked what Zhu Xiu was doing. He simply looked into his eyes and asked if he was really going to give up like that without even trying to resist. But Fong told him it was pointless. His willpower would eventually break, and he might as well get it over with. Disregarding Feng's words, Zhu Xiu reached out and touched his face. Small tentacles emerged from his fingertips, and one darted into Feng's forehead. Feng gasped as his eyes turned bloody red. He dropped to his knees, panting, while Zhu Xiu levitated, surrounded by a green aura. If what Feng lacked was structure, then Zhu Xiu would give it to him. His aura coursed through Feng's body, enveloping his brain and transforming his internal form. A moment later, Feng collapsed, wondering what Zhu Xiu had just done. A system window appeared, updating Zhu Xiu's task progress. He explained that he had implanted an adaptive spore into Feng's body. It would maintain Feng's current brain structure, and in the process, he had also learned more about the mimetic flesh. The mimic aggregate protozo. The name stunned Feng. Zhu Xiu clarified it was the same tissue they knew. Comforting him, Zhu Xiu explained that Feng's loss of memory structure was not due to the flesh's nature, but a flaw. The flesh sea is a desperate solution. To survive, it constantly needs new life to join and feed it. But as it grows, it will eventually consume all nearby life and begin to devour itself. If biodiversity drops too low, it might collapse completely. Shocked, Feng asked if the spore could bring back his humanity. That wasn't possible, but it could preserve him as he was now. The adaptive spore would replicate his current structure through constant regeneration, maintaining balance by fighting the protozo inside him. As long as he kept feeding it structural data, he wouldn't forget who he was. Taking it all in, Feng asked if that meant he could continue living as Feng. Zhu Xiu confirmed it, unless something unexpected happened. Pondering for a moment, Feng thanked him, but admitted this was only preserving the status quo. Fighting his nature was still a daily struggle, and he wouldn't last like that forever. Zhu Xiu leaped to the ledge and said his plan wasn't over yet. Looking down at the sea of flesh, he told Feng to jump, catching him off guard. Repeating the request, he urged Feng to leap into the flesh, assuring him he would follow right after. Somewhere else, in an abandoned gas station, 2 military trucks were parked as soldiers filled them up with gas. The leader, lighting a cigarette, told the men to hurry up. Another guy walked up, asking for more time to finish refueling. One man, rummaging through his pockets for a radio, commented that they should be far out from City B by now and expressed concern about how another group was doing. The leader informed him that the radio had been damaged during the chaos. Regretting not bringing spares, the guy sighed, but the crossbow guy comforted him, saying they'd catch up once they were done. Suddenly, someone called out to them. It was a group of women and children requesting to be taken along, promising supplies in return. The crossbow guy approached them, asking if they were survivors and whether there were any insect swarms nearby. The woman reassured them they were completely safe, again promising supplies, while her back, unseen by them, was a mess of mimic flesh that hadn't fully transformed. While he felt a little weirded out, he turned to the leader, asking for permission, only for the leader to suddenly scream at him to wash out. Turning back, he saw the bodies of the women transform into giant mimic mouths, lunging to swallow him whole. It was done in a flash. Back at the Sea of Flesh, Feng questioned Zhou Shuo if he was really sure, but Zhou Shuo, smiling, told him to just do it. Without wasting time, both of them jumped headfirst into the sea while the mimic flesh sent spiked tentacles at them. The moment they landed, toothy maws emerged all around them, pouncing to swallow them whole. In the blink of an eye, they were completely covered. A quick midday snack. Or so it thought. Bursting from the sea, Hu's tentacles shot up into the sky, spreading across the entire area. Rising from a crack in the flesh, he levitated in a green glow. As he prepared to land, Feng had already made his way up, still confused. Turning to him, Shuo told him to do his part now. Feng looked even more confused until he noticed his arm. It had completely transformed into mimic flesh. Suddenly, sheer pain coursed through Feng's body. Green tentacles emerged from within him, intertwining with each other. The green aura surged through him. He screamed in pain, his eyes and body glowing a bright green light. From where he stood, a massive tree emerged in an instant. Feng's body almost completely merged with it. As he tried to process what was happening, Zhou Shuo approached him. "How does it feel?" he asked. "For your instincts to finally be fulfilled." Looking down at himself, Feng began to wonder if this was the form Zhou Shuo had been talking about. But that wasn't all. With his will, he could move it. Another shock. Feng seemed to have become the flesh sea itself. But Zhou Shuo corrected him. No, he wasn't completely in control yet. To reach that point, he'd need at least half a month. For now, he could control about 1/5 of it. Just then, another trunk popped out of the sea. With each new trunk, Feng's control would increase. And once the entire sea was filled with them, he would truly become the flesh sea. But even now, the adaptive spore, the core of it all, was ultimately under Zhou Shuo's control. Zhou Shuo's face turned serious. He warned Feng never to betray or scheme against him or anyone in its city. If he ever did, Zhou Shuo would take the power back just as easily as he had given it. Feng wasn't foolish enough to argue. Their conversation was cut short as something else caught their attention. It was the soldiers. The ones who had survived were now running from the mimic flesh. They were starting to wish they had just died to the bug swarm instead. But then they stopped. They looked up and saw it. The majestic tree, Feng, glowing like the tree of life in the middle of the all-devouring flesh sea.